Just as Meng Hao had guessed, the truth of his words weren't important. Everyone could now see how deeply he was backed by the powerful forces in Ninth Mountain and Sea, and also understood the main point of all of his words. Don't provoke me. Don't provoke me. Meng Hao didn't actually speak the words, but based on everything he had said, the message to all his enemies was clear. Don't provoke me. If you do, be prepared to deal with the consequences. Today, I killed 1 demonic cultivator and captured 33 more. Well then, if you dare to provoke me tomorrow, then I'll do the same thing. And if you push me even further, then I'll flip the table over and really cause a scene. The streams of Tao realm divine sense faded away. Meng Hao's first day in the Nine Seas God world was a day in which his name spread throughout the entire sect. All disciples heard about what happened, leaving them with a profound impression. Fan Donger looked deeply at Meng Hao for a moment, but didn't say anything. Her expression from earlier, in which she was rejoicing in his misfortune, was completely gone. Now, her fear of him was even more deeply rooted. The demonic cultivator's hatred was still there, but Meng Hao had established his position in the sect. He still wasn't sure why they hated him so much, but it didn't matter. He had already secured his position. There wasn't a single demonic cultivator in the entire sect who would dare to make a move against him. No one in the Immortal realm was his match. He had castigated the ancient realm, and even the Tao realm was intimidated by him. The glorious scene in which he revealed his terrifying background caused the demonic cultivators to not only fear him, but to also be jealous of him, and to curse his arrogant and despotic display. Ling Yunzi left with Meng Hao in tow. The rest of the cultivators gradually dispersed. When Meng Hao's vision cleared, he was in a mountain range deep in the Nine Seas God world. His current location was a mountain, the top half of which was covered with snow. The frigid cold was evidence of the strength of the energy of heaven and earth here. Despite the Nine Seas God world being at the bottom of the sea, the entire landmass was surrounded by a huge invisible shield which kept the seawater out. However, the massive pressure exerted by the Ninth Sea was still there. At the top of the mountain was a temple, which was where Ling Yunzi was taking Meng Hao. As soon as he entered, he saw that there were 2 other people sitting there cross-legged. One of them was the old woman from earlier. She wore a long gray robe, and her face was a mass of wrinkles. Her hair was long and white, and her expression archaic, as if she had existed for many, many years. Her eyes sparkled with a wisdom that seemed to indicate that she could see through the hearts of men. Of course, Tao realm experts were all eccentrics with vast experience and unique personalities. They could tell that Meng Hao's previous threats had been nothing more than explanations about his background. However, he had intentionally spoken them out and then let them hang in the air suspensefully. In the end, it didn't really matter if the Tao realm experts fully believed him fully or not. The important thing was to plant seeds of doubt and fear in their minds. Next to the old woman was an old man with an expressionless face, wearing a green robe. As he sat there cross-legged, his gaze swept over Meng Hao, seemingly sizing him up. His eyes seemed to contain a sharpness, an ability to thoroughly probe every aspect of Meng Hao. His eyes lingered for a moment on Meng Hao's forehead, and his eyes sparkled. Under the old man's gaze, Meng Hao felt his cultivation base involuntarily rotating, and all of a sudden, his forehead flickered as the echelon mark appeared. When the old man saw the mark, he nodded and looked away. "Meng Hao," said the old woman, smiling. "You can call me Granny Nine." Her expression was kind as she spoke to Meng Hao. "As for the guru sitting next to me, you should refer to him as Godmaster." Meng Hao offers greetings to Matriarch Granny Nine and Guru Godmaster. Meng Hao immediately reigned in all of his domineering and arrogant manner from before, and put on a very meek and charming demeanor. He even looked a bit bashful as he clasped hands and offered formal greetings. When they saw Meng Hao's bashful expression, Granny Nine apparently found it very amusing. She looked at Meng Hao, her gaze kind and gentle. Next to her, Ling Yunzi's expression was one of approval. Years ago during the 3 great Taoist societies' trial by fire, he had long since come to have a good impression of Meng Hao, especially his willingness to sacrifice so much for the Nine Seas God world. It had definitely left him with a deep impression. "This is for you," Granny Nine said with a laugh. "Consider it your welcoming gift for joining the sect." She made a grasping motion, causing a bag of holding to appear, which she sent floating over to Meng Hao. He blinked, then accepted it and scanned it with divine sense. Immediately, his heart began to pound with excitement. The bag of holding was filled with masses of pill formulas and jade slips. There was also a huge collection of medicinal plants, many of which were extremely rare in the outside world. The value of the contents of this bag was astronomical. Ling Yunzi chuckled and said, "We know you're fond of alchemy, so the three of us old-timers prepared this special gift to give you upon our first meeting. Many of the items in that bag were things that we recently took a trip to acquire just for you." Although his words seemed straightforward, the medicinal plants were clearly a reminder to Meng Hao of how much the three of them valued him. Meng Hao immediately bowed again and said, "Patriarchs, I offer profound thanks for this expression of utmost generosity and kindness." With no hesitation whatsoever, he quickly put the bag of holding into his robe, and as he did, he saw the three old-timers shaking their heads and smiling. Even Godmaster, whose face had been expressionless, was now smiling. "First of all," said Granny Nine, "allow us to apologize for what happened when you first arrived in the Ninth Sea. That was a bit beyond what we had anticipated. Originally, we would have come out immediately to resolve the situation, but because of some certain unforeseen circumstances, we were unable to. We hope that you can understand." Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He was not a newcomer to the world of cultivation, and had in fact practiced cultivation for many years. He had experienced many situations of mutual deception, and knew that there were just some matters that couldn't be pursued too seriously. He might be able to believe that she was unaware of the reaction his arrival would provoke among the demonic cultivator horde, but he was also sure that the resulting conflict had caused Granny Nine and the faction she represented to suddenly have other motives. After all, they were the primary faction in the Nine Seas God world, and clearly they wanted to use the opportunity to put the demonic cultivator horde in place. Meng Hao couldn't really say anything about that. It was much the same as it had been in the Fang clan. He had been used in a similar way back then, which was fine. However, being used in such a way should come with compensation. Therefore, after receiving the bag of holding, he quickly put any feelings of ill will to rest. Meng Hao was sure that if events hadn't played out the way they had, there would still have been a gift presented. However, it would most likely have contained about half of the valuable medicinal plants that it did. Seeing Meng Hao's obedient and charming attitude, as well as his quick wit and lack of any prying into the details of what had happened, caused the praise in Granny Nine's eyes to grow even stronger. "Now that you're here in the Nine Seas God world, I'll give you a simple rundown of the origin of the three great Taoist societies." The woman began slowly. As soon as she started talking, Meng Hao's ears perked up. "These are things that we can tell you, but they must not be spread beyond this room. The three great Taoist societies have existed eternally from the beginning of the Nine Mountains and Seas down to this day. As to how they were started, well, they were founded by none other than the three supreme paragons. The true names of those three paragons have long since been forgotten. However, everyone referred to them as Paragon Immortal Ancient, Paragon Nine Seals, and Paragon Sea Dream. Paragon Immortal Ancient founded the Immortal Ancient Taoist Rite. Paragon Sea Dream founded the Nine Seas God World and the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. That is the origin of the three great Taoist societies. You have met Paragon Sea Dream. She is the one who placed you into the echelon. She is also the only surviving paragon." Granny Nine's voice floated out as if from ancient times, slowly lifting up the veil that covered the truth of the history of the three great Taoist societies. Meng Hao was silent for a moment. Some of these things were matters he had already guessed the truth of. However, to hear them personally out of the mouth of the Granny Nine left him quite shaken. Finally, he asked, "The three great Taoist societies aren't specific to the Ninth Mountain and Sea, are they? And what about Paragon Nine Seals? What did he create?" "Excellent questions," replied the woman, nodding. Her eyes shone with praise. "Each and every one of the Nine Mountains and Seas has three great Taoist societies." Her words caused Meng Hao's mind to spin. They are all called the Nine Seas God World, the immortal ancient Taoist rite, and the sublime flow sword grotto. There are nine seas God worlds, and when they are combined, that is the true Nine Seas God World. Granny Nine's voice was calm as she spoke. As for Paragon Nine Seals, nobody knows exactly what he founded. However, throughout the years, various clues have been discovered, which have led to sundry speculations and rumors. At this point, Granny Nine stopped talking, almost as if she were still in shock and disbelief over the words she was about to speak. The person to complete the thought was not the Granny Nine, but the expressionless old man who was called Guru Godmaster. According to the rumors, he said, Paragon Nine Seals created the entire mountain and sea realm. When Meng Hao heard this, his mind filled with crashing rumbling. The information contained in what he had heard was something completely unheard of, leaving him shaken and panting. Paragon Nine Seals created the mountain and sea realm? He exclaimed. It's merely speculation, Godmaster said, his archaic voice echoing out through the temple hall. There's no way to determine whether it's true or not. However, Paragon Nine Seals was the leader of the three great paragons, so perhaps, during the era of the Great War, he was the only one who could accomplish such a feat, to reverse the fate of the cosmos, and to leave behind a tiny strand of incense burning as a memorial for the immortal realm. His voice reverberated throughout the temple. It is this speculation that leads us to believe that Paragon Nine Seals' Taoist magic was none other than the mountain and sea scripture. Whoever can acquire the full mountain and sea scripture will be the lord of the mountain and sea realm. That person will lead us into battle against the 33 heavens and restore the immortal realm to its former glory. The world we live in is the immortal realm, the Paragon immortal realm which once ruled over all the 3,000 lower realms. Godmaster closed his eyes to conceal the grief contained therein. Meng Hao was breathing heavily. He had learned from his soul search of Ifatsi that the mountain and sea realm was what remained of the Paragon immortal realm. However, to hear the story directly from the mouth of Guru Godmaster was a different matter. All of a sudden, images he had gained from the soul search floated up in his mind. It's enough that you know just this much, Granny Nine said softly. It's better that you remain unaware of some of the more complicated details. The mission of the three great Taoist societies is to help the echelon grow. The echelon was begun by Paragon Sea Dream. All of the 9 mountains and seas have cultivators who are part of the echelon. As for the 9th mountain and sea, we have the fewest members. The first was your ancestor and the second is you. Your path is not limited to the 9th mountain and sea, but rather, the entire mountain and sea realm. Your competitors are no longer the fellow members of your generation, but rather members of the echelon from throughout the mountain and sea realm. The echelon battles are brutal and on many occasions are not just between 2 opponents. Sometimes, the power of entire sects will back 2 opponents, even leading to huge intermountain wars. We are not asking you to be the most powerful member of the echelon. Rather, we just hope that you can maintain your spot. If you simply continue on down your path, then whatever price must be paid by the 3 great Taoist societies of the 9th mountain and sea will be worth it. Granny Nine looked deep into Meng Hao's eyes, her expression one of anticipation. Meng Hao found it hard to remain calm. Although he had already guessed the truth about many of these things, his heart was still filled with incomparable waves of shock. There wasn't even a slight breeze within the temple hall. But as of this moment, Meng Hao felt like there was a gale-force wind buffeting his heart, giving rise to waves of shock. Rumbling sounds filled his mind, causing him to feel somewhat dazed. No one can say for certain what Paragon Sea Dream's plan is for the echelon, Granny Nine said. Her voice floated like the wind throughout the temple hall. However, there is no harm in speculating. Over the years, the 3 great Taoist societies of the mountain and sea realm have pieced together what we feel is the answer. It is a simple explanation that we think comes close to the truth. The echelon is a list of paragons. The only people who can join the echelon are people who qualify to eventually become a paragon. The echelon was put in place to develop paragons for the mountain and sea realm. Granny Nine's eyes shone with flickering light, and her voice was filled with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. After the great catastrophe, no new paragons appeared within the mountain and sea realm. Even Xidagarba, who everyone acknowledges as the most powerful cultivator in the realm, is not considered a paragon. That might seem normal, Granny Nine said softly. After all, to become a paragon is a very, very difficult thing. However, the truth of the matter is, it defies logic. As for the reasons why such a situation has come to be, perhaps only Paragon Sea Dream knows. Meng Hao's mind trembled. That is the origin of the three great Taoist societies and the echelon. As she finished talking, she looked at Meng Hao. Godmaster sat next to her, eyes closed, unspeaking. Ling Yunzi also sat there quietly, sighing inwardly. Granny Nine then gave Meng Hao a deep look and continued. As the Nine Seas God world of the Ninth Mountain and Sea, what we can do for you is exert all our power to assist you in entering the ancient realm. Therefore, we give you authority within all areas of the sect. We will open wide the doors to all of our Taoist magics and all of our resources, and to our utmost ability, make them available to you. However, those things are secondary. The most important thing is that we will open the Like-Wind realm for you. As soon as Granny Nine mentioned the Like-Wind realm, Ling Yunzi slowly looked up, and Godmaster opened his eyes. An intense pressure weighed down on the temple as she spoke the name. Apparently, the words themselves contained some shocking power. Granny Nine lowered her voice and said, "The Like-Wind realm is a trial by fire location unique to the Nine Seas God worlds of the Mountain and Sea realm. All of the three great Taoist societies has their own unique worlds within the Mountain and Sea realm. Each and every one of the various Nine Seas God worlds, including ours, are qualified to make an appeal to open the Like-Wind realm. Over all the years, we have only proposed to do so once, for your Fang clan's first-generation patriarch. Now, after so many years have passed, we are prepared to open it a second time for you. Like-Wind realm," Meng Hao said, somewhat taken aback. He could tell that these three Tao realm experts took the matter very seriously. However, he had never heard of this Like-Wind realm before. It was completely foreign to him. Before the great catastrophe, Granny Nine explained wistfully, there were 3,000 lower realms beneath the Paragon Immortal realm. During the catastrophe, many of those 3,000 lower realms rebelled. War broke out, and in the end, almost all of them were destroyed. Only 33 realms remained complete. The Like-Wind realm was once one of the 3,000 lower realms. It was one of the rebel realms that was mostly destroyed in the Great War. The bit that remained was taken away by Paragon Sea Dream. All who live there now are the descendants of those felon citizens. Over the years, after having been continuously groomed and trained for many years, they returned to upholding many of their former traditions. They came to hold the Immortal realm in reverence and awe, and became the location of the Nine Seas God world's trial by fire. There you can experience how utterly supreme the Immortal realm was in its heyday. At this point, a strange gleam appeared in Godmaster's eyes. Even Ling Yunzi was panting as he contemplated his desire for the glories of the past. The reason why the Like-Wind realm became a location for a trial by fire, and in fact the first such location for the Nine Seas God world, is because when the Like-Wind realm was shattered, its essence was thrown into chaos. Because of that chaotic state, the area is much easier to analyze. Therefore, to cultivators, it is the perfect location to experience the sensation of essence. Granny Nine's voice seemed to contain a bizarre power as it bored into Meng Hao's ears, causing his heart to tremble ceaselessly. Essence is the door to the Tao realm, she continued slowly. Furthermore, traversing the ancient realm is the process of continually making contact with essence. That is especially true in the Like-Wind realm. The world essence can be absorbed, leading to incredible enlightenment regarding the essence power. As for you personally, you will be able to directly form Tao fruit and use the essence of that world to directly enter the ancient realm. When Meng Hao heard all of this, his mind reeled. He had learned about some of the matters of the past from Ifatzi's memories. But now that he heard Granny Nine's explanation, he understood about the Like-Wind realm. It was one of the worlds of the past. although only half of it remained, it was still a different world. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with a strange light. His path to the ancient realm had to do with nirvana fruits. Now that he knew he could use the essence of that world to form Tao fruits, he was also certain that it would be of extreme usefulness in absorbing his nirvana fruits. The Like-Wind realm will be opened for your trial by fire by us here in the 9th mountain and sea. However, the Like-Wind realm belongs to all of the 9 seas god worlds of the mountain and sea realm. Therefore, when you go in, other 9 seas god worlds will also dispatch disciples to enter. Obviously, since they are qualified to open the Like-Wind realm, they will also have arranged for qualified disciples to enter who are also in the echelon. As such, when you enter the Like-Wind realm for your trial by fire, you will likely encounter other members of the echelon from the mountain and sea realm. As she said these things, her eyes glowed with a brilliant light. If you can kill the other members of the echelon from the mountain and sea realm. However, if you aren't able to kill them, don't forget that protecting your own life is your main priority. Meng Hao looked at Granny Nine silently for a moment and then nodded. He understood that the echelon was like a brood of magical venomous insects which grew strong by preying on each other. Once you were in the echelon, only by passing through numerous deadly situations alive could one become truly powerful. Currently, the mountain and sea realm needed some extreme power. It needed a true paragon. Perhaps what it needs is not just a paragon, he thought. After all, the 3 great paragons of yesteryear were only able to preserve a small memorial to the immortal realm and thus prevent its complete destruction. Perhaps, in order to resolve all of the problems that exist, what is needed is something that exceeds a paragon. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. He saw 9 suns dragging an enormous statue. There were also 9 butterflies pulling a gigantic coffin. Although we have already begun preparations to open the Like-Wind realm, Granny Nine said calmly, we still need 3 months to be completely ready. During those 3 months, stay in the sect and prepare fully for the battles you will face. The pressure exerted by the 9th sea will put a heavy burden on you in terms of cultivation. You need to acclimate yourself to it as quickly as possible. Not only will it help you in the years to come, more importantly, the fact that the Like-Wind realm is half destroyed and its essence is in chaos means that you will find similar pressure there. Only by getting used to the pressure of the 9th sea will you be able to function normally in the Like-Wind realm. If you don't, every step you take there will be an arduous one. In addition, don't forget about our sect's Golden Gate stone steels. Each one of them represents a trial by fire. I hope that you can participate in every one of them. You must do everything possible to make yourself stronger during these coming 3 months. I hope to see your name on each one of those steels. You are in the echelon, the second of your kind throughout all the history of the 9th mountain and sea. Granny Nine waved her hand, sending a bag of holding flying out to hover in front of Meng Hao. Inside that bag of holding, you will find the first place prize for our Taoist Society's disciple recruitment event. There were many rewards, all of which are inside. Of course, the most valuable of all would be, secondarily, the ancient immortal artifact and most of all, Paragon Blood. Before entering the Like-Wind realm, you can use it to experience what intense power is truly like. How far your path stretches out ahead of you depends on your good fortune. Granny Nine gave Meng Hao a deep look that was clearly filled with hope and anticipation. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he looked silently at the bag of holding. Finally, his eyes began to shine with a bright light, and he reached out and took the bag. Then he clasped hands and bowed deeply to Granny Nine, to Godmaster, and to Ling Yunzi. He did not make any promises or utter expressions of thanks. At the moment, anything he said would be meaningless. Only by clasping hands and bowing could he express his sincerity and determination. Granny Nine's eyes glowed with praise, and Godmaster nodded. Ling Yunzi already thought well of Meng Hao, and a slight smile could be seen on his face. Go, Granny Nine said, smiling. That bag of holding also contains a jade slip key to an immortal's cave. It is there that you may practice cultivation in the coming 3 months. There is also an identity command medallion, which you can use to go anywhere in the sect. Meng Hao nodded. It was at this point that Godmaster suddenly spoke. When the demonic cultivator horde asked for you to return their disciples that you captured, all you had to do was give them back, and the problem would have been resolved. Why be so uncompromising? The old man's face was expressionless, but his eyes shone with a profound look. If the result of me returning them was a reduction in the hostility shown toward me by the demonic cultivators, then of course I would have, explained Meng Hao. However, that clearly would not have happened. Therefore, why should I return them? I can sell all of those seafood dishes for spirit stones and immortal jade, or use them as threats. He smiled. Godmaster was also smiling as he replied, "You will be safe inside the sect. However, if you go out, you must be extremely cautious. If anything untoward happens, do not hesitate to crush your command medallion. As long as you are within 1,000,000 nautical miles of the sect, I can be there within 3 breaths of time to provide aid." Then he closed his eyes and said no more. Now that he was certain about Meng Hao's personality, he firmly approved of him. Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed. He was just about to leave when all of a sudden, he stopped in place and turned back to look at the 3 old-timers. "Junior wishes to ask a question. What exactly is the reason that the sea beasts attacked me when I entered the 9th sea? Furthermore, why did I cause such an uproar among the demonic cultivators when I arrived at the 9 seas god world? Why do they hate me so much?" It almost seemed like the level of their cultivation base didn't matter. They instantly hated me so much that they couldn't live under the same sky as me. I really don't understand. Seniors, can you clear up this matter? Meng Hao looked at the 3 old-timers expectantly. He truly wished to know the answer to this question. He just didn't believe that they didn't know the answer. Considering their status in the sect, even if they had known nothing at first, a brief inquiry would have made everything clear to them. As soon as Meng Hao asked the question, both Granny Nine and Ling Yunzi smiled. As for Godmaster, he simply sat there silently with his eyes closed. "And here I thought you were going to leave without asking," the woman said with a smile. The person to respond to the question, however, was not Granny Nine, but rather Ling Yunzi. "At first," he said, "even we weren't aware of what caused the situation. After some checking, we came to find out that it was your aura which caused everything." "My aura?" asked Meng Hao, his eyes widening. He instantly discarded more than half of his previous speculations. Ling Yunzi didn't immediately provide an explanation, but instead began to describe demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators are a unique type of life form. They are not cultivators, and yet they are also not demons. They originally evolved because of the unique environment of the 9th sea. They are transmogrified life forms. They seem like cultivators, but are not. They also seem like demons, but are not. Because of that, they call themselves demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators like this can only be found in the seas of the mountain and sea realm. As for the sea beasts you encountered out in the 9th sea, they simply have not completely transmogrified and are not quite sentient. However, give them enough time, and they all have the potential to become demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators call themselves a horde and are extremely xenophobic. Although they are physically different from the sea beasts, they consider themselves to be all part of the same horde. Even the other sea beasts which have not yet awakened to sentience are still viewed as family. If you harm one of their family members, even a single one, then they will be able to sense that from your aura. In fact, many of them have bloodline connections to other sea beasts. Because of this, it's not hard to imagine why, in reality, the rulers of the 9th sea are not cultivators, but them. As Meng Hao listened, his jaw slowly dropped and his eyes went wide. He had considered virtually all possibilities, and yet nothing he had thought of had anything remotely to do with this. The truth of the matter was far, far less complicated than anything he had come up with. It wasn't about the League of Demon Sealers, or the black-colored spirit immortal stones, or some long-standing enmity with the Fang clan, or some situation in which he threatened someone's power. Meng Hao smiled wryly as he realized the truth of the matter. Once they become demonic cultivators, continued Ling Yunzi, they are actually not very different from cultivators. In fact, in many aspects they are more powerful than us. In their cultivation, they can achieve immortal ascension, can enter the ancient realm, and can step into the Tao realm. Throughout the years, many demonic cultivators have left this area and gone out to other locations in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, even to other planets. There, they reproduced, giving birth to countless successive generations of their kind. Unfortunately, though, it is only in the Ninth Sea that the beasts can gain sentience and then become demonic cultivators. In other locations, such a thing is impossible. Regardless of that, however, the sea beasts in the oceans of the other planets are all descended from the Ninth Sea. As such, they are all fellow Horde members, and many of them are even related by blood. When Ling Yunzi saw Meng Hao's wry smile, a strange expression appeared on his face. He and the other two old-timers hadn't expected a reaction like this. "I understand," said Meng Hao, sighing. "All seafood under heaven is one big family," he said, musing about how unfair the whole situation was for him. He was now certain that all of the countless sea beasts he had killed back in the Milky Way Sea on planet South Heaven were definitely fellow Horde members of the demonic cultivators here. But how could he possibly have known back then that this would be the result? Although the sea beasts were separated by a huge distance, and even multiple generations, and were obviously much weaker than the demonic cultivators here, it was impossible for them to change their blood. If he had, like the average cultivator, only killed a few in the occasional random encounter, it most likely wouldn't have caused any stir in the Ninth Sea or the Nine Seas God world. Demonic cultivators were like ordinary cultivators. They wouldn't start a blood feud because of a handful of non-sentient fellow Horde members. But Meng Hao had not just killed a few random sea creatures. He had killed almost all of the sea beasts in the Milky Way Sea. To the demonic cultivators, that was almost like a genocide of an entire branch of one of their bloodlines. Even he wasn't sure how many demon hearts he had acquired back then. It wasn't even possible to count how many sea beasts had died because of him. However many, it was enough to completely and utterly contaminate him with an indescribable aura. It was easy to imagine the reaction of the demonic cultivators to anyone who showed up in the Ninth Sea with an aura like that. Meng Hao was now feeling somewhat depressed. Were it some other reason, he could probably figure out a way to change things. After all, this was the Ninth Sea, and he had no desire to have blood enmity with the demonic cultivators. This was a matter of aura, and the ability of the fellow Horde members to sense each other. In their view, Meng Hao's hands were soaked in blood, and it was something he couldn't do anything about. "Can the aura be covered over?" he asked. "Unfortunately, this type of aura cannot be concealed," replied Ling Yunzi, sighing. "The only thing you can do is be extra careful. Try not to leave the sect. Unfortunately, it is something we could never have predicted. How could we ever have imagined that you would be infected with an aura as strong as this?" Ling Yunzi was also feeling a bit down. "The true masters of the Ninth Sea are the demonic cultivators," Granny Nine said slowly. "Although the Nine Seas God world holds sway here, if you trace things back to the beginning, we essentially forced our way in. However, legend has it that the whole reason the demonic cultivators could achieve sentience to begin with has to do with Paragon Sea Dream. Because of that, we have coexisted throughout the years and have come to accept each other. Furthermore, the demonic cultivator horde is a faction of the Nine Seas God world, both here in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, and in the other Nine Seas God worlds in the other mountains and seas. Don't let yourself worry about it too much. The demonic cultivator horde is a part of the Nine Seas God world, and as such must adhere to the rules of the sect. Everything is done for the echelon, therefore, you can simply view this matter as another trial by fire." Meng Hao sighed. All he could do now was nod his head, clasp hands, and bow. Then he turned and left the temple hall. As he walked out and stood there atop the mountain, a cold wind sprang up. He looked off into the distance and, from this elevation, could see most of the Nine Seas God world. "Well, might as well not worry about it. I can't resolve the problem, so it's not worth stewing over." He pulled out the jade slip key from his bag of holding and scanned it with divine sense. Immediately a map of the Ninth Sea God world appeared. After perusing the map, he found the Immortal's cave the three old-timers had arranged for him. It was near the central district, between two mountain ranges. He put the jade slip away, took a step forward, and then transformed into a brilliant beam of light that shot rumbling through the air toward his immortal's cave. As he sped through the air, he encountered various disciples of the Nine Seas God world. If they were cultivators, they would raise an eyebrow, clearly having recognized who he was. If they were demonic cultivators, then as soon as they saw him, they visibly restrained themselves, their eyes shining with intense hatred and killing intent. Meng Hao simply kept his gaze fixed straight ahead as he sped along. He went faster and faster, and after about an hour, arrived in the region of his immortal's cave. When he looked around, the first things that stood out were two mountain ranges that looked like dragons, stretching out far and wide. In the middle of the mountains was a huge cliff that seemed to have been formed by a seismic upheaval. Water flowed over the edge of the cliff, transforming into a towering waterfall. Rumbling rose up from the base of the waterfall, along with massive quantities of water vapor that spread out in all directions, causing a curtain of mist to obscure the area. The water at the bottom formed a crystalline, blue pool. The energy of heaven and earth was very strong in the area. Next to the pool of water was a two-story residence. The entire area was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the singing of birds. It was like a celestial garden, filled with exotic plants and flowers, whose fragrance filled the canyon-like area surrounding the pool of water. Cliffs rose up on all sides like impassable obstacles. Even though his place was almost in the center of the Nine Seas God world, it was secluded and peaceful. Furthermore, considering that the residence was built into the cliff face, it was easy to imagine that it was far larger than its outward appearance. In fact, deep inside the cliff there would definitely be chambers carved into the stone. As soon as Meng Hao laid eyes on it, he was thoroughly pleased. His body flashed as he flew down past the waterfall and landed next to the pool of water. Numerous animals in the area were startled and scattered in all directions. The grass and plants swayed gently at the disturbance, causing a fragrant aroma to fill the air. The sound of the falling waterfall instantly lifted Meng Hao's spirits. "This place is great," he thought, looking around contentedly. He walked over to the residence and looked around with increasing satisfaction, then let out a light. He raised his right hand and performed an incantation gesture, then pointed out. His gesture caused a wind to spring up toward a stone stele located in front of the residence. When the wind touched the stele, it shuddered. Next, a glowing shield sprang up to cover the entire area. The sky up above was sealed off, and the waterfall was interrupted. No more water fell down, and water began to build up on the shield. Soon, it looked like a second pool of water, floating in the air up above. The sides of this new pool were formed by the cliff faces, and its bottom was the shield. When he saw it, Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly as he realized that this was the ultimate location for secluded meditation. It was completely cut off from the world and also totally safe. In the same moment that Meng Hao was looking around contentedly at his immortal's cave in the Nine Seas God world, far, far away, something happened in the starry sky. That place was not located in the mountain and sea realm. Furthermore, it was a location outside of the 33 heavens. It was located in a different starry sky. Visible was a projection of an ancient landmass. It was so enormous that it was impossible to describe, and it hung there in the void, emanating constant and endless pressure. Within this projected world was a huge coffin, as well as 9 beautiful, colorful butterflies. Surrounding the coffin was an endless sea of people, all prostrating themselves in worship. In front of the crowds of people were 3 young women who were indescribably beautiful. Their eyes were filled with both hope and reminiscence as they looked at the coffin, and then down at the land beneath their feet. In front of the 3 young women was an old man wearing a black robe. At his back was the illusory image of an ancient tree. Currently, his 2 hands were held aloft, and he was shouting loudly up into the air. It sounded like some sort of curse, although it was impossible to hear exactly what he was saying. It didn't take long, however, for a mass of black mist to appear in front of him. It roiled and seethed, emanating a strong aura of death. "I found it. Almost. If it is used just one more time, I'll be able to locate it." After a long moment, the old man coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body seemed to wither. The tree behind him also withered, as if he had just spent a huge amount of life force to speak those words. It wasn't just him who paid the price to speak the words. Everyone in the sea of people around him also spit up mouthfuls of blood. The 9 butterflies trembled, and of the 4 wings they each possessed, 2 fell off. In another location within the same void in which that world projection existed, was yet another boundlessly majestic projection of a world. Within that world existed a huge statue of a man. In that world, there were 9 suns. At the foot of the statue was a young man wearing a white robe. If you looked closely, you would see that he looked exactly like the statue. He shook his head and smiled. Mother was right. Those who are reborn are always more eager than those who have already returned. The people of the mountain and sea realm had no way of seeing what was happening outside of their realm. Back in the 9 seas god world, in the valley between the 2 mountain ranges, the pool of water continued to build up above the shield. At the same time, a figure stepped out noiselessly from within the residence. Meng Hao had sensed this person earlier, and as such, his expression did not change when the young boy walked out. He looked to be about 7 or 8 years old, wore a red robe and had a completely expressionless face. As soon as he stepped out, he clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao. "What an incredible puppet," Meng Hao murmured, walking up to the boy and looking him over. The boy looked almost as if he had been carved out of a lustrous piece of rare jade. Meng Hao reached his hand out and pressed it down onto the puppet. Immediately, an additional puppet mnemonic appeared in his mind. This Immortal's cave must be completely unique within the 9 seas god world. The thought, only a place like this could be suitable for such a puppet. Whenever I have to deal with cultivation resources, I can just send him out to handle things. Furthermore, it looks like he has battle prowess equivalent to a stage 7 immortal. Meng Hao was very pleased. This Immortal's cave far exceeded any other Immortal's cave he had ever lived in. Regardless of whether or not the pool of water was being fed by the waterfall, it was as blue and crystalline as ever. Furthermore, the pond itself was actually made, not from fresh water but salt water. "How considerate of them," he said. Then he waved his hand, instantly causing the 33 demonic cultivators to fly out of his bag of holding and splash into the pool. Before they could even react, he performed an incantation gesture and then waved his finger. Popping sounds rang out as all of the 33 demonic cultivators were sealed. All of them reverted to their original forms, whereupon they spun and began to howl at Meng Hao in rage. "Shut up," he growled. His voice echoed out like thunder, instantly causing all of the demonic cultivators to tremble. Moments later, everything was quiet. The demonic cultivators now looked like sea beasts, but they were still glaring angrily at Meng Hao. That was especially true of the gigantic shell, which had now cracked open to reveal a pair of venomous eyes staring out at him. There was also a huge sea turtle who looked especially fierce. In addition to those 2, there was a big shrimp, a crab, a seahorse, and others. Meng Hao looked them over, and then a grotesque idea suddenly popped up in his head. This pool of water almost looks like a giant pot. If I heated the water up? He swallowed, then quickly shoved the wicked idea away. However, it was in that moment that the demonic cultivators, who had just quieted down moments ago, suddenly lost control and began to roar again. A few of them even tried to charge at Meng Hao in attack. With a cold harumph, Meng Hao waved his hand, causing all of them to tremble, as if great pressure were weighing down on them. It was impossible for them to escape from within the pool of water. So once again, the sound of vehement curses rose up into the air. Ignoring them, Meng Hao waved his right finger, causing a strand of the essence of divine flame to fly out from his immortal meridians. It landed in the water, and in the blink of an eye the water began to bubble. Meng Hao cleared his throat and then somewhat embarrassedly said, "If you don't keep your voices down, there are no guarantees that I won't boil you up and have a taste." His words, combined with the fact that the water in the pool was rapidly getting hotter, caused the demonic cultivators to tremble. They looked at Meng Hao, not with hatred, but rather terror and shock. They had never imagined that Meng Hao would actually boil them into a stew. Seeing that the demonic cultivators had quieted down, Meng Hao waved a hand, retracting the strand of the essence of divine flame. The water temperature in the pool instantly began to lower. "That's better. Now," he said earnestly, "remember to be good and do as you're told. You people owe me money and can't pay it back. That was why you handed yourselves over to me. Now, I'm going to provide you with a master to help you learn how to achieve your goal, which is to sell yourselves." With that, he slapped his bag of holding, causing the parrot to shoot out in a beam of black light. The tinkling sound of a bell could be heard, along with a torrent of squawks. "Lord Fifth is out. Lord Fifth swears to never go back into that bag of holding. Lord Fifth is free. Lord Fifth is going to..." Even in midst of its tirade, Lord Fifth suddenly looked down at all the demonic cultivators in the pool of water. The bell-form meat jelly was also in the midst of howling in rage, when suddenly it realized the parrot had grown silent. It too looked down at the demonic cultivators. After staring for a moment, the meat jelly, trying to be helpful, said, "Maybe they're taking a bath together?" The parrot flew around in a circle, looking closely at the situation, and then roared, "Moron! Idiot! Can't you see he's making some seafood stew? They're not taking a bath. Damn it! How come none of this seafood has fur?" Meng Hao cleared his throat and then addressed the meat jelly. "These are all bullies. You can count if you want. There are three bullies. I caught them and brought them here for you to practice your divine ability of converting people." The meat jelly quivered with excitement as it counted. When it was done, it looked over at Meng Hao as if he were the best person in the whole world. In the meat jelly's opinion, it had never met a master who treated it as well as Meng Hao did. Meng Hao smiled slightly, as if the two of them were best friends. Then he glanced over at the parrot and glared threateningly. "I'll pay handsomely for every one of these seafood dishes that you can get to behave. For each one, I'll find one extremely furry creature for you. If you can train them all, then later, I'll split subsequent profits with you 30/70. When the parrot heard the words extremely furry, it instantly got very excited. It suddenly began to visualize all sorts of extremely furry creatures, and that only increased its enthusiasm. It immediately agreed to Meng Hao's proposal. Meng Hao promptly ignored the parrot and meat jelly as they began to torment the demonic cultivators. He was sure that, considering how strong they were, getting the demonic cultivator seafood dishes in line wasn't an impossibility for them. "Then there's that wench Su Yen," he thought. "I'll wait a few more days and then hand her over to the parrot and meat jelly for education. I just can't believe that she'll continue to hold out after that." Having made up his mind, he entered the residence. The residence itself wasn't very large. However, there was a stone door on the second floor. Behind the stone door were 3 chambers, each of which were relatively large. After examining them, Meng Hao muttered to himself for a moment. Then, eyes glittering, he slapped his bag of holding, causing 30 black beetles to fly out, 10 for each chamber. Glancing thoughtfully at the ghost eyes on their backs, he thought, "I heard Su Yen call these things ghost eye beetles. They like eating spirit immortal stones. Well then, I might as well give them some more to eat, and see what kind of ghost eye appears in the end." He had come up with this idea some time ago, so, clenching his teeth, he didn't hesitate any further. He hated losing spirit immortal stones, but he also knew that, on the path of cultivation, you had to lose some to win some. He waved his hand, causing 30 spirit immortal stones to fly out into the 3 chambers. Instantly, the ghost eye beetles went mad, clawing their way forward to grab the stones. He threw out 1 stone per beetle in order to prevent them from fighting too much. After all, he only had 500 ghost eye beetles, and wanted to avoid a situation in which they killed each other. It didn't take long for the ghost eye beetles to consume the spirit immortal stones, after which they sat there motionless. However, their auras grew wildly stronger and their bodies grew tougher, as if they were in the process of absorbing energy from the stones they had swallowed. After a moment of consideration, he decided that since the ghost eye beetles were taking some time to absorb energy, he would make use of the puppet boy. Summoning him over, He handed some spirit immortal stones over, and then left some divine will instructions that the puppet continue to feed the stones to the beetles as necessary. Then he left the stone chambers and sat down cross-legged on the second floor of the residence. He took a deep breath, and determination gleamed in his eyes as he extended his right hand. Immediately a bag of holding appeared, which he scanned with divine sense. He saw quite a collection of spirit stones and immortal jade, as well as an incense burner. The incense burner had an ancient feel to it, as though its aura was filled with years of time. This thing must be the immortal artifact that Patriarch Granny 9 mentioned, he thought. Ignoring it for the moment, he excitedly searched through the bag of holding to find the most precious item it contained. A jade vial. The vial was only the size of a pinky finger, and it contained a drop of red fluid. It was none other than Paragon's blood. He carefully retrieved the vial from the bag of holding, then placed it onto his palm. Panting, he thought back to the 3 great Taoist societies' trial by fire, and how he had taken first place. For some reason it seemed like a very, very long time ago. I finally got my prize. But I wonder which paragon did this blood come from? Was it the white-robed sea dream, or was it immortal ancient? Or could it be from Paragon 9 seals? He took a deep breath, and without any further hesitation, opened the jade vial. Instead of pouring the paragon's blood out, he slowly sent his divine sense into the vial. Almost as soon as his divine sense made contact with the paragon's blood, a bloody mist rose up. In the blink of an eye, it swept back through his divine sense toward him. He was shocked, but he didn't waver. Gritting his teeth, he sat in place without moving. That strand of blood mist bored into his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. In the same moment, he closed the jade vial, ensuring that the rest of the paragon's blood remained inside. His action just now had used up only about 30%. However, even that 30% of the drop of Paragon's blood transformed into a massive power that surged madly through his body. Blue veins popped out on his face, and his whole body shook. The blood mist transformed into millions of strands which bored into his immortal meridians. Gradually, the vague power of a Tao fruit began to form. Moments later, it collapsed, battering around inside of Meng Hao's body. Shaken, he quickly produced a nirvana fruit and pushed it into his forehead. In that moment, the tens of millions of strands inside of him all seemed to have found their exit. His body shook, and his aura exploded upward. All of his immortal chi was unleashed. His energy surged as the nirvana fruit apparently began to fuse into his blood vessels and chi passageways. If he absorbed it completely, that would indicate that he had fused successfully with the nirvana fruit. That would also mean that he would rise up in his position in the immortal realm and would be incredibly close to being able to remain in the immortal emperor realm eternally. Time passed one breath at a time. He had long since passed the usual time limit for the nirvana fruit. However, after enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, he still sat there, nirvana fruit fully absorbed. He opened his eyes, grabbed the jade vial, and was about to open it, but then hesitated. The hundreds of thousands of strands inside of him were growing dimmer and would rapidly vanish. Unfortunately, the nirvana fruit still wasn't completely fused with him, not even by half. In terms of percentages, then, as of this moment, the nirvana fruit seemed to be about 1% fused. Even if I completely absorbed this entire sample of Paragon's blood, he thought, then at most I could achieve a 4% absorption. It's not that the Paragon's blood isn't strong, nor that it's fake. Rather, this drop of blood is simply too diluted. Who knows how many dilutions it's gone through? He sighed inwardly. He knew that even if the 3 great Taoist societies did have complete specimens of Paragon's blood, they would still be incredibly scarce. There was no way they would give him a complete drop. It was true that he was in the echelon. However, taking a broad view, it was impossible to say whether or not another echelon member might come along in the future. Although the 3 great Taoist societies valued him, they couldn't possibly give him undiluted Paragon's blood. Even a highly diluted drop could still be considered a precious treasure. From the very beginning, all they had agreed to give him was some paragon's blood. They had never said that it would be complete. If I could get a complete, full drop, then I'm certain that after absorbing it, I would then be able to completely fuse with the nirvana fruit. And I would truly be an immortal emperor. Desire gleamed in Meng Hao's eyes as he thought about the possibility of being able to eternally retain a cultivation base that exceeded the immortal realm paragon. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his eyes shone brightly. Not complete. Well then, I'll just have to create my own complete drop of paragon's blood. Gritting his teeth, he slowly pulled the copper mirror out of his bag of holding. He was of course concerned about how much it might cost him. In fact, he wasn't even sure if the copper mirror was powerful enough to duplicate the paragon's blood. However, determination filled his face as he looked at the copper mirror for a moment, then placed the vial of paragon's blood on its surface. Immediately, the vial began to sink down into the mirror. Then, the mirror suddenly went berserk in a way it never had before. It shook wildly, flying out of Meng Hao's hands and up into the air. Brilliant beams of light shot out in all directions, along with a shocking aura. In the blink of an eye, the entire residence was inundated by a terrifying aura, which began to spread further out. If nothing was done about the spreading of this aura, it would go on to fill the entire Nine Seas God world, and the entire Ninth Sea. From there it would spread out to fill all of the Ninth Mountain and Sea, and eventually, the entirety of the mountain and sea realm. Outside the residence, the parrot was flying proudly through the air, looking extremely excited at the prospect of how happy its life would be after it exchanged all of the seafood for furry beasts. Having reached this point in its train of thought, it immediately turned to all of the demonic cultivators and roared, "Now listen well to Lord Fifth, all of you." However, before it could even finish speaking, a tremor suddenly ran through its body, as if some incredible power had suddenly sucked it dry. It withered rapidly, causing it to gape in shock. It suddenly turned to look toward Meng Hao in the residence, clearly astonished. Then it let out the most shrill, anxious squawk that it had ever uttered since it had begun to follow Meng Hao. It was usually quite calm and collected. It had never reacted this strongly to anything, not even when it ran into the most luxuriantly furred or feathered creatures. It seemed so nervous that it might collapse at any moment, as if the sky were about to fall or the entire world was about to explode. "He's still alive!" the parrot shrieked. Then it shot toward the residence at top speed, looking completely flustered. It went so fast that numerous feathers were stripped off of it, falling to the ground. Its body shivered with unprecedented terror. Inside the residence, Meng Hao's eyes widened at the intensity of the aura, an aura that seemed to either ignore or trample upon all natural laws. It was vastly domineering, as if the heavens and the starry sky both might be crushed by its terrifying energy. Suddenly, he could hear a pulsating voice murmuring from within the mirror. It was archaic, seemingly stretching out from ancient times, causing his mind to reel. All of a sudden, countless images flickered in his eyes. Of all those various images, there were only 3 that he could see clearly. The rest were flickering blurs. However, the 3 images he could see caused his scalp to go numb, and his expression to fill with a look of disbelief and utter astonishment. The first image was that of the heavens and a starless sky. It was a picture of chaos. There were no heavenly bodies, only emptiness. Then, a beam of light appeared, shooting along at top speed. Within the flickering light, shockingly, was the copper mirror. As it flew along, the surface of the mirror flickered. Immediately a heavenly body appeared off to the side. It proceeded along. One after another heavenly body appeared without pause. In the end, its flickering caused the starry sky to appear, as if it were creating whole worlds. It continued on without stop, as if there were no end to its movement. Eventually, however, it vanished, having created innumerable stretches of starry sky that formed countless worlds. Meng Hao's mind reeled with shock. The second image he saw was of the uncountable entities which inhabited the various heavenly bodies and worlds that had been created. They were not cultivators, but rather a vast multitude of indescribable living things. Some looked like beasts, others were liquid. Some were made of gas, and others were made of metal or stone. There seemed to be an infinite variety, and they were all currently engaged in a chaotic battle. All of these entities were far, far more powerful than Meng Hao. They were in the Dao realm. Meng Hao could scarcely even comprehend how there could be so many Dao realm entities. There were simply too many, and they were all fighting each other, fighting to acquire one object. That object was none other than a copper mirror. Their battling gave rise to countless indescribable ripples. All of a sudden, the copper mirror trembled, and two pearls shot out from it, one black, one white. Each pearl then sped off in a different direction. Meng Hao could now see that actually, those two pearls had previously been inlaid on opposite sides of the mirror. The pearls were not the primary components, but rather just subordinate objects belonging to the copper mirror. Even still, they emanated an aura that left Meng Hao feeling completely suffocated, as though the two pearls contained an indescribable, paramount power. And yet, despite that incredible power, they were still subordinates to the mirror. They were mere secondary objects. In the third image, Meng Hao saw another world. It was a world filled with corpses that had lain in place for innumerable years. The whole world felt like a graveyard. A beam of light flew along, within which was the copper mirror. The mirror was just passing by, and yet, as soon as it appeared, something happened which caused Meng Hao's scalp to tingle. He saw the corpses, rising up one by one. Flesh grew anew, and the blink of an eye they were resurrected. Their eyes were filled with madness, and even more so, hope. It was as if they had been waiting for ages for this very moment. Suddenly, a hand shot up, a hand that was mostly white bone, upon which flesh and blood was rapidly forming. The instant it appeared, blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and his mind trembled. The feeling he got from that hand was a feeling he had only ever gotten from one other cultivator. And that person was the white-robed Paragon Sea Dream. Except, from what Meng Hao could sense, the power of that hand exceeded that of Paragon Sea Dream. It stretched out toward the copper mirror and made a grasping motion. That grasping motion caused the starry sky to be crushed, as if the hand could shrink down the stars and the heavens until they were tiny items that rested in its palm. At that point, the vision ended. Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the images faded away. This copper mirror, where does it come from? He thought. He felt as if his whole world had been turned upside down. He looked down at the copper mirror and the vial of Paragon's blood, which was still sinking down into the mirror. Most shocking of all to Meng Hao was that once again, he could see that the surface of the copper mirror was not complete. It was shattered and only had one piece in place. How could he possibly forget how he had helped the mirror to acquire that piece in the ancient demon Immortal sect? Everything that happened takes some time to describe, but actually happened in a flash. It was at this point that the parrot suddenly appeared, and then sped into the mirror itself. The copper mirror trembled, and the light shining out grew even more intense. At this point, the vial of Paragon's blood finally vanished inside. The terrifying aura ceased to spread out, and instead remained only inside of the residence. After about 10 breaths of time passed, it faded away completely, returning to the copper mirror, after which it could not be detected. After the aura faded away, the parrot emerged. It was emaciated, as if it had just undergone an indescribably desperate ordeal. It smiled wryly as it looked at Meng Hao, then flopped noisily to the ground. After a moment, it struggled to rise up and fly, but could only lay there, panting. Seeing the parrot in this condition caused Meng Hao to think of the images he had just seen, and he couldn't help but ask, "If I hadn't placed that Paragon's blood onto the mirror?" The parrot gaped for a moment. Sounding astonished, it replied, "What's it got to do with you? I was just careless and didn't notice that someone was using some magic on this mirror. If the copper mirror wasn't used, then it wouldn't matter. But once it was used, no matter what you duplicate, it will..." Ha! About halfway through speaking, the parrot suddenly seemed to come to its senses. It rolled its eyes shiftily and squawked, That's right. Damn it. It's you. It's all because of you. You owe me now. At the same time that the parrot was berating Meng how something was happening outside of the mountain and sea realm, outside of the 33 heavens. Far out in the void of the starry sky, in the middle of the world projection with the huge coffin, an archaic voice filled with excitement and determination suddenly echoed out to fill the entire world. "I've found it. It's there. Right there. After all these years, hope has finally appeared. Clan of gods, prepare to send orders down. It is time to wage war. In order to awaken our clan's underworld god, we will once again go to war with the paragon immortal realm." As the ancient voice echoed out, the world projection began to shake. At the same time, the three women who stood near the coffin exchanged glances, then nodded to each other silently. In that instant, the entire world projection began to grow blurry. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from within the void of the heavens. Unleash the power of the world. Employ the maximum possible speed of our god realm's true form to travel there, in order to let our true world descend. The voices of the three women echoed out into the void, filled with a decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. Almost in the same moment that the world projection vanished, the three women decided that war should begin. Thus, they caused their own world to approach from its distant location, something that would take time. In another location in the heavens was another world, the world with the 9 suns and the enormous statue. It was not real but rather a projection in much the same way that the world the three women were in was a projection. The true worlds were actually in a location far, far away. In that projected world of 9 suns, a decisive, sinister voice was also speaking, the voice of a woman. It will take hundreds of years for the other side to arrive. It's the same for us. This time, spare no cost. We must succeed. The woman's voice was venomous, and seemed to be filled with a coldness and disregard for all living beings other than those that currently surrounded her. As it echoed out, the world of 9 suns gradually began to distort, and then vanish. Meanwhile, back in the mountain and sea realm, in the 9th mountain and sea, Meng Hao was completely oblivious to all of these things. He was currently frowning at the parrot. Finally, he gave a cold harumph. Although he had felt a bit guilty before about what happened, seeing the parrot now caused him to glare angrily. Before he could say anything, however, the parrot blinked, cleared its throat, and then flapped its wings as it flew up into the air. The copper mirror seemed to have lost any ability to float or fly, and clanked to the ground. The parrot flew out of the residence, seemingly without a care in the world. However, deep in its heart was a mass of anxiety. Calamity is coming. I screwed up. I never would have thought the other 2 powers would be so persistent. Screw it, I don't care anymore. In any case, Meng Hao is the master of the mirror this time, so it has nothing to do with Lord Fifth. Worst case scenario, I'll flee and sleep for a while again. Finally, the parrot cleared its thoughts, pushing away all these vexatious worries. Its eyes then began to shine brightly as it looked at the demonic cultivators in the pool of water. Once again it began to envision swapping them for numerous furry concubines, and the blissful days that would ensue. Ha ha ha! Lord Fifth is back. Now all of you listen up and behave. Lord Fifth is going to teach you a song. The parrot whistled through the air toward the group of demonic cultivators. Come, come, let's sing together. The name of this little tune is, I'm a Good Little Seafood Dish. If you sing well, Lord Fifth has a reward waiting for you. Back in the residence, Meng Hao was frowning. Although the parrot had made light of what had happened, Meng Hao had practiced cultivation for many years, and was adept at analyzing matters. Everything he had seen regarding the copper mirror, plus the parrot's expression, filled him with a sense of foreboding. I'm afraid. Something really bad is going to happen, he murmured. He looked at the copper mirror and thought back to the 3 images he had seen. Finally, he took a deep breath. More than ever, he felt that the origin of the copper mirror was shrouded in some incredibly profound mystery. Just where did it come from? Other than duplicating things, it definitely has other magical divine abilities that I don't know of. It seems everyone wants it, even the most powerful experts. They'll do anything to win it. Well, then, what exactly is it? Perhaps Mountain and Sea Mirror isn't its real name. If the copper mirror is so mysterious and so powerful, then why did it end up broken? Also, who broke it? And why? One question after another popped up in Meng Hao's mind, seemingly without any train of logic connecting them. After a long moment of thought, his eyes flickered with bright light. Regardless of what mysteries lie within the copper mirror, or where it came from, I have it now. Therefore, I will inevitably be involved in whatever quarrels erupt over it. Based on my current cultivation base, if something like that happens, I'll most likely be killed. I wouldn't be able to lift a hand against the people who want it. Therefore, the most important thing for me now is still cultivation. Only by becoming stronger and more powerful can I have a chance of surviving through whatever struggles are coming in the future. That's the only way that I can ensure that my own Tao will continue on. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind and heart. When he opened them again, he made a grasping motion, causing the copper mirror to fly into his hand. He looked at it for a moment, then, without any further hesitation, pulled out some spirit stones and immortal jade and began to feed them into the mirror. He did not give up on his original idea, which was to duplicate the Paragon's blood. With enough Paragon's blood, I can get a full, complete drop. Something like that is incredibly rare and will help me to successfully absorb that first nirvana fruit. He took a deep breath, and his eyes gleamed with passion. The path to the ancient realm lay before him, and the only way to be qualified to open the door to that path was to absorb and fuse all 4 of the nirvana fruits he possessed. Then he could strike the ancient bell and light his soul lamps. He would use the flame of his life force like the wind of the world to extinguish each of his soul lamps in turn. Thus he would achieve a realm in which the lamps were snuffed out, yet he still lived. One spirit stone after another sank into the copper mirror. It was like a black hole that could gobble up spirit stones indefinitely. However, flickering light could be seen with each spirit stone it ate up. As the rate of flickering increased, Meng Hao appeared calm on the outside, but his heart was twisted in knots. Although he was used to how the copper mirror devoured spirit stones, and also used to how he would often acquire a huge sum of spirit stones only to obediently feed them into the copper mirror. Even so, he was still torn. His heart hurt, and gradually, he simply couldn't remain calm anymore. All of the spirit stones he had acquired from the 3 great Taoist societies' trial by fire disappeared into the copper mirror, leaving his face completely ashen. His eyes were bright red, and yet, like a gambling addict, he continued to throw in spirit stones. The copper mirror glowed with increasingly intense light until finally, a second identical vial of Paragon's bloods appeared. He let out a long breath. He was shaken, but shook off the urge to mourn his spirit stones and looked the 2 vials over closely, then began to laugh uproariously. If Granny 9 and the others could see these 2 vials, they would be shocked beyond belief. In fact, they might even go mad and unleash an unprecedented catastrophe. They were identical. Both the vial itself and the blood inside were completely identical. This was almost like creating something from nothing, a mystical scene of something appearing from thin air that filled Meng Hao's heart with incredible excitement. Also, he was now able to tell for certain that after acquiring that fragment of the mirror's face from the ancient demon Immortal sect, the duplicating powers of the mirror had actually become stronger. Things that previously could not be duplicated were now possible to duplicate. Meng Hao could even sense that one day, if all the fragments of the mirror were brought together and the mirror was whole, then he could even duplicate the heavens or an entire world realm. He could duplicate anything. His heart pounded rapidly, and a brilliant gleam appeared in his eyes. However, at the same time, his heart remained vigilant. He knew that if anyone found out that he had this mirror, it would mean a huge catastrophe for him. Actually, that was something he had long since been very well aware of. From the moment he had acquired the copper mirror and discovered its function, when he had first started down the path of cultivation, he had always borne that in mind. After packing away the duplicate vial of Paragon's blood, He used the original to continue duplicating. Time passed by slowly. During the 3 days that passed, Meng Hao acted as if he were bedeviled, constantly feeding spirit stones and immortal jade into the copper mirror. Outside of the residence, the sound of singing echoed up into the air. The voices sounded disgruntled and not very willing to sing, but Meng Hao didn't even notice it. He was completely focused on the copper mirror and the paragon's blood. When he ran out of spirit stones completely, he used immortal jade. Eventually, he ended up duplicating 7 portions of paragon's blood. Finally, he ran out of immortal jade. By that point, his eyes were crimson. He waved his hand, sending his identity command medallion flying out into the hands of the puppet boy, who by now had gone outside to wait for further orders. In compliance Meng Hao's divine will, he immediately flew away as if he were sentient. He passed through the shield and the pool it had formed to act as Meng Hao's representative in procuring cultivation resources from the 9 Seas God world. The 3 old-timers had promised Meng Hao that all of the resources in the 9 Seas God world were open to him. Although they hadn't agreed to literally give him anything he wanted, it was still an unprecedented guarantee when it came to cultivation. Not too much time passed before the puppet boy returned with a bag of holding. Immediately, Meng Hao resumed duplicating the paragon's blood. He would do anything in his power to fulfill his desire of fully absorbing the nirvana fruits. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed, and Meng Hao barely ever set foot outside. All he did was work on duplicating the paragon's blood. Soon, he didn't have 7 portions but rather 50. That much paragon's blood was something that even the 9 Seas God world would have a hard time coming up with. Furthermore, Meng Hao had laid his hands on a virtual sea of spirit stones and immortal jade. He didn't even calculate how much it was in total, mostly because he didn't dare to. If he did, the pain in his heart would surely cause him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Still not enough, he thought, his eyes completely bloodshot. He waved his hand, sending the puppet boy out once again to get some cultivation resources. This time, the puppet boy didn't come back as quickly as he had before. Meng Hao waited for a while, and when he still didn't return, had no choice but to rise to his feet. Just when he was about to walk out of the residence, his face flickered as he looked toward the leftmost stone chamber of secluded meditation. Almost in the moment that he looked over, rumbling sounds echoed out from within the stone chamber. Next, the stone door shook, and a huge crack appeared in its surface, as if some incredibly powerful force were smashing against it from inside. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he used the power of the life-death hex to peer into the stone chamber. What he saw was that, where before there had been 10 ghost eye beetles, now there were none. Shockingly, an enormous eye had appeared inside the chamber in their stead. The eye was surrounded by 10 tentacles, which whipped around rapidly. There was also a black glow that radiated out from it, which repeatedly slammed into the stone door. Upon closer examination, it was possible to see that inside of the ghost eye was a tiny pitch-black imp, sitting there cross-legged. The imp had no eyes, a huge mouth, and strangest of all, it had a black carapace on its back. Apparently, the bizarre ghost eye was actually created by the black-shelled imp. Meng Hao's eye widened as he also realized that, all of a sudden, his life-death hex was losing its grip, almost in the same moment that the life-death hex was weakening. A huge boom could be heard as the stone door collapsed. The ghost eye burst out, emitting a piercing, deafening shriek that echoed out in all directions. The ghost eye then proceeded to charge directly toward Meng Hao, as if to consume him. The stone door collapsed further, transforming into a haze of fragments that blasted toward Meng Hao. Amidst the flying rubble was the ghost eye, screaming as it charged in attack. Apparently it wanted to consume or possess him. There was also a blast of cold air from within the stone chamber. In his peripheral vision, Meng Hao could see that frost had built up inside, as if it were the dead of winter. Even more shocking was that the frost was green. It's poisonous. Meng Hao was a bit shocked by the weakening of the life-death hex. However, in the blink of an eye, he had recovered his composure. Eyes flickering, he did nothing to evade, but instead, waved his hand out in front of him. Instantly, his immortal meridians surged, and immortal power erupted. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the stone door shattered completely, transforming into nothing more than ash. However, before it could dissipate, it began to spin around, becoming a whirlwind of ash with the ghost eye at its center. The wind screamed around the ghost eye, seemingly on the verge of completely destroying it. After all, the wind was filled with Meng Hao's immortal power, which could even shake the peak of the immortal realm. It happened so fast that it was already over before it could even be described with words. In the blink of an eye, the windstorm surrounded the ghost eye. In turn, mysterious light began to emanate out of it. Not a beam, but a halo that spread out in all directions. When the light met the windstorm was rapidly dissolved. A moment later, the ghost eye charged out, screaming as it closed in on Meng Hao. Interesting, he thought. He could sense that the life-death hex was continuing to weaken, but actually wasn't really paying attention to that. Rather than try to reinforce the power of the hex, he wanted to see exactly how strong the ghost eye was. Before the ghost eye could get very close, Meng Hao took a step forward and raised his hand. A huge wind sprang up as he clenched his hand and punched out. It seemed like a simple punch, but it actually possessed the condensed strength of all of Meng Hao's true immortal fleshly body, as well as his 123 immortal meridians. That one punch was enough to completely eradicate anyone in the immortal realm. As the punch rumbled out, the ghost eye screamed. It wanted to dodge, but was incapable of even moving. The only thing it could do was whip its tentacles up in an attempt to create a defensive barrier in front of it. At the same time, the ghost eye, which had remained open this entire time, now closed. Shocking rumbling sounds could be heard as the tentacles were destroyed as easily as shriveled weeds. The ghost eye trembled and was sent tumbling backward. Its energy immediately plummeted, and it began to grow weak and dark. As for the black imp inside, it actually grew clearer. A moment later, the ghost eye collapsed completely. However, the black-shelled imp wasn't hurt at all. It let out a piercing shriek and opened its mouth to reveal a collection of sharp teeth as it pounced toward Meng Hao. "Eh?" said Meng Hao. His expression was one of excitement as he realized that the ghost eye, after having consumed so many spirit immortal stones, and then transmogrifying, had a divine ability like this. It was actually able to resist the power of one of his punches. As the black-shelled imp approached, Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He did nothing to evade, but rather allowed it to close in on him. Then, when it reached him, the imp actually passed into his body, merging into him as if it were illusory. At the same time, a powerful force of possession exploded out within him. "Ah, so that's what's going on," he thought, his eyes flashing coldly. He could clearly sense how the black-shelled imp inside of him was trying to destroy his soul and then take over his body, possessing him completely. The power was overbearing, seemingly impossible to stop. However, a slight smile could be seen on Meng Hao's face. Now that he knew what the black-shelled imp did, he had no desire for further testing. He snorted coldly, and a magical symbol appeared on his forehead, which was the weakened life-death hex. Suddenly, it stabilized. How could a mere black-shelled imp permanently weaken the hexing magic of the life-death hexing? As soon as the life-death hex solidified, a miserable shriek rang out. The black-shelled imp trembled as it was wrenched out from inside of Meng Hao to appear in front of him. It shook, and its miserable cries intensified until, after enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, it knelt in front of him, a pleading look on its face. "As I suspected, it actually developed sentience," he murmured. He waved his hand toward the black-shelled imp. Not daring to resist, it transformed into a black beam of light that shot toward Meng Hao's palm, where it then turned into a black bean-like pod. It almost looked like a medicinal pill, and yet had no medicinal aroma. Furthermore, there appeared to be undulations of life force inside of it. Meng Hao squeezed it hard between his fingers, but no damage was done. Apparently, it was extremely resilient. It wasn't until he exerted 70% of his power that the black pod began to tremble. As cracks spread across its surface, a terrified stream of divine will suddenly shot out of it, begging for mercy. After a moment of thought, he loosened his grip, then put the black pod into his bag of holding. Finally, eyes gleaming, he looked at the other two caves with keen anticipation. Similar to the peak of the Immortal realm, and also sentient. That means that there's a high likelihood that they can continue to grow. Just a single black-shelled imp is far, far more powerful than 10 black-shelled ghost eye beetles. And the entire reason for the transmogrification was those spirit immortal stones. If I could get more of these black pod imps, perhaps a few dozen. Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly as he imagined a scene in which he waved his sleeve, causing massive quantities of black pods to fly out. After turning into black-shelled imps, they would possess his enemies, which would then assist him in battle. Magic pod soldiers, he thought, eyes shining. Next, he sent his divine sense into the other two stone chambers. In one of them, the black-shelled ghost eye beetles were currently in the process of consuming each other. In the other chamber, there was only one beetle left, although it was currently sleeping. Meng Hao could sense that it wouldn't be very long before two more black pod imps would be emerging from the stone chambers. Muttering to himself, he summoned 5 more black beetles, which he placed into the chamber with the broken door, then fed some more spirit immortal stones. Then he waved his hand, causing a glittering shield to appear that replaced the shattered door. It was about this time that the puppet boy flew down through the water and the shield, and then entered the residence. He clasped hands to Meng Hao, and then handed over a bag of holding. Meng Hao immediately looked very excited, and instantly put the matter of the ghost eye beetles aside. He grabbed the bag of holding, scanned it, and then his brow furrowed. There were obviously far fewer spirit stones and immortal jade inside than had been in the bag before. Of course, it was better than nothing. It was still a hefty sum, even if it was less than before. Meng Hao waved his hand to send the puppet boy away, then sat down cross-legged and once again began to use the copper mirror to duplicate the paragon's blood. Time passed, and Meng Hao's life of sitting there duplicating with the copper mirror began once again. His eyes were bloodshot, and he continuously uttered vile curses. The copper mirror's ability to consume spirit stones, and the pain that came along with it, was something that he thought he had grown numb to. However, as it turned out, he was anything but numb. Thankfully, his supply of Paragon's blood was growing larger. About a week later, he now had 80 portions. During that time, he had sent the puppet boy out over 10 times. Each time, he came back with fewer and fewer spirit stones and immortal jade. Right now, Meng Hao was just looking up and taking a deep breath as the puppet boy returned again. Unfortunately, this time the puppet boy had no bag of holding, only a jade slip. When Meng Hao saw that it was a jade slip, he smiled bitterly. He'd already had a bad feeling about what had been happening, so he wasn't surprised when he picked up the slip, scanned it with divine sense, and heard the enraged voice of Ling Yunzi. "No more. What do you do with all the spirit stones? Boy, eat them. Or do you just crush them into bits for fun? It's only been half a month. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones and immortal jade you've taken away? The 9 Seas God world has been saving up immortal jade and spirit stones for countless years, and you've already sucked away 10%. Damn it. I know I said all the resources of the sect were available to you, but the way you're clearing us out is intolerable. No more. Until we open the Lykewind realm, we have no more. Do you hear me?" Meng Hao felt a bit awkward. Although the jade slip only contained divine sense, and Ling Yunzi hadn't come personally, Meng Hao could imagine how enraged he, as well as Granny 9 and Godmaster, must look. "I don't want to waste so many spirit stones either," he grumbled. "It hurts me too." He was also shocked at the wastage of spirit stones and immortal jade, and it truly did pain him inwardly. He felt a bit wronged, actually. He hadn't actually calculated how much he had spent, not because he couldn't, but because he was worried that if he knew for sure, he might pass out from the pain of it all. Besides, it was a measly 10%, that's all. The 9 Seas God world is so mighty, and yet so stingy. Clearing his throat, he continued to use divine sense to examine the message Ling Yunzi had sent. "I bet you're not convinced, are you, kid? You think that 10% isn't very much. Well, let me tell you, you little whippersnapper, our faction only has access to 40% of the total cultivation resources of the Nine Seas God world. The demonic cultivator horde controls 30%, and the other two factions control 15% each. If you want more cultivation resources, well, we can't give them to you. Go challenge the Golden Door Stone Steel Trials by Fire. Win some rewards there. Because you're in the echelon, the rewards you can get will be double or more. When you win those rewards, the cost is divided out among all the factions. If you're skilled enough, then in the following 2.5 months you can clear out all the resources of the Nine Seas God world. But at least then the other factions will lose out as well, not just ours. Ling Yunzi's last words were uttered through clenched teeth. Clearly, the last half-month had been one long headache for him, Granny Nine, and Godmaster. If Meng Hao weren't in the echelon, they would most likely have long since descended upon him and slaughtered him and put an end to this no-good, spirit stone-devouring black hole of a glutton. Meng Hao frowned as he retracted his divine sense from the jade slip. He looked over at the copper mirror, and then at his 80 vials of Paragon's blood. I still need 20 vials. His eyes then began to shine with a frightening light and a glimmer of obsession. For the sake of completing the Paragon's blood, and for the sake of fully absorbing his nirvana fruits, Meng Hao was even beginning to think about resorting to robbery and theft. I guess I should go check out the trials by fire. With that, he clenched his jaw, rose to his feet, and walked out of the residence. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard the sound of organized, choral singing coming from the pool of water. Come, come, sing with Lord Fifth. No singing out of key now. Here we go. I was a bad kid when I was young. I'm a little seafood dish. La 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 la. Seafood dish. Doby doby do. Seafood dish. As soon as Meng Hao heard the singing, he gaped. Looking over at the pool of water, he took a deep breath. His expression was one of shock as he saw 33 demonic cultivators, haggard and gaunt, singing at the top of their lungs. Their expressions were unexpectedly that of extreme passion that even bordered on worship. As they stared up at the multicolored parrot, they almost looked like cultists. As for the parrot, it was belting out the song at the top of its lungs. Most intolerable of all was that the meat jelly had transformed into a set of barrel-shaped drums, which were constantly being beaten to go along with the singing. Meng Hao simply couldn't imagine what the demonic cultivators had experienced to cause them to have such devoted gleams in their eyes. As for the singing, other than the little tune that Patriarch Reliance usually hummed, Meng Hao had never heard a more jarring melody. He was also shocked to find that when he walked out of the residence and headed toward the pool of water, the demonic cultivators, including the huge shell that hated him down to its guts, all completely ignored him and focused wholeheartedly on their song. Meng Hao felt as if the entire world were in chaos. He took a deep breath and looked at the hollering parrot, and suddenly realized that he had underestimated it. Rolling his eyes, he cleared his throat and then produced Su Yan from within his bag of holding. As soon as she opened her eyes, she chuckled coldly, and was just about to deride Meng Hao when, all of a sudden, the singing caught her attention, and she gaped in shock. "Parrot," said Meng Hao decisively, "I'm handing this wench over to you for training. Get her to be as obedient as all these seafood dishes. Oh right, she's worth 100 furred or feathered beasts." Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the parrot began to tremble in midair. It even stopped singing, and all of the few colorful feathers it had left stood on end. Its eyes shone with brilliant light. 100? Did you say 100? It apparently wanted to make very sure that it had heard correctly. Meng Hao nodded somberly. 100. Each and every one with luxuriant coats of fur or feathers. In order to get his hands on that Taoist magic, he was willing to throw caution to the wind. Su Yan gaped in astonishment. She wasn't quite sure exactly what Meng Hao and the colorful bird were talking about. However, she quickly began to chuckle coldly, and her expression was one of extreme derision. The parrot, however, was very excited, and instantly threw its head back and roared. "Don't worry, Lord Fifth will get this wench in line. It looked excitedly toward Su Yan, eyes shining. Off to the side, the meat jelly didn't seem to be very pleased at having been left out. Can you sing? Well, can you? It asked angrily. Can you count? Morons, Su Yan said with a laugh, closing her eyes and ignoring them. Meng Hao gave Su Yan a pitying look, then cleared his throat. Not bothering to consider how the parrot would be training Su Yan, he turned and flew up into the air. In the blink of an eye, he shot through the shield and the pool of water, appearing suddenly in midair. Almost as soon as he emerged, he saw two beams of light flying through the air in his general direction. Within those beams of light, two cold gazes could be seen. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he watched two demonic cultivators flying by. They snorted coldly, doing nothing to disguise their contempt for him as they flew past and then headed off into the distance. Meng Hao didn't mind. The main reason he was emerging from his Immortal's cave was for immortal jade and spirit stones. Without further hesitation, he flew into the air toward the Golden Gate stone steels. He did not intend to blindly challenge the steels. Instead, he would go learn something about them, then decide later which one to challenge first. I need to find the one most suited to me. That way, I'll be able to get the rewards I need in the shortest time possible. As for his work with the Paragon's blood, he was determined to succeed. On the way to the Golden Gate stone steels, he passed various disciples. The regular cultivators looked at him curiously. Some even smiled and clasped hands. After all, Meng Hao was famous even outside the sect, and earlier he had talked down a Dao realm expert. That news had caused quite a sensation in the Nine Seas God world. However, the demonic cultivators he encountered all bristled with killing intent. The hatred in their eyes was clear, and when they saw Meng Hao, it only continued to grow deeper. Eventually, he came to stand in front of a towering Golden Gate stone steel. It shone with boundless golden light, and was carved with so many names that they seemed impossible to count. Quite a few cultivators and demonic cultivators were gathered in the area. Anytime someone touched the gate, they would disappear. People would disappear and people would reappear. It was quite a lively scene. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged at the base of the stone gate. His eyes were closed, as if he didn't care about what was happening in the world outside at all. However, if anyone attempted to start a fight in the area, or if people attempting the trial by fire tried to cheat in any way, he would instantly know and punishment would be meted out without hesitation. Meng Hao stood off to the side, watching the scene for a while. He was just about to leave when, all of a sudden, a glittering bright red light began to spread out from one of the stone steels. The light rapidly transformed to the image of an illusory world up in midair. Within that world, a young woman could be seen, who was the source of the light. She was beautiful, but shockingly, a white-robed female corpse could be seen floating behind her, making her even more astonishing. Cries of envy and shock could instantly be heard from all directions. The name list changed. Elder Sister Fandonger got into the top 30. The top 100 are all ancient realm cultivators, although you can only make it into the rankings if you have 5 or less extinguished soul lamps. But Elder Sister Fandonger got into the top 30, while only in the immortal realm. She's definitely a true chosen. Cries of shock rang out among the cultivators in the area, including the demonic cultivators. Many people looked envious, whereas others had dark looks, or even seemed unwilling to accept what had happened. At the same time, Fandonger's name appeared as the 30th name on the list. The red light shone for a bit longer, then faded away. As it disappeared, Fandonger strode out from the stone steel. Her face was a bit pale, but she looked excited. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding disciples began to clasp hands and call out in congratulations. Fandonger smiled and clasped hands in return. She was just about to leave, when suddenly her phoenix-like eyes flashed as she caught sight of Meng Hao. Meng Hao smiled and nodded, then turned to leave. He now knew that this stone-steel trial by fire was about divine sense. Although Meng Hao was confident regarding his own divine sense, it wasn't his strongest area. Furthermore, in previous encounters with Fandonger, He could tell that the reason why her divine abilities and Taoist magics were so powerful was not because of her cultivation base, but rather her divine sense. Perhaps it has something to do with the techniques of the Nine Seas God world. I really should take some time to go to their scripture pavilion. After another moment of thought, he prepared to make his way off when all of a sudden, he heard the sound of air being shattered behind him. He turned to find Fan Donger chasing him down. As for Fan Donger, she was muttering inwardly to herself that if it wasn't for the fact that her master had instructed her to help Meng Hao familiarize himself with the Golden Gate stone steels, she wouldn't have even approached him. Thinking about her battle with him after he reached Immortal Ascension caused her heart to fill with hatred. Back when he had first arrived and gotten into conflict with the demonic cultivators, she had felt quite pleased, and had looked forward to the scene of the demonic cultivators tearing him to pieces. "Congratulations on reaching the top 30, junior sister," Meng Hao said with a laugh. "That's elder sister to you," she replied. Every time she looked at Meng Hao, she felt uncontrollable fury rising up within her. It was almost as if the mere sight of his face would put her emotions completely out of control. "There's only one elder sister in my life," Meng Hao responded coolly. When Fan Donger heard this, she gaped in surprise. Instead of pressing the issue, she took a deep breath, calmed herself, and then began to speak again, her face expressionless. "The Golden Gate stone steels of the Nine Seas God world number 9 in total. The first is the most important, which is a test regarding the pressure of the Ninth Sea. It is one of the most important trials by fire in the Nine Seas God world. The other 8 gates test different aspects of cultivation. For example, the 9th stone steel is a fleshly body trial by fire. The 7th, has to do with divine sense. Then there's the 5th stone steel, which is a trial by fire of slaughter. By experiencing a true battlefield, one can achieve the Tao of slaughtering. The 3rd stone steel probably won't suit you. It is regarding the Tao of transformation. Each person who enters into the top 100 on a Golden Gate stone steel receives a reward based on what rank they achieve. Greater rewards come as you go from the top 100 to the top 50 and the top 30. Fan Donger rushed through the information, as if she was planning to leave right afterwards. She was worried that if she talked to Meng Hao for too long, she wouldn't be able to control herself and would begin another all-out battle with him. "What about the top 10? He asked. "Top 10? I suggest you don't think that far ahead," she replied, doing nothing to hide the derision in her tone. "Don't even dream of getting that high. Up to now, in the Nine Seas God world, no one with an immortal realm cultivation base has ever gotten into the top 10. At the very least, you need to be in the ancient realm with 2 extinguished soul lamps to even compete over the top 10. As for you, you would be lucky to get into the top 20. You might be the immortal realm paragon, but there are a lot of cultivators in the Nine Seas God world that you couldn't lift a finger to." As Meng Hao looked at Fan Donger, his expression turned somewhat bashful, as if he felt a bit embarrassed about what he was going to say. "You hit the nail on the head," he said. "My goal is the top 10. Do you dare to make a bet with me about it?" Almost as soon as Fan Donger saw the bashful expression on his face, she felt like her scalp was about to explode. She instantly backed up, rotating her cultivation base and going on full guard, eyeing Meng Hao with extreme vigilance. That expression was one which caused her heart to prickle, and it wasn't the first time she had seen it. She knew that whenever such an expression appeared, Meng Hao would be at his most wicked. Not for the first time, Fan Donger dearly wished she could bash his face in so hard that she never had to see it again. "Well, do you dare?" he repeated, looking at her and blinking. "There's no reason to try to convince me," she replied with a cold harumph. "It doesn't matter what tricks you use. I simply can't believe that you could get into the top 10 of any of the Golden Gate stone steels. Furthermore, if you think there's any way I'll be making a wager with you, you can keep on dreaming." Giving him one final derisive and scornful look, she turned to leave. "If you win, I'll take Inky back," he said casually. Those words caused Fan Donger to instantly stop in place. She shuddered, then turned back, her face a mass of murderous rage. She glared at Meng Hao, panting, chest heaving. She was fundamentally beautiful, But when she had a look like this in her eyes, she was even more attractive. That corpse was something Fandonger had gotten used to. She had viewed it as a way to temper her Tao heart. However, deep down, she would do anything in the hopes of getting rid of it. Not even her master could dispel the corpse. And so, her tempering had been because she had no other choice. Therefore, how could she possibly keep her calm when Meng Hao said something like he just had? Furthermore, how could she be sure he could even do what he said? Well aware of what Fandonger must be thinking, Meng Hao smiled and said, "I can, because I was the one who stuck you with her." "You!" Fandonger gritted her teeth. "Fine, let's gamble." As soon as the words left Fandonger's mouth, Meng Hao cleared his throat. For some reason, it didn't feel right to con her in this way. But then he thought about the situation with the Paragon's blood, and the vast amount of spirit stones and immortal jade he needed, and he realized that he couldn't let even the smallest juicy prey escape his grasp. "How many spirit stones do you want to bet?" he asked her. Fandonger snorted coldly. How could she not tell that Meng Hao was confident in his abilities? Otherwise, he would never have mentioned the possibility of a bet. However, she was equally confident in being able to win, and in fact was certain that she would. Meng Hao had never been to the Nine Seas God world, let alone entered the Golden Gate stone steels. However, she was very familiar with them, far more so than Meng Hao. "All right, Meng Hao, let's see who cons who this time," she thought. Her expression cold. She pretended as if she were throwing all caution to the wind. However, inwardly she was actually feeling quite complacent. This time, it wasn't Meng Hao who had lured her into a bet. It was she who was pulling the strings. At the same time that Meng Hao was scheming about her, she was scheming about him. "In the interests of time, I'm only willing to bet on the first time you enter one of the Golden Gate stone steel trials by fire," she said. "If you tried them all, who knows how long it would take for you to finish. So only your first try counts. You can select any one of the steels, and if you can get into the top 10, then I'll give you 100,000 immortal jades and 5 million spirit stones. Those are the stakes. Furthermore, you must make your first attempt at the trial by fire today. I don't have time to sit around waiting for you. If you get into the top 10, you can take everything immediately. If you can't, then you must swear an oath upon the Tao that not only will you take this corpse away, you'll also cancel my promissory note. Plus, every time you meet me, you have to get on your knees and kowtow in greeting." The way Fandonger gritted her teeth and glared at Meng Hao made it seem like the reason she had added more stipulations was because she regretted her sudden impulsiveness, and was hoping Meng Hao would back out. Meng Hao blinked and looked suspiciously at Fandonger. Then he slowly nodded his head. "All right, fine," he said. "We're old friends, so even though the bet is a bit unfair to me, I'll accept it, all because of our relationship. Let's do it." Fandonger couldn't conceal the bright glow in her eyes as she immediately responded. "The agreement is reached, and the Tao bears witness," replied Meng Hao, without hesitation. Quite a few surrounding disciples overheard what was going on, and were watching closely. That was especially true of some of the male cultivators, who looked at Meng Hao with open hostility. Apparently, they felt that any enemy of Fandonger was their enemy too. When Fandonger heard Meng Hao's response, she immediately smiled. Now, she no longer made any attempts to cover up her scheming, or the fact that she had been baiting Meng Hao. She was 80% certain that Meng Hao was going to lose. When Meng Hao saw Fandonger's expression, he smiled. Considering his years of experience as a con artist, how could he possibly have failed to notice that Fandonger was leading him along? He didn't immediately select a stone steel to begin a trial by fire. Instead, he transformed into a beam of light that shot back and forth between the other 8 Golden Gate stone steels as he examined them. Fandonger followed along, as did other disciples of the Nine Seas God world, including quite a few demonic cultivators. Many of those people sent messages to friends, and soon, word spread about the bet between Meng Hao and Fandonger. Fandonger was the divine daughter of this generation of the Nine Seas God world, and was even famous in the outside world. There wasn't anybody in the Nine Seas God world who didn't know who she was. Couple that with the fact that she was spectacularly beautiful, and it would be impossible to say conclusively how many of her fellow disciples completely adored her. Naturally, the fact that she had a wager going with someone quickly drew a lot of attention. Of course, Meng Hao was also famous in the outside world. In fact, his name was far more illustrious than Fandonger's. Be it in terms of his identity or his accomplishments, he was the center of much attention. Furthermore, only half a month ago, he had stood up to and even berated a Dao realm expert. Word of that had spread throughout the entire Nine Seas God world, which made the matter of his wager with Fandonger that much more intriguing. Demonic cultivators came. Ordinary cultivators came. It didn't take long before there were fully 10,000 cultivators following Meng Hao around and discussing what was happening. Most of them looked at him with curiosity. However, as would be expected, most of them were inclined to support Fandonger. Around noontime, Meng Hao finished his inspection of the 9 Golden Gate stone steels, whereupon he hovered in midair, muttering to himself. "What's wrong? Can't decide which one to pick?" asked Fandonger, sneering coldly. "Don't try to delay things, Meng Hao. We already made the bet. You can only do the trial by fire today." Meng Hao turned to look at her, then smiled. His eyes flickered with a cold gleam as, without another word, he shot away like lightning. Rumbling filled the air as he headed directly toward the 9th Golden Gate stone steel. The first stone steel was a test regarding the pressure of the 9th sea, something he wasn't ready for. After a bit of examination of the other trials by fire, he didn't feel extremely confident in his ability to win the bet in any of them. However, the 9th stone steel was a trial by fire of the fleshly body. In that, he had faith. Fandonger's eyes flickered, and inwardly, she was laughing coldly. The 9th stone steel was actually one of 3 that she had speculated he would select. Therefore, it was no surprise to her at all that he chose that one. "You're definitely going to lose," she thought, setting her jaw arrogantly. The surrounding disciples immediately began to discuss the matter. The 9th stone steel. This Meng Hao has a true immortal fleshly body, so selecting this stone steel is actually a pretty conservative choice. However, he's also being a bit rash, wouldn't you say? The 9th stone steel is very hard. Him losing would be a good thing. Deflate him a bit. After all, this is the 9 Seas God world. Apparently, none of the disciples believed that Meng Hao would succeed. Heaven and earth rumbled as Meng Hao shot toward the 9th Golden Gate stone steel, a beam of prismatic light that split the air. As he neared, it was evident that there were already a large number of disciples gathered there, clearly aware of the wager between Fandonger and Meng Hao. Their eyes glittered as they watched Meng Hao unhesitatingly speed directly toward the huge stone steel. As soon as he touched it, he vanished inside. Subsequently, the more than 10,000 disciples outside of the stone steel all fixed their eyes on the list of names as they waited for any change. Fandonger chuckled coldly. She was very calm, and completely confident that Meng Hao would be defeated. Inside of the Golden Gate stone steel was an entire world which stretched out in all directions. However, there was no sky or land, just blankness. Meng Hao frowned as he realized that his immortal meridians were apparently sealed. He could not rotate them in the slightest, making it impossible to utilize any divine abilities or magical techniques. "My magic has been sealed off," he thought. He sent some divine sense into his bag of holding, and found that even it was affected. Nearly all of the items inside were impossible to use. Apparently, the natural laws in this place restricted anything related to magic. There were a few heaven-defying items within his bag of holding that were still available for use. Most shocking of all was that the black pod was still emanating ripples. Apparently, it was unaffected by the sealing, and could still be used. Even as shock washed through Meng Hao, popping sounds suddenly rang out from up ahead. Next, a tall figure strode out from within the void. It was a man wearing a mask, with a long head of flowing white hair, and a navy blue robe. Not a single cultivation base ripple emanated off of him as he approached, causing Meng Hao's eyes to widen. He could sense that the man had a boundless power of qi and blood within him. Although he had absolutely no cultivation-based fluctuations, his qi and blood power was towering. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he realized what type of cultivation this man practiced. A body cultivator. Back when he was doing research in the Fang clan's ancient records, he saw information about a common type of cultivation from ancient times. Those cultivators did not cultivate special types of magic, but rather focused on their fleshly bodies. People like that were referred to as body cultivators. The most unique thing about them was that their bodies did not contain the least bit of spiritual energy. However, their qi and blood could influence the workings of the world around them. The man in front of him hadn't reached that level yet. However, his qi and blood were still extremely vigorous, shocking to the extreme. As soon as he appeared, he didn't hesitate for even a moment. He strode forward, and before he was even close, his boundless qi and blood surged, transforming into an incredible pressure that crushed down on Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he couldn't help but smile. So I can't use any magical techniques. I can only rely on my fleshly body. Well, in that case, it's time to see exactly how far my true immortal fleshly body can take me. He took a deep breath, and without any further hesitation, began to stride toward the man. As they closed in on each other, both of them clenched their hands into fists and punched out. A boom rattled out. Meng Hao went all out with his fleshly body, giving rise to a gale force wind. When his blow landed on his opponent, a massive shockwave spread out in all directions. Meng Hao's hair was thrown into disarray, and yet, he didn't retreat even half a pace. The initial punch actually got him excited. It felt quite relaxing to be able to unleash such power. As for his opponent, the man trembled and fell back a few paces. Time to die! Meng Hao roared, stepping forward and punching again. The punch landed on nothing, but it caused the void to collapse, kicking up a huge wind that slammed into his opponent. The man's body shook, and in the blink of an eye, he was completely shattered into bits by the force of the strike. However, in that same moment, two more men appeared within the void. They looked identical to the first man, with navy blue robes and masks. Their qi and blood were also incredibly powerful, and they immediately charged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao threw his head back and laughed. He didn't back up, but instead went on the offensive. Booms filled the air as the two figures were destroyed. A moment later, four figures appeared, with even stronger qi and blood. This happened over and over again. Meng Hao attacked repeatedly, and a massive energy built up in his body. It was a domineering air, a courageous madness. Rumbling could be heard as the entire world was shaken. For opponents destroyed, then there were 8. After 8 were destroyed, there were 16. After 16 were destroyed, 32 appeared. After that there were 64, 128, 256. Each and every time, their qi and blood were even stronger. Vast crowds surrounded Meng Hao, who only continued to laugh. He almost never came across a chance like this, in which magical techniques weren't important, and he could rely only on his fleshly body. Every time he launched a punch, wild colors flashed about. Furthermore, his name began to rise on the stone steel's list. Actually, Meng Hao's name had appeared on the stone steel in the instant he had slaughtered 64 enemies. Prominently displayed on the Golden Gate stone steel was a list of 1,000 names. However, while the names of the top 100 shone with brilliant light, the names of those outside of the top 100 were darkened to the point where you couldn't read them clearly without using divine sense. As for Meng Hao's name, when it appeared, it was in the 997th position. On any other occasion, few people would have taken note of this. Most people only paid attention to the top 100. The 900 names below that might have their own bit of glory, but not enough to cause any sort of stir. As of this moment, however, the 10,000 spectators who were staring at the stone steel immediately caught sight of Meng Hao's name and began to cry out. There it is! He's in 997th place. That was so fast. How long has he been in there? Immediately, various disciples began to analyze the situation, and soon, they determined that from the time Meng Hao disappeared into the Golden Gate stone steel until the time his name appeared, less time had passed than it would take an incense stick to burn. In fact, in the brief time in which they discussed the matter, his name leapt from the 997th spot to the 831st. And it didn't stop there. It leapt again, from the 831st spot to the 498th. A huge commotion rose up, and everyone was clearly shocked. Everyone was staring at the stone stele, astonished at the progress Meng Hao was making. Based on his reputation, everyone was sure that he would reach the top 100. But what was causing such widespread shock was the speed with which he was moving up in the ranks. He was rising so quickly that everyone was mentally shaken. When fighting 100 people, defeating them in 100 breaths of time was a completely different matter than defeating them in 50 breaths of time. Furthermore, to be able to do so in only 10 breaths of time was like the difference between heaven and earth. That was how all of the disciples of the Nine Seas God world currently felt about Meng Hao. Although they could see no images of what was taking place inside the trial by fire, when they calculated how quickly he was moving up, they knew that he was bursting with momentum and energy. Fan Donger's expression flickered, but quickly returned to normal. The real difficulty lies in the top 100, she murmured to herself, clenching her jaw. He might be moving quickly in the early stages, but so what? Back in the Golden Gate stone stele, Meng Hao was laughing out loud. His chi and blood surged like that of an explosive dragon. He advanced courageously, dispatching the blue-robed figures with constant attacks. They were like dried weeds in front of him. After dispatching the 256 cultivators with boundless chi and blood power, Meng Hao's eyes glowed with obsession. He was panting a bit, but his heart was filled with the desire to do battle. I'm definitely going to get into the top 10. Even if it technically shouldn't be possible for me, I can still do it. He looked down at his bag of holding. Located inside was another item, which was the key to his confidence in being able to win the bet with Fan Donger. This might be a trial by fire, and most of the items in his bag of holding were sealed. However, as Meng Hao had expected, the item that he was counting on could not be sealed. As far as the black pod, the fact that it was also unsealed had been completely unexpected. Even as he stood there, panting slightly, the void up ahead rippled. Meng Hao was given no rest as a massive aura exploded out in front of him. Shockingly, 512 men in navy blue robes stepped out. Each one was far more powerful than any of the previous enemies he had fought. Their chi and blood power placed them in a position similar to the peak of the Immortal realm. However, these were not like chosen with 90 or more meridians, but rather more like peak immortals with 70 meridians or so. Even still, they were incredibly powerful. Meng Hao wasn't sure how members of the Nine Seas God world normally pass challenges such as this. Perhaps they had a special body tempering technique. In any case, his eyes glittered as he stepped forward and went on the attack again. Rumbling shook everything as he launched his punch. Massive vibrations could be sensed as he lost track of time, and even forgot that he was in a trial by fire. He focused completely on using his fleshly body to attack and destroy. This was the first time he had not relied on any magical techniques or divine abilities, nor on his cultivation base. This was a battle fought only with the fleshly body. His entire body was trembling, not because of muscle fatigue, but rather because it was finally able to utilize the full potential of its power. In fact, Meng Hao could sense that, because of the constant fighting within the trial by fire, his fleshly body was now showing signs of a breakthrough, and was becoming even more powerful. He roared as he shot forward, letting out a powerful punch that instantly exterminated 3 opponents. By the time he finished with the 512th opponent, blood was oozing out of his mouth and he was breathing heavily. Then he looked up and saw, not 1,024 opponents, but rather, a single person. He wore a long crimson robe, and as he walked forward, the void around him turned bright red. That red color was not visible to the naked eye. It could only be seen with divine sense. It was something that came only after reaching a certain level of chi and blood power, something that actually influenced the natural law around it. As soon as Meng Hao saw this crimson-robed figure, his eyes widened, and he could sense the threatening air exuded by the man. So, a true body cultivator has finally appeared. he thought, eyes shining with the desire to fight. From the chi and blood power emanating off of the man, Meng Hao was able to tell that he was definitely a match for the peak of the true immortal realm. Meanwhile, everyone in the outside world was in an uproar. The more than 10,000 spectators outside of the 9th Golden Gate Stone Steel watched as Meng Hao's name rose up on the list. It went from the 400s up into the 300s, all the way until it reached the 101st position. As for how much time had passed since Meng Hao had started, it was only a single hour. To cultivators, a single hour was like nothing. And yet, that was how much time Meng Hao had used to climb all the way to the 101st position. This Meng Hao, just how powerful is his fleshly body? An hour. It's only been 1 hour. I suddenly have the feeling that he might actually make it into the top 10. Not necessarily. Maybe he used some type of secret technique to bolster his fleshly body for a temporary boost in power. As the conversations went on, Fan Donger's face was extremely unsightly. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was actually getting quite nervous. For Meng Hao to get to the 101st position in only 1 hour was something extremely rare in the Golden Gate Stone Steel Trials by Fire. Back inside, Meng Hao had no idea where his name was on the list, nor did he care. Because of that item inside his bag of holding, he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Compared to what was at stake depending on whether he won or lost, the gains he was making in terms of his fleshly body were far more important. Up ahead, the crimson-robed man stepped forward toward Meng Hao. He only took 3 steps, but each step caused shocking rumbling like thunder to shake everything. Meng Hao's heart quivered as though it were being stepped on. He felt stifled, as if, when standing in front of this crimson-robed man, he couldn't help but feel regret. But then, his eyes flickered with the desire to fight, and his chi and blood surged, instantly rising up to fight back against the feeling. He did not retreat, he advanced, directly toward the crimson-robed man. The man looked up, and his eyes shone with a glow like that of blood. As Meng Hao closed in on him, he also charged. The two did not speak, nor did they use magic. They simply fought. Booms rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Meng Hao launched punch after punch, as did the crimson-robed man. They went back and forth in midair, occasionally throwing sweeping kicks into the brawl. In a brief moment, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Meng Hao was laughing loudly. The more he fought, the stronger he seemed to become. It was as if his true immortal fleshly body was undergoing tempering. It was exploding past his previous level of battle prowess, leading Meng Hao to the conclusion that he had overlooked the fact that his fleshly body could only grow stronger when he used it to fight. That was the key to growing more powerful. Fight! Meng Hao's desire to do battle surged. He attacked relentlessly, advanced without pause. The crimson-robed man seethed with chi and blood power, but was forced backward over and over again. It didn't matter that he was a body cultivator who had reached the point of being able to affect natural law. He was simply no match for Meng Hao's true immortal fleshly body. About a dozen breaths of time passed. Meng Hao roared, and then let out a punch that completely destroyed the crimson-robed man. The world went quiet and peaceful, and Meng Hao hovered in midair, his chi and blood surging, growing more powerful. Shockingly, a red glow began to spread out around him. Apparently, he was able to influence this world's natural law. As of this moment, Meng Hao looked exactly like a celestial warrior. I understand. Body cultivators need repeated bloody battles to progress. His eyes shone with enlightenment. In any other situation outside, he could rely on magical techniques to kill the crimson-robed opponent as easily as turning over his hand. But he had no such access to magical techniques now, forcing him to temper his fleshly body. He was causing his true immortal fleshly body to burst out with the true power that it was capable of. Almost in the same moment that the crimson-robed opponent vanished, Meng Hao's name once again climbed up on the list. He didn't know that, though. What he saw was the void up ahead of him rippling as 2 crimson-robed men emerged. It was like a cycle with 512 as the limit. Every cycle had different body cultivators wearing different clothing from different realms of body cultivation. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. There was no rest in this trial by fire. His fleshly body grew stronger, his insane desire for battle growing ever more frenzied. He coughed up blood, but it made him more powerful. Underneath the constant onslaught, his fleshly body gradually approached the point of perfection. It was at the point when 256 crimson-robed opponents appeared that Meng Hao finally began to fall back. There were simply too many people, all of them body cultivators who could influence natural law. Meng Hao's fleshly body power was now reaching its limit. His eyes flickered as they surrounded him, and he gave a cold harumph. He was not averse to using cheating methods. However, he didn't want to use his final trump card so easily. Therefore, he tossed out the black pod. The imp appeared, screeching as it shot toward the incoming crimson-robed opponents. A group of crimson-robed men immediately split off to deal with the black pod imp. The imp was ferocious and didn't attempt to dodge. Instead, its carapaced to defend itself. Although it wasn't really a match for these crimson-robed men, the more it fought, the more confident it got. When it was injured, the injuries healed. Whenever any of the opponents got near, it would attempt to possess them. However, it quickly became apparent that the crimson-robed men did not actually have the types of bodies that could be possessed. Therefore, the imp simply slashed them to pieces and consumed their flesh and blood. In the end, the imp was able to take care of a dozen or so crimson-robed opponents, taking a bit of the pressure off of Meng Hao. Meng Hao was actually shocked at this outcome, and split his attention between fighting the crimson-robed men and observing the little black pod imp. Time went by, and after a few dozen breaths of time, the black pod imp was struck by one of the crimson-robed body cultivators, and was sent flying. As it flew through midair, it spit out a mouthful of blood and then let out an ear-piercing screech. Dagger! As soon as it let out the cry, its body distorted, and it transformed into a dagger which shot toward the crimson-robed opponent. Meanwhile, back in Meng Hao's Immortal's cave, rumbling sounds could be heard coming from within two of the stone chambers in his residence. It didn't take long for the two chambers to completely collapse. Two ghost eyes suddenly emerged from within the cloud of dust. When they saw each other, sparks of hostility could be seen, but instead of fighting each other, they flew out of the residence, apparently intent on making their escape. However, as soon as they emerged, they found themselves facing the parrot, who was in the middle of coaching the demonic cultivators in their singing. The parrot stared in shock, and then immediately looked displeased. They look so familiar, but I can't quite place them. Anyway, why is their fur so sparse? You fool! They don't have fur. Those are tentacles. Off to the side, the meat jelly jumped at the chance to correct the parrot. All of a sudden it felt as if it knew about everything in the world, which also caused it to feel superior to and wiser than the parrot. Well, it doesn't matter if it's fur or tentacles, the parrot responded angrily. They just don't have enough. Come, you two. Time to practice some singing with Lord Fifth. It flew toward the two ghost eyes without any hesitation. The two ghost eyes emanated mysterious glows, and without hesitation charged the parrot in attack. Shockingly, the two imps inside of the eyes opened their mouths wide, as if to possess the parrot. They all slammed into each other, and surprisingly, the parrot wasn't hurt at all. In contrast, the two imps let out miserable shrieks. They had sensed some sort of terrifying aura within the parrot, and began to flee. The ghost eyes faded away, revealing the imps, which transformed into black pods as they shot backward. The parrot looked very proud of itself, and was just about to start speaking, when the two black pods suddenly shrieked, "Dagger!" It was a shrill sound, tinged with madness. Next, two black daggers shot toward the parrot. The parrot gaped in shock. Black pods that become daggers? Pod daggers? They seem so familiar. Meanwhile, back in the 9th Golden Gate stone steel, the black pod and dagger form stabbed into a crimson-robed body cultivator, causing him to instantly vanish. Unexpectedly, he was completely absorbed, consumed by the dagger. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and he kept fighting. Not much more time passed before he was able to wipe out the remaining 200 or so enemies. Then, The void up ahead rippled once again. 512 body cultivators appeared. A new round of slaughter had begun. Considering how many people he was fighting now, it was impossible for Meng Hao to maintain his previous momentum. He began to edge backward, and yet his expression was calm. Despite being forced backward, he occasionally looked over at the black pod imp, who was battling with increasing courage. As it continued to absorb the body cultivators, it was beginning to emanate a sensation of qi and blood that caused Meng Hao's awe of the imp to increase. Outside, the more than 10,000 disciples stared in shock as Meng Hao's name rose from 101st place to 97th, 85th, 78th, 63rd, 54th. Finally, Meng Hao's name appeared in the 46th position. The golden light which shone from the name made it clear to everyone. Furthermore, in terms of time, Meng Hao reached that position only 2 hours after beginning the stone-steel trial by fire. Everyone was completely shaken by this. Furthermore, the glittering golden light which rose up attracted the attention of disciples in other areas of the Nine Seas God world. They came over and began to ask about what was happening, and were shocked when they found out. The demonic cultivators were more affected than the ordinary cultivators. They stood there with grim faces and swirling killing intent. As for Fan Donger, her face was extremely unsightly, and her hands were balled into fists. Considering the power of his fleshly body, he shouldn't have any problems making it into the top 30, she thought, gritting her teeth. But why is he going so fast? Meng Hao had long since passed up her own name on the list, which was not unexpected. However, according to her calculations, Meng Hao should have taken a whole day to get to his current position. Instead, he used only 2 hours. By now, many of the ancient realm experts had sensed what was happening in the 9th Golden Gate stone steel, and were sending divine sense over to investigate. Inside the stone steel, Meng Hao looked around at the hundreds of crimson-robed cultivators who surrounded him, and sighed. Even with the assistance of the Black Pod Imp, it was not an easy thing to go up against the combined chi and blood might of these body cultivators. I wonder how high up I am on the list, he thought. Definitely not first. How did all the other people from the Nine Seas God world get so high in the rankings? How did they cultivate fleshly bodies more powerful than mine? Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Perhaps it has something to do with body cultivation itself, or perhaps the Nine Seas God world has true body cultivators. He hadn't been in the Nine Seas God world for very long, but even in that short time he had made incredible gains. Not only had his fleshly body grown stronger, but he now had some clues about the path of body cultivation. Were it not for that, he would have long since already reached his limit. Now, however, he felt that his power was just a bit lacking. Although I haven't reached the point of needing to use that item, still, my fleshly body power just isn't sufficient. He took a step back, eyes glittering. In that case, he said, taking a deep breath, let's see what types of body cultivators are here in this fleshly body trial by fire. Although his immortal meridians were sealed, and he couldn't unleash magical techniques, he had sensed earlier that the secret magic of his immortal meridians was still accessible. His fleshly body was modeled after a single one of his 123 immortal meridians. Therefore, he should be able to transform all of his 123 immortal meridians into fleshly body power. He truly wanted to know exactly how powerful he would become if he transformed his fleshly body that way using the secret magic. He closed his eyes, and the crimson-robed body cultivators closed in on him. When they were almost upon in, his eyes snapped open, and rumbling sounds filled his body. It was like a giant beating on a drum, intense booms that shook the entire world. Inside his body, 123 immortal meridians, despite being sealed and incapable of unleashing magical techniques, were not prevented from transforming into fleshly body power. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Meng Hao's power exploded upward. Qi and blood power surged and massive energy rose up. Ruyua Yuam Blel. The incoming crimson-robed body cultivators were instantly smashed to bits by the surging energy. They became nothing more than ash that swirled around Meng Hao. The black pod imp let out a shriek and immediately evaded, looking back at Meng Hao with intense fear in its eyes. All of the red-robed body cultivators were instantly destroyed. Meng Hao clenched his fists and looked up, and his eyes shone with a bright light. Outside, his name instantly shot up from the 40s into the 19th position. From ancient times until now, only 18 people had ever performed better than Meng Hao, and they were all ancient realm cultivators with at least 5 extinguished soul lamps. Furthermore, their fleshly bodies were not necessarily more powerful than Meng Hao's. After all, he had cleared the entire stage in only a few breaths of time, whereas many of the others had been forced to slowly kill all of their opponents. The result was the same, but the process was vastly different. The outside world was in an unprecedented level of uproar. The disciples of the Nine Seas God world couldn't believe their eyes when they saw his name leap from the 40s all the way to the top 20. Meng Hao. Fan Donger's eyes were wide, and she was panting with disbelief and shock. She even gasped. The top 20. Meng Hao got into the top 20. Only 4 hours to reach the top 20. It's hard to say whether or not he might actually get into the top 10. Boundless golden light rose up from the stone steel, catching even more attention. More disciples were arriving in beams of brilliant light. Meanwhile, back in the world of the stone steel, Meng Hao hovered there, looking every bit like a celestial warrior. His energy was impossible to describe. He was a celestial warrior, the immortal realm paragon. And now, his fleshly body had also reached the level of the immortal realm paragon. The black pod imp was trembling as the void distorted up ahead. Soon, rumbling sounds could be heard as distortions could be seen, from within which emerged a black-robed man. It was only a single person wearing a black robe and a mask. However, when he appeared, his explosive chi and blood power caused cracks to appear everywhere. A terrifying energy rose up from him, which was the power of the peak of the immortal realm, a level of power equivalent to Meng Hao's before he had used the Immortal Meridian secret technique. However, compared to Meng Hao's present state, this man's energy was far too weak. Meng Hao advanced, extending his hand. He didn't use a fist, but rather just waved his arm, causing fleshly body power to shake the natural law in the area. A huge concave depression appeared, which immediately overwhelmed the black-robed man. "Break!" he said softly. A boom could be heard as the black-robed man shattered. Next, 2 men appeared. Then 4, 8, all the way until 512 black-robed figures could be seen. Each and every one of them were crushed by Meng Hao. His face was one of determination, and he attacked with lightning speed. The power of his fleshly body had already reached the pinnacle of the current generation, and even exceeded that of ancient realm experts. However, Meng Hao knew that this was not his most powerful state. An even more powerful state would be one in which he could successfully absorb the 4 nirvana fruits. At that time, before he entered the ancient realm, he would have the most powerful fleshly body state to ever exist in the immortal realm from ancient times until now. That would be something that might even exceed the immortal emperor realm. 512 black-robed men were smashed, causing Meng Hao's name to jump from 19th place on the stone steel to 5th. Outside, the crowd went wild. 5th. Meng Hao got 5th place. The only people ahead of him are the legendary 4 celestial warriors. From ancient times until now, from the beginning of the 9th Sea and the 9 Seas God world, the top 4 of the 9th Golden Gate Stone Steel have never been surpassed. Those 4 names have always been there. Those 4 people aren't like chosen from our era. They have been in that same spot for ages. Their record has never been broken by anyone. Fan Donger staggered back, her face ashen. He's cheating. He must be cheating, she thought, her eyes completely bloodshot. In this particular instance, however, her accusation was completely unfounded. While it was true that Meng Hao tended to cheat and was even prepared to do so, at the moment he really wasn't. His continuous fighting led to continuous advancement. As a result, his current fleshly body state was becoming increasingly powerful. He hovered in the world of the Golden Gate Stone Steel, looking at the figures in front of him as they faded away. Then, the void up ahead distorted, and a white-robed old man materialized. The old man wore no mask, and he was alone. He seemed almost like the center of the entire world, and yet no chi and blood power radiated off of him. It was almost as if he were immortal. However, he gave Meng Hao an incredibly enigmatic feeling. Deep down, Meng Hao also sensed an indescribable feeling of crisis that left him utterly shaken. The old man looked at Meng Hao for a moment, and then suddenly spoke, his voice ancient and archaic. "I am the final stage of this trial by fire," he said coolly. "Throughout history, there have only been 4 people under the Tao realm who have been able to handle my first fist strike. Of those, 2 were able to withstand a second. Only 1 could handle 3 strikes. Anyone who can defeat me will find their reward from the Golden Gate Stone steel increased tenfold. Unfortunately, no one under the Tao realm has ever done that." As he spoke, he began to shine with a brilliant golden light, as if his whole body had turned metallic. Meng Hao's pupils constricted. He wasn't even able to gauge how profoundly powerful this old man was, but a sensation of danger flooded through him nonetheless. It was almost as if the person standing in front of him was not a cultivator, but some primordial wild beast. Without even thinking about it, Meng Hao reached down toward his bag of holding. The man looked deeply at Meng Hao and then said, "Do not attempt any other methods to achieve victory. Body cultivators grow more powerful by engaging in more battle and making the heart invincible. If one resorts to trickery, the heart will be unstable. It might seem harmless at first, but in the end, your path will become more and more narrow until you are unable to achieve true success in body cultivating." A tremor ran through Meng Hao, and he was silent for a moment, as if having experienced a moment of enlightenment. The hand he had been moving toward his bag of holding slowly stopped in place. Finally, he looked at the old man, took a deep breath, and then clasped hands and bowed. When he looked up, his eyes shone with the desire to do battle. At the same time, his body surged with a bit more energy than before. His energy even seemed a bit purer, as if some new willpower had awoken within him. The old man nodded, his eyes shining with approval. "First fist, life extermination fist," the old man said coolly. Then, he slowly lifted his hand up and clenching it tight. It seemed like an ordinary fist, except that he placed his thumb between his middle and ring fingers. It poked out just a little bit, creating a small point of invulnerability. As he punched, it was clear that there was no magical technique involved. However, a massive wind blasted out, so icy cold that it seemed to be a wind of total annihilation. As soon as the wind began to blow, the entire world turned gray, as if the fist could extinguish all life in the entire world. Meng Hao even felt the flame of his life force flickering on the point of extinguishing thanks to the profundity of the fist. His heart trembled, and he suddenly had the feeling that if a planet were struck by this fist, all living things on it would die. An extermination of life. This was the life extermination fist. Meng Hao felt like he was suffocating in a cave of ice, and yet, his desire to do battle erupted. He formed his right hand into a fist, filling it with the power of his cultivation base, his willpower and fleshly body power. His blood thrummed as he unleashed the fist of the Immortal Realm Paragon. Boom! They met in midair, and when their fists slammed into each other, Meng Hao's entire body shook violently. He coughed up a massive mouthful of blood and was sent staggering backward 300 meters. There, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, which was pitch black. Furthermore, as soon as the blood sprayed out of his mouth, it immediately froze solid. Cracking sounds could be heard as a layer of ice instantly spread out to cover Meng Hao. A moment later, Meng Hao shook, and the ice shattered. He was pale and ashen as he looked over at the old man, shaken. The destructive power of that one punch was shocking to the extreme. Furthermore, he could even sense that the old man hadn't used the full power of the fist. "Extermination," he murmured. "The life extermination fist can exterminate all living things," the old man said coolly. "It can destroy any creature or being. This fist strike was created for the Tao of death. By attacking with a will of death, the body cultivator can murder gods. Meng Hao's mind quivered as if struck by lightning. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and contemplated the meaning of the old man's fist strike. When the old man saw this, he looked surprised and gazed more deeply at Meng Hao. Finally, a look of praise appeared on his face. Meanwhile, outside of the stone steel, the fact that Meng Hao withstood the first fist strike resulted in his name moving up again. Now, he was in 4th place. Although it was only an increase of a single position, the fact that it was the top 10, or really the top 5, ensured that the disciples of the Nine Seas God world were completely shocked. Fan Donger's face was pale white. She knew she had lost, and yet wasn't willing to accept that. She still believed that the only way Meng Hao could reach his current ranking was if he had cheated. Time passed. This time, for full hours passed before Meng Hao finally opened his eyes. Looking at the old man, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Understand?" the old man asked. "Kind of." Meng Hao responded truthfully. "Well, mostly not." The old man laughed heartily. "Well, it doesn't matter. Why don't you try out my second fist strike, the self-immolation fist, also known as the bedevilment fist?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and raised his right hand into a fist. His thumb's position was normal, without the special finger positioning from the life extermination fist. It looked completely like a normal fist as he punched out. However, as the punch rocketed forth, an energy rose up from the old man that caused wild colors to flash in the sky. A massive wind kicked up that could shake heavenly bodies. The energy itself caused blood to ooze out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth, and he was shoved backward relentlessly, denying him any opportunity to counterattack. That energy was the result of the old man's willpower, a madness and obsession that was capable of paying any price to fuel the destructive power of his fist. It was a level of obsession so high that it could turn one into a devil. Rather than an act of self-immolation, it was like a bedevilment. The fist strike shattered the void, crushed heaven and earth, and could not be reined in without shedding blood. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and he staggered backward. He didn't even dare to consider a counterattack. He had the intense premonition that if he did, he would be destroyed in body and spirit. There was something fatal about the power of that fist, and yet, even as Meng Hao fell into retreat, the old man roared, "Use what you learned of the life extermination fist, otherwise, you're dead." Meng Hao looked up, his eyes shot with blood, and took a deep breath. Then he clenched his fist, placing his thumb between the middle and ring fingers. Using what he had just learned about the life extermination fist, he punched out. Beneath the power of the bedevilment fist, Meng Hao's life force was flickering out. A feeling of death filled him, and yet he used that will of death to launch the punch. It was as if something in his mind snapped, and he achieved a higher level of enlightenment. His body trembled as he understood the true, deeper meaning of the life extermination fist. Everything was much clearer than before. "I understand." His fist, which was already flying through the air, trembled slightly. Then, it surged with a mad energy that hadn't been there before. A huge wind sprang up, which, under the influence of his fist strike, transformed into a wind of slaughter. Everything around him iced over, and the power of extermination rose up, slamming into the bedevilment fist. Boom! Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he spun backward as violently as a kite with its string suddenly cut. Great mouthfuls of blood were vomited out, and yet his hoarse, excited voice could be heard. "Life extermination fist. I understand. Life extermination fist." The old man smiled, returning his fist to his side as he watched Meng Hao fall and cough up more blood. However, Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with intense focus and determination as he looked back at the old man and bowed deeply. "Please accept my undying thanks for passing on this technique to me," he said. "You are not a body cultivator, and have not experienced baptism in the blood of a god," replied the old man. "Therefore, you cannot withstand my third fist strike. Go. Wait until you have become stronger, and then come find me again." Remember, we cultivators didn't originally practice body cultivation. The purpose of body cultivation is to slay gods. If you have an opportunity in the future to slay a god, then you can be baptized in its blood. At that time, you can acquire your own battle body. The old man waved his hand, causing the world around Meng Hao to collapse into pieces. Meng Hao felt himself spinning, and everything turned into a blur. At the same time, an unprecedentedly brilliant light shone from the 9th Golden Gate stone steel. Massive rumbling echoed out to fill the entire Nine Seas God world. All disciples of the Nine Seas God world could sense it, and especially the Tao realm patriarchs. All of them looked over as Meng Hao's name rose from the 4th position, all the way to the 2nd position. Clearly, the old man felt that Meng Hao was more qualified than the person who had previously reached 2nd place by withstanding the 2nd fist strike. The God world was in an uproar. All cultivators were shaking, and gasps of astonishment rang out in all directions. 2nd place. Meng Hao reached the 2nd position on the list. Of the 4 celestial warriors who have eternally maintained the top positions, 3 were pushed aside by him. He definitely deserves his positions of chosen, crown prince of the Fang clan, and joint conclave disciple of the 3 great Taoist societies. As the crowds raved, Fan Donger's face grew paler than ever. Golden light shone up from the steel, and Meng Hao's figure gradually appeared in front of all the crowds. As soon as he materialized, he didn't glance at anyone, not even Fan Donger. Instead, he turned and looked at the name which occupied the 1st position on the list. He very much wanted to know who it was that could withstand the old man's 3rd fist strike. Zhong Wuya, he murmured. He might be someone from ancient times, and might not even exist in the Nine Seas God world anymore. However, Meng Hao still wanted to know his name. Anyone who had never experienced the power of that old man's fist strike would be eternally incapable of understanding how terrifying the life extermination fist and the bedevilment fist were to experts who practiced cultivation of the fleshly body. As of this moment, Zhong Wuya's name was deeply imprinted in Meng Hao's mind. At the same time that Meng Hao appeared, the disciples in the area were thrown into an uproar. Even the disciples who hated Meng Hao couldn't help but acknowledge that he was incredibly powerful. The position of his name on the ranking list on the 9th Golden Gate stone steel left a deep impression on their hearts. 2nd place. From ancient times until now, the top 4 spots on that name list had never changed. On this day, however, Meng Hao had risen from the very bottom of the list all the way to the 2nd position. Many people speculated that there must be a vast gap separating the 1st and 2nd positions on that list. However, only Meng Hao knew how vast that gap was. Perhaps after he completely refined the Paragon's blood, and then used it to fully fuse with a nirvana fruit, then he would be qualified to once again challenge the 9th Golden Gate stone steel, and feel the power of the fist that came after the life extermination fist and the self-immolation fist. The 3rd fist strike. That 3rd fist would surely be spectacular to the extreme, capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was likely the pinnacle of body cultivation. Refining more Paragon's blood required more immortal jade and spirit stones. Now that he had reached 2nd place on the 9th Golden Gate stone steel, he would receive a hefty reward. Meng Hao looked over at the stone steel and the description of the rewards. After making some calculations, his eyes shone with anticipation. A moment later, as the golden light slowly faded away, Meng Hao turned, flashing through the crowd like lighting toward the pale-faced Fan Donger. "Cheater," she said, glaring at him. Gritting her teeth, she pulled a bag of holding out and threw it over to Meng Hao. She might have lost, but she could afford to lose. At the same time, though, her revulsion toward Meng Hao grew even stronger. Expression extremely grim, she turned to leave. She was worried that if she didn't leave quickly, she would lose control and attack Meng Hao, leading to a big battle. Considering how terrifyingly powerful he was now, she knew that she had no chance of winning. Meng Hao caught the bag of holding. After scanning it with divine sense, he smiled. In his opinion, Fan Donger's biggest weakness was also her biggest strength, and was something that he greatly admired. That was, she didn't refuse to accept losing, and could actually afford to do so. Meng Hao cleared his throat. He was not the type to secretly spare people. If he had an enemy, and their differences could not be resolved, then in his opinion there was no need to even try. And in fact, he might as well pile on a bit more discomfort. Meng Hao had always been that way. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Junior Sister Donger, there are still 8 more stone steals. I feel bad for winning so easily. Why don't we make another bet? What do you say?" Fan Donger gritted her teeth. Not bothering to even turn around and look at him, she transformed into a colorful beam of light that sped off into the distance. Meng Hao felt a bit bad. His words were actually somewhat perfunctory. He wasn't very confident about the other Golden Gate stone steel trials by fire. If Fan Donger had agreed to continue betting, he would have been forced to delay the matter. Looking around at all the surrounding disciples of the Nine Seas God world, he sighed. Without a believable accomplice, it's hard to get things done. If I had someone to help, I might have been able to charge people to watch. Yet another lost opportunity for profit. Meng Hao's heart hurt at the thought of the spirit stones, which, although they didn't actually belong to him, represented a missed opportunity all the same. What a headache. Everyone else worries about cultivation, but I'm always worried about having to make money. Feeling quite bitter, he shook his head and flew quickly over toward one of the other Golden Gate stone steels. If he was going to challenge them, then he would need to study them individually. That would give him the best chance to maximize their profitability. When Meng Hao left, most of the other disciples followed along with him. Soon, the entire group arrived at the 8th Golden Gate stone steel. Shockingly, almost in the same moment that they arrived, 9 beams of colorful light appeared up above, screaming through the air toward the same location. Shocking rumbling like that of thunderclouds could be heard, accompanied by the ripples of the ancient realm. In the blink of an eye, the beams of light closed in on the stone steel to reveal 9 demonic cultivators. Of those 9, 7 were men and 2 were women. All were exceedingly attractive and looked almost exactly like cultivators, with the exception of the fish scale mark they all had on their foreheads. Another shocking thing about them was that each and every one appeared to have 3 or 4 extinguished soul lamps. These were obviously not ordinary early ancient realm cultivators. These were chosen who were close to the mid-ancient realm. It's them, the 9 sea realm demons. They're actually making a public appearance. How rare. Of the 20 most famous human disciples in the 9 seas God world, the weakest is the divine daughter, Fan Donger, although she has the highest ranking. In addition to her, there are the 9 divine offspring. They have profound cultivation bases, and although they were once chosen, they've now entered the early ancient realm. The demonic cultivator horde is similar. They have a sea daughter who is analogous to the divine daughter. In addition, they have the 9 sea realm demons, who are similar to the divine offspring. Immediately, all of the demonic cultivators in the area started getting very excited. Meng Hao's eyes flickered when he caught sight of the 9 demonic cultivators. They looked back at him, their eyes flickering with sinister light. Each and every one of them could exert threatening pressure on Meng Hao. After all, they were all in the ancient realm. There were 2 who Meng Hao found the most threatening. Both were men, one of whom had a triangular scale on his forehead, and whose pupils were also triangular, making him look very bizarre. The other appeared to be the youngest among the group of 9. He was incredibly attractive, and wore beautiful clothing. His forehead had no scale on it, but rather a mark in the shape of a sea dragon. He emanated the air of a ruler or king that spread out in all directions. He was the number 1 demon among the 9 sea realm demons. Meng Hao looked away from them and proceeded to head toward the 8th Golden Gate stone steel. A moment after he stepped inside, the 9 sea realm demons did the same. Countless eyes were fixed on the developing situation. The demonic cultivators hated Meng Hao, a fact that had already spread throughout the entire sect. For the 9 sea realm demons to show up here led everyone to the same conclusion. The demonic cultivator horde was making a move on Meng Hao. It was not a direct attack, but rather an attempt to keep his growing popularity in check, to use the trials by fire to prevent any further rise. The contrast between them would be clear. I wonder what ranking Meng Hao will achieve this time. The surrounding cultivators were buzzing with excitement, and at the same time were trying to maintain a balanced outlook. Although Meng Hao had proved how powerful his fleshly body was in the 9th Golden Gate, it was entirely possible that he wouldn't perform well in the others. The truth of the matter was that was exactly how it was. After enough time for an incense stick to pass, Meng Hao's name appeared on the Golden Gate stone stele, flickering with shining light. His name showed up somewhere in the 100s before he appeared outside. Almost in the same moment that Meng Hao appeared outside, shockingly, 9 names that were already in the top 20 positions on the list moved up. Highest among all the newly risen was the name Long Tianhai. Earlier, that name had been in the 7th position, but it was now in the 4th. Long Tianhai. He's the number 1 demon among the 9 Sea Realm demons. I can't believe he just got into the 4th position. The demonic cultivator horde is favored by the 9th Sea. In terms of cultivation and enlightenment, they have it very easy. Besides, they were actually born in the pressure of the 9th Sea. Once they leave it, their cultivation bases will rocket up like mad. The spectators were in an uproar as 9 figures emerged from the stone stele. It was none other than the 9 Sea Realm demons, who all looked over at Meng Hao with sneers that they made no attempt to cover up. So, the crown prince of the Fong clan turns out to be pretty lame. You would think that with his cultivation base, he would at least make it into the top 100. That's the joint disciples of all of the 3 great Taoist societies? He's too weak to withstand a single blow from one of us. He can't even make it into the top 100, and yet still has the face to walk around in the 9 Seas God world? You can't say that. Maybe he just doesn't care about the trials by fire. He just has an overinflated reputation that he can't live up to. If you had to blame anything, you should probably blame his arrogance and conceit. The 9 demonic cultivators didn't hold anything back as they uttered various derisive and mocking words. The disciples of the 9 Seas God world were shocked, and many of them felt that Meng Hao must be extremely weak. Fandonger accused him of cheating in the 9th Golden Gate stone stele. From the look of things, he really was. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge gap now? The results were clear. The 9 demonic cultivators went into the stone stele at the same time as Meng Hao, and had all placed in the top 20. The best of their group had even taken 4th place. In contrast, Meng Hao was in the 100s. Normally speaking, if you didn't compare him to others, placing the way he did would be exceptional. After all, he didn't go all out, he merely went in to observe a bit. Meng Hao looked coldly over at the 9 demonic cultivators, who stared back at him with expressions of blatant provocation and mockery. As for Long Tianhai, his expression was extremely calm. However, it was calm in an arrogant way, as if Meng Hao were an ant that he didn't even need to think about, and could crush with a mere thought. Meng Hao didn't say anything. He knew that there was no way to patch things up with the demonic cultivators, and therefore, he made no attempt to do so. In fact, he even felt a bit bad about it. After all, it was his bloody slaughter which had led to the whole situation. He maintained his silence, and didn't say anything in response. He turned and headed toward the 7th Golden Gate stone stele, followed by the 9 Sea Realm demons. They all arrived shortly thereafter at the 7th stone stele, after which Meng Hao entered. The 9 demonic cultivators followed suit, clearly hoping to humiliate Meng Hao. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao appeared. This time he performed a bit better than before, ending up in the 90s. However, moments later, golden light shone up from the names of the 9 Sea Realm demons. Although they didn't make incredible progress, there were some in the top 20. Long Tianhai didn't make it to 5th place, but rather 7th. Another of the 9 demonic cultivators made it into the 9th position. It was another clear contrast. Next was the 6th Golden Gate stone stele, followed by the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, and the 2nd. The 9 demonic cultivators stuck as close to Meng Hao as his own soul. Every trial by fire he entered, they entered too. The result was that they completely exceeded him, and it was as easy for them as turning over a hand. After every single trial by fire, they would utter some derisive words, the acidity of which only continued to grow. Their words were clever, and they made no effort to conceal the fact that they were taunting him. Meng Hao's face grew icier. He didn't try very hard in any of the trials by fire, and as such didn't allow their words to rile him. He knew that, for the moment, his level of power wasn't sufficient to exceed them. All he wanted to do was observe the trials by fire and get used to them. It didn't matter if he only got into the top 100 or so. At the moment, he wasn't ready to truly challenge them. Soon, he had passed through the rest of the stone steels. The final trial by fire tested one's ability to stand up to crushing pressure. After looking the steel over, Meng Hao decided not to challenge it, and turned to leave. At this point, the 9 demonic cultivators started laughing coldly. Some of the other disciples of the 9 Seas God world were able to tell what was going on, and yet, the buzz that had built up because of his amazing performance in the 9th Golden Gate stone steel was now dying out. In fact, there were even people who were now suspecting him of being a cheater, although Meng Hao looked like he wanted to leave, but it didn't seem that the 9 demonic cultivators were going to let him. Meng Hao, what do you say to a bet? Do you dare? One of the 9 demonic cultivators taunted, the ridicule in his tone clear as his voice echoed about. Meng Hao was just about to leave when he heard the words and stopped in place, his heart thumping. He slowly turned to look back at the 9 Sea Realm demons who had repeatedly done everything they could to provoke him. Although he was truly convinced that his own excessive killing had caused this irreconcilable conflict, the regret he felt was mostly gone thanks to the actions of these demonic cultivators. Sometimes it doesn't matter who is right or wrong. Sometimes the only thing that matters is who has the power to back up their words. Only the powerful could back up what they said. As soon as Meng Hao heard the Sea Realm demon mention the word bet, he thought for a moment and then smiled. It was a bashful smile and a bit apologetic. I don't think that's a good idea, he said hesitantly. Cut the crap, said the demonic cultivator. Do you have the guts to make the bet, or not? Immediately, the other Sea Realm demons started laughing. As for Long Tianhai, he looked over with cool indifference. They didn't know Meng Hao, so they had no idea that concealed beneath that bashful smile was a temper so violent that even words like conniption or paroxysm couldn't describe it. No bets for me. Meng Hao took a deep breath and decided to take the high road for once. He once again turned to leave. So it turns out that the crown prince of the Fong clan doesn't dare to make real bets, said the 7th of the 9 demonic cultivators. The only thing he can do is bully Fandonger. His words were venomous and cold, and instantly put Meng Hao in a bad position with the other disciples of the 9 Seas God world. Crown Prince. PSHHH weak. Seems like the Fong clan is nothing special after all. Don't even mention the thing about being a joint disciple of the 3 great Taoist societies. This guy is as cowardly as a mouse. The demonic cultivators continued to spew increasingly vitriolic words. Their taunts were reaching the point of being direct verbal attacks. Meng Hao once again stopped in place and slowly turned around. His face was bright red, as if he was barely capable of containing his rage as he stared at the 9 cultivators, panting. What a bore! This guy can't do anything other than cheat. Useless. Even when making bets, the only thing he can do is bully girls. Screw him. All right, what do you want to bet? Growled Meng Hao through gritted teeth. He glared at the demonic cultivators and took a few steps backward, as if he were bracing himself to do something he didn't want to do, but had no choice but to do. The 9 demons of the Sea Realm looked at him with cold smiles. The person to reply was the 3rd demon, a woman. Well, she said, obviously we'll bet to see if you can get into the top 10 of one of the other Golden Gate stone steels. Without cheating like you did in the 9th steel, of course. As for the stakes, let's say 100,000 immortal jades, as well as 5 million spirit stones. If you can't get into the top 10, you don't have to pay any spirit stones, you just have to get the hell out of the 9th sea. And if you ever step half a foot back inside, you'll be killed in body and spirit. Meng Hao's face twitched slightly, and after taking a deep breath, he started laughing loudly. What piddly stakes? You want to bet with me like that? Fandonger and I have a long-standing friendship that you don't even know about. Our bet from before was just for fun. If you really want to make a wager, then you have to put up 10 million immortal jades. Do you have the guts to make the bet, Or not. Meng Hao spoke the words especially loudly. After pausing for the space of a few breaths without hearing a response, he started to laugh coldly. If you don't have the guts, then forget about it, he said, quickly backing up as if he wanted to take advantage of the silence to leave. You're on, Long Tianhai said coolly, his first time speaking. However, if you lose, you'll have to leave behind your 4 limbs for us as a souvenir. His words instantly caused the other 8 demonic cultivators to look very excited. You? Said Meng Hao, appearing to be very shocked. His face was extremely grim as he stared back at Long Tianhai. Finally, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth hard and said in a cautionary tone, what I said was 10 million immortal jades or golden gate stone steel. With 8 steels, that means that if I can get into the top 10 of all of them, you'll owe me 80 million. Gasps could be heard in the crowd, from both ordinary cultivators and demonic cultivators alike. This was an incredible, shocking wager, the types of which were rarely seen in the 9th mountain and sea. 80 million immortal jades. Heavens! How many spirit stones would that be worth? Enough to equal the life savings of an entire mid-sized clan of cultivators. These people are crazy. Even as the crowd went into an uproar, the 9 Sea Realm demons were internally shaken by Meng Hao's words. Even Long Tianhai's face fell. 10 million pieces of immortal jade was a sum they could just barely scrape together. As for 80,000,000, that far exceeded their limit. Even for the demonic cultivator horde as a whole, it was no small amount. The other 8 demonic cultivators hesitated. Their plan to make a bet with Meng Hao had been come up with on the fly, and had quickly reached the point that they didn't dare make any decisions unilaterally. All of them turned to look at Long Tianhai. An unsightly expression could be seen on his face as he stared at Meng Hao. Meng Hao seemingly sighed inwardly, and was just about to speak up as if he were going to give the demonic cultivators a way out of the bet, when Long Tianhai's eyes glittered. You're on, he said. However, we're going to change things a bit. If you don't get into the top 10 of all of the Golden Gate stone steels, then not only do you have to forfeit your 4 limbs, you also have to give me your place in the echelon. After the words left Long Tianhai's mouth, utter silence reigned. Most people had no idea what the echelon was. However, from the way the 3 great Taoist societies treated Meng Hao, people could speculate. The matter of the echelon was not something that could be kept secret forever, which Meng Hao knew. That was why he had taken the initiative to bring up the matter publicly earlier. Sometimes a matter being public rather than secret can lead to certain unexpected advantages. Deep in Meng Hao's eyes was a flickering coldness that no one could detect as he looked at Long Tianhai. They stared at each other for a moment, and within Long Tianhai's eyes, Meng Hao saw no trace of the coolness and disregard from earlier. Instead, he saw schemes and deceit. He was putting on an act earlier, he thought, eyes glittering. Finally, he smiled coldly and said, well, in that case, I don't need 80 million. I want 300 million immortal jades. Add in 1 Dao weapon. And Meng Hao will take this bet with your demonic cultivator horde. Meng Hao's words were met with a chorus of gasps from the audience. 300 million immortal jades was an astronomical sum. It was terrifying even to think about. Even for the 4 great clans, it would be a deleterious blow to be forced to hand over so much money. As for the 9 Seas God world, their reserves might be deep, but the demonic cultivator horde only had access to 30% of the clan's resources. If they lost, it would be a severe blow to their foundation. As for a Dao weapon, that was a magical item that only a Dao realm expert could wield. Such things were rare in the 9th mountain and sea, and in fact only 3 existed, one of which was in the possession of the demonic cultivator horde. If they lost the bet and the weapon, it couldn't quite measure up to the value of a place in the echelon. However, if they won, it would all be worth it. The crowd was in an uproar, and the noise only continued to get louder. An incredible wager like this was enough to cause cultivators of all realms to be filled with excitement. The 9 Sea Realm demons all sucked in deep breaths. Long Tianhai remained silent for a moment before a bizarre gleam appeared in his eyes. Considering that Meng Hao had mentioned the demonic cultivator horde, He knew that Meng Hao had already pieced together some clues as to what was really going on. However, he didn't care. What he wanted was Meng Hao's place in the echelon. Before Meng Hao had arrived in the Ninth Sea, he had put various plans in place. He had never imagined that one of the first things Meng Hao would do after arriving would be to immediately reveal publicly that he was in the echelon. Now that many people knew about the matter, most of his plans were rendered unusable. However, the stakes Meng Hao had mentioned just now were vast, and were somewhat imbalanced when compared to a place in the echelon. It was a decision he couldn't make on his own, so he stood there silently for a moment, apparently conferring with someone. Finally, he gritted his teeth and looked over at Meng Hao, a gleam of determination in his eyes. The Dao weapon is off the table, but the 300 million pieces of immortal jade. We can do. As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Hao sighed with relief. He had brought up the Dao weapon as a way to test out how determined the demonic cultivator horde was. If they were even willing to put a Dao weapon on the table as stakes, then he would have immediately declined the wager. No matter how much face he lost, he would never have agreed. The fact that the demonic cultivator horde refused to put the Dao weapon up as stakes revealed that there was a possibility that the result of the bet would be upheld. This matter most likely involved the machinations of a Dao realm expert. However, Meng Hao knew that, in all matters, risks had to be taken. His eyes shone with a strange light as he looked over at Long Tianhai. This is a big matter. I'll give you my answer in a month. Having said that, he turned and shot off into the distance. Waiting for a month gave him the option of both going on the offensive or remaining on the defensive. Furthermore, it negated the previous comparisons that had been made between him and the 9C realm demons. Everyone was now completely focused on the matter of the wager. Long Tianhai also realized this. He watched coldly as Meng Hao left, his eyes flickering with a gleam of killing intent. Meng Hao transformed into a beam of light that shot back toward his immortal's cave. After passing down through the water and the shield, the first thing he saw was the parrot, surrounded by the two trembling black pod imps. The parrot started singing, after which the demonic cultivators chimed in. I was a bad kid when I was young. I'm a little seafood dish, la 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 la, little seafood dish, doby doby doo, little seafood dish. Meng Hao stood there silently for a moment, staring at them, after which they switched to a different song. Come, come, the parrot shouted excitedly. Last night Lord Fifth had a dream about another song. Once we get it down, Lord Fifth is going to host a big singing contest for the entire Ninth Mountain and Sea. All right, sing with me. Off to the side, the meat jelly started to beat a drum enthusiastically. We're all seafood. Our whole family is seafood. Righteous Lord Fifth, mighty Lord Third. La 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 la, we have to make the seafood be good. Doby doby doo, we have to make the seafood be good. When Meng Hao heard this, his mind spun, and all of a sudden the world seemed like a worse place. He felt bad for the demonic cultivators as well as Su Yan. At the moment, Su Yan seemed to be deeply shaken. She was staring at the parrot with gaping jaw, as if the parrot had completely turned her world upside down. Meng Hao cleared his throat and waved his hand toward the black pod imps that seemed to be acting like backup singers next to the parrot. Instead of resisting him, they gladly flew toward him as if he were rescuing them from a disaster. Immediately, they transformed into black pods that came to rest on his palm, after which he stowed them away in his bag of holding. The parrot didn't look happy. Glaring at Meng Hao, it said, Come, come. Lord Fifth just thought of a new song. Let's all sing it together. Little Howie needs to be a good boy. A brutal gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he stared at the parrot for a moment. Then he ignored it, turning and walking back into his residence. The wave of a hand caused a ceiling shield to appear that blocked out all of the racket from outside. Moments later, the puppet boy flew out to go collect his reward from the 9th Golden Gate Stone Steel, and the smaller rewards for making it into the top 100 of the other 8 stone steels. Meng Hao sat down cross-legged, took a deep breath, and then gazed at the copper mirror with a look of anticipation. This time, I'm pretty sure I got enough immortal jade to complete my work with the Paragon's blood. Not too much time passed before the puppet boy returned. Just as Ling Yunzi had said, a greater reward than usual was doled out to him and placed in a bag of holding. He hefted the bag of holding, scanning it with divine sense for a moment before beginning to pant. He quickly retracted his divine sense, unable to bear looking at the contents. What was inevitably about to happen caused his heart such grief that it felt as if it were being cut in half with a knife. Therefore, he chose not to think about it. This was a precious skill that Meng Hao had picked up recently. He sighed, gritted his teeth, and took out a vial of Paragon's blood to begin duplicating. Time passed. Meng Hao's eyes were shot with blood, and his hair was disheveled crazily as he fed immortal jade and spirit stones into the copper mirror. Grimacing, he produced one duplicate after another. Eventually, 7 days passed. Meng Hao had now been in the Nine Seas God world for the greater part of a month. Finally, his bag of holding was completely devoid of all immortal jade and spirit stones. And there in front of him was a collection of 100 vials of Paragon's blood. As he looked at the blood, he began to pant. He kept telling himself not to think about how much he had spent to get this much, and yet he couldn't stop himself. As soon as the slightest thought of it crossed his mind, his heart twisted into a knot. When I was young, I always wanted to be rich. After I started practicing cultivation, there were often times when I felt like a rich person. However, it always takes the mere blink of an eye for all of that to go away, and I'm destitute again. He wanted to cry, but no tears would come. He wasn't sure if his lifelong dream would ever actually come true. After taking some deep breaths, his eyes filled with determination, and he produced a vast collection of medicinal pills. He put them in his mouth and refrained from chewing them. He merely allowed them to begin to slowly dissolve. Finally, he waved his hand and caused 10 vials of Paragon's blood to fly out. Cracking sounds could be heard as the bottles shattered, and the blood itself swirled out into the air. Ripples began to spread out as he raised both and began to mold the Paragon's blood together into one glob. After it did, a terrifying aura began to spread out. Parrot, meat jelly, get over here and help stop this aura from spreading out. His words echoed out at the same time that the parrot was encouraging the demonic cultivators to sing. After it heard what he said, it muttered a few sentences to itself, then flapped its wings and flew over with the meat jelly to help suppress the aura of the Paragon's blood. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he waved his right hand, causing 10 more vials of Paragon's blood to fly out and shatter. The blood then merged into a larger sphere in front of him. The terrifying aura exploded out violently, spreading out in all directions, causing the residents around him to shake so violently it seemed it might collapse. Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly, and without any hesitation, he waved his hand again. 10 more vials worth of Paragon's blood collapsed and then reformed. The terrifying aura increased in intensity, and cracks spread out through the entire residence. It was at this point that the parrot arrived. It no longer looked calm and collected, but rather let out a loud howl as it went all out to suppress the aura. The meat jelly didn't seem very willing to cooperate, but it transformed into an enormous canopy nonetheless, which covered over the entire residence, completely preventing the aura from escaping into the outside world. Because of Meng Hao's proximity to the combination of 30 vials of Paragon's blood, the intense pressure caused him to shake violently. However, his eyes shone brightly with determination. 30%, he breathed. The pressure of the blood caused him to shake, and cracking sounds could be heard. His mind was spinning violently. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand again. Rumbling sounds could be heard as 10 more vials of blood shattered. The blood flew out to join the huge sphere. Now it was roughly the size of an infant's hand. It was bright red, and shockingly, strands of gold could be seen swirling around inside, making it resplendently beautiful to the point where it tugged at the soul. At the same time, increasingly intense pressure was cast out by the terrifying aura. The explosive power battered against Meng Hao, causing blood to ooze out of his mouth and fissures to spread out across his skin. There was also a powerful expulsion force that threatened to cause him to explode. His eyes shone brightly with obsession as he rotated his cultivation base, drawing on all the power of his immortal meridians, using his secret magic to make them all eternal. Their power surged in his body as he waved his hand again, causing 10 more vials to fly out and shatter. When the blood merged into the sphere, terrifying aura erupted with further intensity. The pressure was now so incredible that it caused Meng Hao's entire residence to collapse into pieces. The entire structure transformed into nothing more than ash. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and his hands almost shattered. His eternal stratum surged at full power, continuously healing him, allowing him to fight back against the intense power. The meat jelly roared and the parrot squawked shrilly as they suppressed the aura with all of their might as well. Meng Hao was shaking, and his eyes gleamed with madness. 50%. He waved his hand, causing another 10 vials of Paragon's blood to fly out. When they merged into the sphere, he sent out another 10, all the way until a total of 80 vials had been added together. It was now as large as an infant's head, and the pressure caused colors to flash, and the sky to grow dim. Meng Hao felt like he was the subject of an intensely powerful attack. He was shoved backward, and blood spewed out of his mouth. His eternal stratum worked like mad, but was incapable of keeping pace with the level of destruction, not even with all of his 123 immortal meridians combined. At this critical juncture, he didn't hesitate for even a moment to chomp down on half of the medicinal pills he had in his mouth. Immediately, they melted, flowing into his body with restorative energy. His immortal power was once again restored, and he managed to bear the brunt of another aggressive blast. The sphere of blood radiated resplendent light, as if the will of a paragon were now awakening. If it wasn't for the meat jelly and the parrot blocking the spread of the aura, the entire Nine Seas God world would be going completely crazy. The ninth sea would be aboil, and the entire ninth mountain would be shaking. However, even though the aura still wasn't leaking out, the natural law in the area around Meng Hao was being affected. The air filled with distortions, as if another world were forming. All of that was because of the Paragon's blood. It was not merely a single portion, but 80 portions that had been merged together. It hadn't even been refined yet, and was only an amalgamation, yet it was still a sample of Paragon's blood that was only a sliver away from being complete. "I can do it!" Meng Hao roared, waving his hand. Rumbling could be heard as the final 20 vials of blood flew out. Half of them shattered, and the blood in them fused with the sphere. Meng Hao's hands were mangled masses of flesh, and he suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. However, a moment ago, he had crushed more of the medicinal pills in his mouth, causing their power to flow through his body and stimulate his eternal stratum into frenzied action. The mouthful of blood he had just coughed up didn't do anything to affect the fusion of the Paragon's blood. The meat jelly roared with increased intensity as the canopy it had formed fought to control the aura. The parrot was in midair, squawking as it caused numerous streams of magical symbols to swirl down and seal the entire area. Damn it! This isn't the Demongrene's blood. She might be a paragon, but this drop of blood was definitely not produced by her. How could an unrefined drop of blood contain such shocking power? The last 10 vials. Meng Hao chomped down on all of the remaining medicinal pills, then waved his hand to cause the final 10 vials to shatter. Blood flew out into the sphere, which was now the size of an adult human head. The sphere of blood contained innumerable golden threads that interlocked with each other, forming vague magical symbols that seemed to contain the origin of the starry sky, the essence of the world, the basis of all life. The meat jelly was shaking violently, and fissures snaked out across its body. It looked like it was about to collapse, and it was shrieking in pain. The parrot was getting very nervous, almost like he had during the unforeseen flare-up of the copper mirror. "It's not the Demongrene's blood, and it's not old man Immortal Ancients either," the parrot shrieked, staring in shock and disbelief. Could it be that this, no way, impossible, didn't he die? As soon as he died, all of his blood should have vanished from within heaven and earth. How could there be some left behind? Damn it! No wonder the mirror was acting so crazy. I thought that it was because someone was casting magic on it, but that was only one part of it. The other reason was because of this blood. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and he trembled violently. Despite the preparations he had made with the medicinal pills, his eternal stratum was reaching the point where it couldn't sustain him. All of his flesh was covered with cracks and fissures, which were widening, as if he might explode at any moment. His body was slick with blood, but his eyes were completely focused. His hands trembled as he held the sphere of blood between them and then shoved down hard. "Refine!" he cried. The sphere of blood gradually began to shrink and refine. As it did, more and more golden threads became visible, until, in the end, the entire mass of blood was golden. Meng Hao was shaking, and more cracks spread out across his skin. He felt the flame of his life force growing dim, all because of the vast pressure cast by the aura of the Paragon's blood. It was only a drop of blood, and yet Meng Hao was still no match for it. He was on the verge of collapsing. Even though the blood wasn't actually fighting him, it was still powerful enough to utterly exterminate him. It wasn't just Meng Hao. Someone in the ancient realm, or perhaps even someone in the Dao realm, would be slaughtered by this drop of blood. Rumbling sounds echoed out, but Meng Hao endured. His body hovered on the brink of exploding as the mass of blood rapidly shrank. Soon, it was only the size of an infant's hand. His body was covered in cracks and tears. His two hands were nothing but bloody flesh, disfigured and misshapen. And yet, his eyes still shone with laser focus. "Refine!" he roared. It was a roar like the final roar before death. And as soon as it left his mouth, the sphere of blood shrank down to the size of a fingernail. As of now, it was thoroughly and completely golden. The incomparable aura of a paragon instantly erupted from inside the blood. This was true, authentic paragon's blood. It was complete, utterly rare paragon's blood. You could even say that it actually shouldn't exist. A drop of blood from the exact paragon to whom the parrot had referred. The meat jelly was screaming, and the parrot was bellowing in disbelief. Meng Hao was just barely managing to hold back from exploding when an aura appeared which was not the aura of cultivation. It was the aura of the League of Demon Sealers. As soon as the aura appeared, the drop of blood began to tremble. A resonance was forming, almost like that of a bloodline. What? Meng Hao thought, his mind trembling. Then he thought back to what Granny Nine and Godmaster had said to him. Paragon Sea Dream founded the Nine Seas God World and the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. The Immortal Ancient Taoist Rite was founded by Paragon Immortal Ancient. As for the third Paragon, the most powerful Paragon, Paragon Nine Seals, nobody knew what he founded. He founded the League of Demon Sealers. Meng Hao felt as if his mind were being struck by lightning. This was the blood of Paragon Nine Seals, chief among the three supreme paragons. Not even a single drop should even exist in the world. And yet, because of the even more mysterious and unfathomable copper mirror, this paragon's blood had now appeared in the mountain and sea realm. In the instant that the blood appeared, it wasn't just Meng Hao who was shaken. The entire mountain and sea realm began to tremble. It didn't matter that the parrot and meat jelly were covering up the aura with all their might. The aura still managed to spread out invisibly. Although nobody in the Nine Seas God world could sense it specifically, there were other beings in the mountain and sea realm who did, and were completely shocked. 9 great mountains and seas made up the mountain and sea realm, outside of which was a sun and a moon that orbited eternally around it. It was because of those 2 heavenly bodies that the mountain and sea realm had day and night. At the moment, both of them were trembling, something that caused everyone, even the mortals, to stare up in shock to look. As of this moment, people were trembling in shock in the 9th mountain and sea, the 8th mountain and sea, the 7th mountain and sea, even the 1st mountain and sea. In all the mountain and sea realm, people were shaking in astonishment. The sun is trembling. The moon is shaking. What's happening? What's causing this? Within the mountain and sea realm, countless living beings were flabbergasted. Even the animals were prostrating themselves on the ground as if in worship. The mortals were astonished and began bowing down with looks of pious reverence on their faces. As for the cultivators, their scalps tingled as they observed something they had never before seen. The sun and moon shaking. It left them completely astonished. Countless experts flew out, including all of the Tao realm cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, and the shock on their faces was clear. Numerous beings saw the sun and the moon shaking visibly. Instead of continuing on in their orbit, they were fixed in place, seemingly immovable. It was as if some unknown aura had caught their attention, causing their will to suddenly awaken. At the same time that the heavenly bodies ceased moving, the seas in the mountain and sea realm all began to seethe and roar. The mountains also began to shake and were apparently roaring. If you looked very carefully at the sun, you would just barely be able to tell that inside of that heavenly body, shockingly, was a sword. It was a shining sword, shocking to the extreme. It was a sword that, in the past, had shaken the hearts of countless crowds of people, and had killed innumerable enemies. That was the sword of a paragon. In the past, it had caused the entire immortal world to tremble, and during the Great Catastrophe, it had rocked the 3,000 lower realms. The other two major powers in the war shook any time they heard the name. Nine Seals' sword. When Paragon Nine Seals perished, his sword went missing. Now, though, it suddenly appeared in the middle of the sun. Or perhaps, it wasn't just appearing there. Perhaps, the sun of the mountain and sea realm was the manifestation of the Nine Seals' sword of the past. Anyone who knew anything about the history of the mountain and sea realm suddenly felt their minds reeling. The Nine Seals' sword. Heavens! The sun is actually the materialization of the Nine Seals' sword. How could this be possible? Impossible. This goes contrary to everything we know about history. How could this be happening? At the same time, a massive aura was awakening inside of the moon. Just barely. An object was becoming visible inside of it. It was not a sword, it was a suit of armor. A suit of armor formed from moonbeams. The armor shone with glorious light that was both soft and austere. It was as if the armor had been splashed with infinite amounts of blood, as if it had seen countless battles. In the past, the name of this suit of armor had rocked the world. Nine Seals armor. Paragon Nine Seals, two great paragon artifacts. All of the 9 mountains and seas were completely shaken. I just remembered a legend I heard about once. Similar words were echoing in the minds of many of the Tao realm experts of the 9 mountains and seas. It was a story that all of them had taken to be completely wild and absurd. According to the legend, each mountain and sea in the realm will have a mountain and sea lord to unify that area. But the truth of the matter is that there is a position of power higher than that of the lords of the 9 mountains and seas. A more powerful being. The Lord of the mountain and sea realm. The Lord of the entire mountain and sea realm can exterminate a mountain and sea with a single thought, then create another one just as easily. That person will lead the mountain and sea realm back to the former glory of the Paragon Immortal realm. The legend says that when the Lord of the mountain and sea realm finally appears, the sun and the moon will stop moving. Light will fill the entire mountain and sea realm. According to the legend, the 9 Xuanwu turtles will kowtow and let out a massive roar. Many of the Tao realm experts of the mountain and sea realm were murmuring things like this. In the 4th mountain and sea, Kitagarb's eyes were shining with a strange light as he looked up into the heavens and the starry sky. It was in that moment that, all of a sudden, a massive Xuanwu turtle rose up from within the celestial pond atop the 1st mountain, just like the Xuanwu turtle had done in the 9th mountain and sea. Apparently, all of the mountains had a Xuanwu turtle like this as their nucleus. The Xuanwu turtle opened its eyes, and it began to tremble, then let out a massive roar that filled the entire 1st mountain and sea. That roar filled the hearts and minds of all cultivators who had been born in the 1st mountain and sea. At almost exactly the same time, a similar roar could be heard coming from the Xuanwu turtle who sat atop the 2nd mountain in the 2nd mountain and sea. Next, the same thing happened in the 3rd mountain and sea, the 4th mountain and sea, and the 5th mountain and sea. Finally, the Xuanwu turtle from the 9th mountain and sea joined in, and the roars combined into a unified sound that shook the entire mountain and sea realm. Countless individuals were shaken physically and mentally as the supreme Xuanwu turtles, which represented all of the 9 mountains and seas, suddenly rose up into the starry sky, whereupon their roars reached a fever pitch. In the end, all of them did something completely shocking. They turned in the same direction and bowed, as if they were offering respectful greetings to their lord. The direction in which they faced, shockingly, was the 9th mountain and sea. The entire world was shaken, and the whole mountain and sea realm was filled with rumbling sounds. As of this moment, countless Dao realm experts were thoroughly shaken. All of them turned to look in the direction of the 9th mountain and sea. As for the Dao realm experts in the 9th mountain and sea itself, they were dumbfounded. The strangest thing of all was that no one could tell exactly which area within the 9th mountain and sea the Xuanwu turtles were facing. The roars of the 9 Xuanwu turtles echoed out for a long time. The sound was archaic and icy cold, as if it was completely devoid of any emotion. It was almost as if it were mechanical. The realm lord cometh, the lord of all the mountain and sea realm. The 9 hexes shall be inscribed in the moment of his return to power. The words spread out throughout all of the 9 mountains and seas, echoing into countless minds, giving rise to waves of intense shock. It was as if the entire world had been overturned. All cultivators of the 9 mountains and seas felt as if their minds were being struck by hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts. Realm Lord? The Lord of the mountain and sea realm. What exactly is going on? What's happening? Return? Could it be that when the Realm Lord returns, the fate of all the 9 mountains and seas can be controlled by just a single one of his thoughts? The 9 Xuanwu turtles are all facing the 9th mountain and sea. Could it be that the so-called Realm Lord is in the 9th mountain and sea? Countless minds were sent spinning. On the 4 planets of the 9th mountain and sea, in the 4 great clans, the 5 great holy lands, and the 3 churches and 6 sects, all of the chosen were astonished and were shaking in anticipation. All of the Dao realm experts could see that the Xuanwu turtle in their mountain and sea was looking at their own 9th mountain and sea. It was the same in the 3 great Taoist societies. In the 9 seas god world, Fandonger, the demonic cultivators, the 3 patriarchs, and all of the other Dao realm cultivators were all shocked. Of course, none of them had any idea that all of these shocking events were being caused by someone within the 9 seas god world itself. Also astonished were the current mountain and sea lords of the 9 mountains and seas. All of them felt their energy surging, filling their respective mountains and seas with solemnity and a domineering air. Lord Ji also appeared in the 9th mountain and sea, and massive pressure radiated out from that enormous eye. These lords would not be willing to easily accept someone who was placed higher than them, a lord of the mountain and sea realm. Meanwhile, in the ruins of immortality in the 9th mountain and sea, the white-robed paragon Sea Dream sat cross-legged in meditation. Li Linger sat next to her in exactly the same posture. Suddenly, Paragon Sea Dream opened her phoenix-like eyes, and her expression flickered. A shocked expression appeared on her face, and she rose to her feet and stepped forward. When her foot landed, she was outside of the ruins of immortality, hovering in the starry sky, looking toward the 9th sea. "Big Brother 9 seals Paragon blood," she murmured. A tremor ran through her, and a look of utter disbelief could be seen on her face. After a long moment, she recovered her composure, and a strange gleam appeared in her eyes. "The League of Demon Sealers. It's him." As of this moment, countless figures throughout the mountain and sea realm were making various speculations as to who it was that would bring such momentous changes in the future, the Lord of the mountain and sea realm. Some people were prepared to respectfully welcome such a person. Others prepared to kill and supplant him. Various thoughts rose up in various minds. In addition, many people left their respective mountains and seas to fly toward the 9th mountain and sea. Everything was thrown into chaos in a single moment. An unprecedented commotion gripped all of the 9 mountains and seas. Currently, Meng Hao sat in his mountain valley, experiencing the same shock that everyone outside in the 9 mountains and seas was feeling. He could also hear the cry of the 9 Xuanwu turtles. He was trembling, panting, his face covered with an expression of complete disbelief. The League of Demon Sealers. I can't believe it was actually founded by Paragon 9 Seals. Great waves of shock crashed through Meng Hao's heart. Never would he ever have speculated that the League of Demon Sealers had originated with such a shocking figure. Furthermore, he was the 9th generation Demon Sealer. 9 was the ultimate number, and he was the final generation of the Demon Sealers. I'm the 9th generation Demon Sealer, and this drop of blood comes from Paragon 9 Seals. He founded the League of Demon Sealers, which means he and I are connected by destiny. Meng Hao panted, and his mind trembled. The 9 hexes shall be inscribed in the moment of his return to power. 9 hexes. That means that when I possess all 9 of the demon sealing hexing magics, then in that moment, I will be the lord of the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao felt a bit dizzy. Even now, he found it hard to believe. However, he wasn't struck senseless. In fact, in that moment, he was suddenly filled with a sense of impending danger. Imagine a situation in which an empire has no emperor for many years. The regional government officials throughout the country have their own military forces and occupy their positions for countless years. Each one of those government officials will eventually come to view the area they control as their own kingdom and themselves as kings. That was the situation in the mountain and sea realm, with the lords of the 9 mountains and seas being 9 kings. The future lord of the mountain and sea realm was the emperor. None of those various kings would want to be ordered around after such a long time. After having a taste of freedom, they would balk at the thought of someone above them telling them what to do, nor would they accept the fate of being perpetually manipulated by another. When such circumstances arose in an empire, then, the simplest and most effective way to deal with the situation, and also the method that would benefit most of the parties involved, would be to kill the emperor before he had a chance to return to power. That would be the best solution for all of those kings. Meng Hao knew that, and because he understood it, he could tell how much danger he was in, and knew that he had to be completely on guard. Under no circumstances could he reveal his identity. If he did, then the only thing that would await him would be destruction. And he would no doubt drag the Fong clan down with him. It was at this point that the Parrot and Meat Jelly began to holler. "Damn it, Meng Hao! Hurry up and absorb it! We can't hold on much longer." Almost in that same moment, Meng Hao unhesitatingly reached out and grabbed the Paragon's blood. Then he took a deep breath and shoved the drop of blood into the palm of his hand. Instantly, the drop of blood merged into his hand, fusing into his body. At the same time, massive rumbling filled his mind. He could immediately sense the boundless, mighty power contained within the Paragon's blood. Simultaneously, the aura of the League of Demon Sealers erupted wildly. Trembling, Meng Hao quickly pulled out a nirvana fruit and then pushed it down onto his forehead. Rumbling echoed out as the nirvana fruit fused into him, and he began to shake. The Paragon's blood and the aura of the League of Demon Sealers merged together, causing its Paragon nature to be hidden away. It was in this moment that a terrifyingly powerful stream of divine sense spread out from the 9th mountain. It covered the entire 9th mountain and sea, reaching out to any and all locations, leaving no stone unturned. That included the 9 seas god world. The divine sense swept over it, apparently willing to pay any price in its search, even offending the 3 great Taoist societies. However, the 9 seas god world was uncharacteristically silent, and did nothing to prevent it from happening. The divine sense covered over everything, swept through all regions. It even passed over Meng Hao, and yet, it did not seem to find the aura it was looking for. Meng Hao sat there cross-legged, all traces of the aura covered up. Of course, it was not his own power that was doing the covering up, but rather the Parrot and Meat Jelly, as well as the combination of the League of Demon Sealers aura with the Paragon's blood. Because of that, Meng Hao was not revealed underneath the powerful divine sense. After some time passed, the divine sense faded away to search in other areas. In addition to that powerful divine sense, the Tao realm experts in other areas of the 9th mountain and sea were also making searches in their respective areas. Everyone wanted to know the identity of the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. It wasn't that nobody considered that it could be Meng Hao. After all, he was in the echelon, and was the most famous cultivator of his generation. However, the position of Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm was far beyond his current level, so anyone who might suspect him would have only given it a moment of thought. The true object of most people's suspicion were the people who were already in the Tao realm. The lords of the other mountains and seas especially suspected Lord Ji. From the look of things, a massive storm was brewing. Meng Hao remained in secluded meditation the entire time. After successfully fusing with the Paragon's blood, he used the power of the blood to absorb the Nirvana fruit. At the same time, Paragon 9 Seal's blood caused his demon sealing magic to grow more exquisite. It was as if he had been the subject of righteous bestowal. He was the subject of Paragon 9 Seal's righteous bestowal. It was like a form of approval, formally initiating him as the 9th generation demon sealer. From this moment on, his hexing magic would be even more powerful. Because of the amplification of the Paragon's blood, the pressure he could emit would be shockingly greater. Furthermore, his understanding regarding the League of Demon Sealers was now completely different than before. For example, when it came to the 5th demon sealing hex, the inside-outside hex, he had only been able to open a tiny rift before. Now, however, he could open a rift that was hundreds of times larger. Everything was because of Paragon 9 Seal's blood. Meng Hao was trembling. He could clearly sense that something was different about him. Absorbing the Paragon's blood was like a tempering or a baptism, causing his fleshly body to become more powerful, to exceed the limits of the immortal realm. He was now extremely close to having an ancient realm body. All he needed was the right set of circumstances, the right opportunity, and he would be able to break through. At that point, his fleshly body would break into the ancient realm. Furthermore, he knew exactly where that opportunity lay. It was in the 9th Golden Gate stone steel of the 9 Seas God world. Meng Hao could almost see what it would be like to withstand that old body cultivator's third fist strike. At that time, he would step into the ancient realm of the fleshly body. "I'm going to get more powerful," he thought, his eyes gleaming. He continued to sit there meditating, his immortal meridians thrumming as the Paragon's blood seeped out into every corner of his body. Strands of golden thread quickly flew out to merge into his chi passageways. As for the Nirvana fruit which he had absorbed into his forehead, it rapidly melted, and when it touched the golden threads of the Paragon's blood, it fused with them, becoming part of Meng Hao. Suddenly, Meng Hao's cultivation base shot upward. He was already the immortal realm paragon, but it went higher than that, taking him into the direction of the immortal emperor. Every step forward he took, he made incredible advancements. He would now be permanently in the immortal emperor realm, unlike before, when he could only be there for a short time by temporarily absorbing a nirvana fruit. "Once I finish absorbing the nirvana fruit, I will eternally be within the immortal emperor realm." His eyes shone with determination. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time, and had spent countless amounts of spirit stones and immortal jade to get here. He couldn't even speak aloud the tally of how much he had spent. Anyone who heard the number would be unable to accept it, not even someone in the Tao realm. Because of that massive consumption, the path that Meng Hao traveled was completely different from that of other cultivators. He was treading the ancient path of the Paragon immortal realm. Because of that, his future was limitless. Time passed. Days. Meng Hao sat there cross-legged the entire time. Eventually, about half of the nirvana fruit was absorbed, placing him beyond the level of the immortal realm paragon and closer to that of the immortal emperor. He was getting more and more powerful. His fleshly body reached new heights of perfection, breaking through barrier after barrier. Similarly, his powers from the League of Demon Sealers grew stronger. You could say that the single drop of Paragon's blood led to an explosive growth in all aspects for Meng Hao, making him vastly more powerful. Another 2 weeks passed. Meng Hao had now been in the 9 Seas God world for well over a month. Outside in the mountain and sea realm, the fervent search for the future realm lord was still underway. There were even powerful experts from the other mountains and seas who made appearances. Thankfully, everyone kept control of themselves, and no major issues arose. However, the sense of an impending storm continued to grow more intense. During the half-month that passed, Meng Hao felt divine sense sweep over his location 4 times. Fortunately, the meat jelly and Parrot knew that Meng Hao was at a critical juncture, and did everything they could to keep him concealed. Also, from the moment that he had absorbed the blood, its aura had dissipated within him. Eventually, people stopped paying attention to him. Although he remained an object of suspicion, in truth there were over 100 such people under suspect. Actually, he would have been suspected no matter what the truth was. Another half a month passed, and Meng Hao still wasn't finished absorbing the nirvana fruit. There was still about 20% left. However, the difference between his current cultivation base and his cultivation base before was like the difference between heaven and earth. Currently, he sat in place, cross-legged, completely motionless. Countless sparks of electricity danced around him, and although his eyes were closed, streams of white mist seeped out from between his eyelids, making him appear extremely mysterious. His skin was whiter, and his aura explosive. Terrifying ripples rolled off of him. The demonic cultivators in the pool of the water were in a state of shock, and when they looked at Meng Hao, terror filled their hearts. As for Su Yan, she was also astonished by the changes she had seen Meng Hao undergoing. It left her terrified. To her, it felt as if some mysterious will were currently awakening inside of him. He has a terrifying aura, she thought anxiously. But what exactly is it? As far as she was concerned, Meng Hao was completely enigmatic. Another half-month passed. Meng Hao had now been in the Nine Seas God world for more than 2 months. Eventually, the day came when he finally absorbed the last bit of the nirvana fruit. The last trace of it faded away into Meng Hao, and a tremor ran through him. Along with the tremor were cracking sounds, and a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy. In that moment, his cultivation base rocketed up to new heights of power. A massive wind sprung up around him, causing the demonic cultivators to shake. Su Yan's eyes went wide with disbelief. Meng Hao's energy caused his hair to whip around his head, and his robes to flap. Gradually something formed inside of him, which was an imperial will. It was domineering to the maximum towering. This was the imperial will of an immortal emperor realm. His eyes opened, and the demonic cultivators could hear something like peals of thunder. There were 8 thunderclaps in total, each one shocking to the extreme, causing strange colors to flash about, and making everything shake. Blood sprayed out of the demonic cultivators' mouths, and some of them simply passed out. Su Yan found blood oozing out of the corners of her mouth, and her face fell completely. 8 illusory thunderclaps, shaking the heavens, she said. You actually reached that realm. This is impossible. Those peals of thunder are a terrifying sign that will appear when someone reaches the absolute pinnacle of the immortal realm. 8 illusory thunderclaps, shaking the heavens. Meng Hao took a deep breath and slowly stood up. As he did, the aura of the immortal emperor suddenly erupted out of him, causing the entire immortal's cave to shake. Even the 9th sea was trembling. The limit of the immortal realm? Meng Hao said coolly. Apparently, you don't understand the meaning of being immortal. The limit is far, far beyond this. His voice was calm and filled with a threatening pressure that far exceeded anything that had existed there before. Any further pinnacle is still just the immortal realm. Su Yan replied through gritted teeth. You don't understand, said Meng Hao, shaking his head. The mark of the echelon had appeared on his forehead, sinking deeper into him with each pulsing flicker. Su Yan looked at the mark silently, her feelings clearly conflicted. Meng Hao rubbed his forehead, then turned to look at the wreckage of his residence. All of a sudden, he had realized something that appeared in his mind after absorbing the nirvana fruit completely. The word immortal is extremely profound, he murmured to himself. He suddenly raised his right hand, within which was a second nirvana fruit. He looked at it thoughtfully. I can sense that the primary function of the Paragon's blood was to provide true approval of me as part of the League of Demon Sealers. Paragon Sea Dream has her echelon. However, I am the sole member of Paragon 9 Seal's echelon. The strengthening of my fleshly body and the absorption of the Nirvana fruit were side effects. Furthermore, after absorbing 1 drop of the blood, it wouldn't matter if I absorbed hundreds or thousands more. They wouldn't do anything. Also, I can't continue to use Paragon's blood to absorb Nirvana fruits. Moreover, using Paragon's blood to do so is a huge waste. After a moment of thought, he probed his cultivation base to sense how vastly more powerful he was than before. A month or so ago, he had been an immortal realm paragon. Now he was above that, an immortal emperor. The current era had no such thing as an immortal emperor. In fact, even in the days of the immortal world, the immortal emperor realm was something rarely seen, like a level of complete perfection. It represented a level of profound understanding of the realm of immortality. Meng Hao might have only 123 immortal meridians, but each and every one had widened and become extremely sturdy. The feeling of power he was experiencing was something he previously could only feel on a temporary basis with the aid of Nirvana fruit. Now he was eternally within that realm. The echelon mark on his forehead glittered brightly and was clearly more firmly implanted. Because of that, he looked completely different than before. He even had a new strange feeling. If he closed his eyes, he could almost sense that, far out in the vast mountain and sea realm, in other areas, there were familiar fluctuations. Those fluctuations were not coming from a specific person. Rather, it came from other people who were like him, members of the echelon. In total, there were 12 other members of the echelon. He was the 13th member, and the most recent one to be added. He was also the last member of the echelon. Before him, there were a total of 12. These were people from other locations in the mountain and sea realm, whom Paragon Sea Dream had pulled into the echelon. Meng Hao had no illusions about how difficult it was to become part of the echelon, nor how powerful its members were. After seeing the shocking and majestic sight of the first-generation patriarch, he could well imagine how powerful the other members were. It was only after Meng Hao received the enlightenment of Paragon magic that he had been able to join the echelon. Meng Hao could sense 12 fluctuations, and everyone left him with a feeling like that of a paragon. The level of power caused his heart to sink. Now I see. Before, my cultivation base and realm simply did not qualify me to sense their existence. It is only now that I have reached the proper degree to do so. Furthermore, that means that, as of this moment, not only can I sense them, they can also sense me. He frowned. By the time that Meng Hao frowned, the flurry of activity that had resulted from the events the previous month had died down. There were still many people who were paying attention to the situation, but the most tense juncture had passed. Life went on. The sun and the moon went back into motion, almost as if nothing had happened. However, deep in the hearts of many people, questions still lurked about who the future lord of the mountain and sea realm was. In the 8th mountain and sea was a location out in the void that was comprised of a vast field of skeletons that almost looked like puppets. Their eyes flickered with ghost fire as they swirled around. In the very center of all of them was an enormous palace constructed of bones. Within that palace, a young man in a black robe sat there cross-legged, meditating. He was extremely gaunt, and his face was as pale as death, completely lacking even a trace of color. Furthermore, the flame of his life force was very dim. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and all of the skeletons surrounding the palace dropped down to kowtow. At the same time, a terrifying energy surged out from the young man. A mark appeared on his forehead, flickering brightly. All of a sudden, he could sense something within the 9th mountain and sea. The fluctuations of the echelon. So, there's actually a 13th member, he murmured, and a sinister glow like that of blood appeared in his eyes. At the same time, a massive vortex could be seen in the 4th mountain and sea. A handsome young man in a blue garment sat cross-legged in that vortex, meditating. He was surrounded by 10 old men, all of whom were at the peak of the ancient realm. Clearly, these men were the Tao protectors of the younger man. Roughly 3,000 meters away from him in the vortex was a young woman clad in a simple white gown. Her cultivation base was not in the immortal realm but rather the nascent soul stage. However, there was an aura to her that ensured that, despite being inside the vortex, she wasn't harmed at all. She sat there, her eyes closed as she practiced cultivation. Next to the young woman was an old lady who looked like a servant of some sort. She sat there quietly, completely ignoring the young man and his 10 Tao protectors. After a long moment passed, the young man in blue opened his eyes and looked at the young woman in white. His eyes flickered with a mysterious light, and he suddenly approached her, after which he clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Miss Su, we meet again. I, Lin Song, offer greetings to the 49th princess of the underworld." The young woman in white opened her eyes and looked at the young man. After giving him a slight smile, she closed her eyes again. The young man smiled back, seemingly having taken no offense. However, when he turned away, a sinister gleam could be seen deep in his eyes. He was just about to leave when, all of a sudden, an echelon mark suddenly appeared on his forehead, and he could sense that there was now another member of the echelon in the mountain and sea realm. The 9th mountain and sea ha. He's much weaker than any of the others. Killing intent flickered in the young man's eyes. Similar scenes played out one after another in other locations in the other mountains and seas. Just as Meng Hao had suspected, the other 12 members of the echelon were all able to sense him. Competition was something that came with the status of being in the echelon itself. Plus, there were also people in the outside world who wanted to kill those echelon members and take their status for their own. Such an attitude was even stronger among the echelon members as well. To them, weak people weren't qualified to stand among them. Although nobody who was truly weak was allowed to even join the echelon, any member who didn't make progress quickly enough would soon be left behind and eventually eliminated. On the first mountain was a young man with ordinary features. However, on his forehead could be seen a third eye. He currently sat in front of a Go board, holding a game piece in his hand, apparently lost in thought. In front of him was a young woman wearing a long, emerald green gown. She was so beautiful that it was impossible for anyone to compare to her. She had an alluring figure and phoenix-like eyes that radiated a vigorous spirit. The wind slowly blew her long black hair, causing a single strand to gently sweep across her chest. The cosmetics she wore added a bit of color to her face, making her cheeks slightly rosy. She was both lithe and tender, and overall completely attractive. She was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, or a fairy floating across the snow. She was the type of woman who, wherever she went, the flowers darkened, the sun and moon dimmed, and all other women somehow looked less beautiful. She was also surrounded by immortal chi, which slowly swirled around her, causing her to seem completely extraordinary. "Elder brother Chun, it looks like you're going to lose this game too," she said with a smile. It was a smile that made her consummate beauty even more attractive. The wind that was blowing past seemed unwilling to part with her, and instead continued to swirl around her. "The world is like a game of Go," the man said lightly, "and life is like a dream. Each stone that is played must be played with extreme thought and precision. Miss Schwer, you truly deserve to be the #1 successor of Immortal Ancient. You've experienced the wide world in your long travels, and the gracefulness of every step you take causes lotuses to bloom." He looked up at the young woman and smiled slightly. "Miss Schwer," the man said coolly, "among the 12 members of the echelon, you came to find me first. Then you left to travel across the mountain and sea realm, and now you've come to find me again. It seems like I'm the chosen one. Unfortunately, I can't find anyone who can beat me at this game. Elder brother Chun, among all the other members of the echelon, you are the one who can hold out the longest. Since that's the case, well..." The young woman lapsed into silence for a moment. Finally, she nodded, and was about to continue speaking when, all of a sudden, her expression flickered. Simultaneously, the refined young man with whom she was speaking also looked surprised. An echelon mark appeared on his forehead, and he was suddenly able to sense the fluctuations from Meng Hao in the ninth mountain and sea. A new member. Too bad he's far too weak. After a moment, the man paid no further attention to Meng Hao. Instead, he looked at the young woman in front of him. Although his expression was placid, inwardly he was a bit nervous. The young woman didn't say anything in response. She looked down at the Go board for a moment, then back up at the man. Finally, she stood up and waved her hand, causing the game board to vanish. Since a new member of the echelon has appeared, I'm going to go extend greetings. I want to see if I'm connected to this person by destiny. Elder Brother Chun, if I have no destiny with him, then I'll come find you again to discuss the Tao. A person that weak, wouldn't it be a waste of your time, Miss Schwer? The man said slowly. The first time I found you, Elder Brother Chun, you did not have the cultivation base you have now either. The woman smiled, then turned and made her way off into the distance. The man she called Elder Brother Chun sat there quietly for a long moment. Finally, a glow of self-confidence appeared in his eyes, which he then closed. Meng Hao's debut into the echelon gave rise to a variety of intense reactions among the other members. At the same time, in the other Taoist societies in the other 8 mountains and seas, there were people who suddenly became aware that there was a new member of the echelon. A true member of the echelon was difficult to produce. Someone who wasn't qualified to remain in the echelon, and yet received an echelon mark, would not be accepted. Meng Hao, after successfully absorbing his first nirvana fruit, finally was acknowledged as being a true member of the echelon. Also, he was now placed within the hearts and minds of the other members. Currently, Meng Hao was in the 9 seas god world in the 9th mountain and sea. His eyes glittered, and he muttered to himself. Finally, he put the matter of the echelon aside, and focused fully on himself. An ancient realm expert below 5 extinguished soul lamps would not be a match for me, he thought, his eyes shining as he looked down at the nirvana fruit in his hand. I wonder if it would be possible to continue and absorb a second nirvana fruit. If I could exceed the power of the immortal emperor, I wonder what realm that would be. The mere thought filled Meng Hao with excitement. He lifted the nirvana fruit up and, without any further hesitation, pushed it into his forehead. Rumble. In the current mountain and sea realm, the pinnacle of the immortal realm was the paragon. After opening 123 immortal meridians and forming 33 heavens, one could step into that ultimate realm of immortality. That was the highest place in the modern age. Meng Hao was the only one who had currently reached that level, surpassing the achievements of the most powerful of the mountain and sea lords, Xidagarba of the 4th mountain and sea. Perhaps with the assistance of various techniques and divine abilities, future powerhouses might be able to brush against this kind of power. But Meng Hao had reached immortality by corroborating the Tao on his own. That was a higher level that no one could match. However, although the immortal realm paragon was the highest level in the modern age, in ancient times, when the immortal world did not consist of 9 mountains and seas within the heavens and the starry sky, there was a level higher than that of the paragon, and that was the immortal emperor. The term immortal emperor was not just a title but rather a realm. Before, Meng Hao could enter that realm temporarily with a nirvana fruit. Now that he had permanently absorbed the nirvana fruit, his place within that realm was stable and, in fact, eternal. However, the realm of the immortal emperor was actually not the ultimate level. Above that realm were 2 more legendary realms. Only a minuscule number of people had actually reached those realms. Even in the Haiti of the immortal world, it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than such a person. Above the immortal emperor was the all-heaven emperor immortal. Then, above the all-heaven emperor immortal, was the all-heaven Tao immortal. It was difficult to become the all-heaven emperor immortal, and as for becoming the all-heaven Tao immortal, that was extremely difficult. The all-heaven Tao immortal was the ultimate and absolute peak of the immortal realm. It was a realm that could overthrow experts at the peak of the ancient realm, and even shake powerful experts of the Tao realm. A person like this, who actually surpassed an entire realm, was a superpower who, regardless of where they lived or what era they lived in, would be the complete focus of all attention. Unfortunately, all-heaven emperor immortals were extremely rare, even more rare than members of the Tao realm. All Heaven Dao Immortals were even rarer. In fact, throughout the entire history of the immortal world, from ancient times till now, there had only ever been 9. As for those 9 people, even the 3 supreme paragons would treat them with courtesy. That was because, according to the ancient legends of the immortal world, all Heaven Dao Immortals were the root of the entire immortal world. If a person such as that became a true paragon, they would exist as the summit of the starry sky. In fact, it was because Paragon 9 Seals had formerly been an all-heaven emperor immortal that he eventually became the chief among the paragons. If someone was able to become a paragon via the path of the all-heaven Dao Immortal, that would be something that had never been done, not from ancient times until now. It was vastly too difficult. When an all-heaven Dao Immortal entered the ancient realm, the likelihood of failing in extinguishing their soul lamps and then dying was vastly higher than other members of the ancient realm. In fact, it was almost a certainty. There was virtually no hope to survive. Because of that, it was essentially impossible to enter the ancient realm or step into the Dao realm. From ancient times until now, of the 9 all-heaven Dao Immortals that had existed, 5 had died in the ancient realm, having failed to extinguish their soul lamps. As for the other 4, they either died or went missing in the Great Catastrophe. In the past, one of the paragons had attempted to determine exactly how all heaven immortals appeared in the immortal world, but were unable to turn up any clues. There was only one thing that was for certain. If someone had an ancestor who had already become an all-heaven immortal, even just an all-heaven emperor immortal, then the chances of that person being able also succeed were extremely high. Similarly, if someone had an ancestor who was an all-heaven Dao immortal, then that person was also much more likely to reach that same level. It was almost like an inherited bloodline. In fact, it was said that if you searched through the most ancient of histories, you would find that everything had its source in 9 family names. Ages ago, the paragon who had been researching the matter discovered that fact, and was instantly struck with fear, and gave up the research. It was almost as if there were some unfathomable consciousness attempting to prevent the truth from being revealed. By now, many ages had passed since the destruction of the immortal world. Before Meng Hao, no immortal emperor had ever appeared. As for all heaven immortals, they were naturally a thing of legend. In fact, it was something that most people had already forgotten. But now, as soon as the nirvana fruit made contact with Meng Hao's forehead, a tremor ran through him. A tempest exploded within his mind, massive rumbling that made him feel as if he might explode at any moment. His fleshly body grew larger. In the blink of an eye, he was 9 meters tall. It didn't stop there, though. He continued growing until he was 15 meters tall, then 24 meters. Even as he grew, he felt as if his flesh and blood were being ripped to shreds. He shook violently, and if it weren't for his incredible willpower, he would be screaming. Icy, painful sweat broke out all over his body, and blood oozed out of his pores. The blood and sweat mingled together until Meng Hao actually looked like he was made completely of blood. Despite the pain, an incredible fleshly body power exploded out within him. He could feel himself breaking through barriers, exceeding limitations. His heart pounded and his body shook as incredible power surged through him. Those were just the changes to his fleshly body. A moment later, a windstorm spread out within him, causing him to stagger backward. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as the intense, terrifying windstorm caused his immortal power to surge. He suddenly realized that his physical growth just now was only the beginning. The true change was happening to his cultivation base. Roar! He staggered backward, coughing up successive mouthfuls of blood. He looked like he was completely made of blood, and the windstorm raged inside of him, making him feel like he was being torn apart. All of his chi passageways felt like they were about to explode. The power was too intense, leaving Meng Hao completely shocked. It was as if this was not the power of the nirvana fruit, but rather power from his bloodline. The nirvana fruit was only a key that unlocked the vast and terrifying power that was locked inside of his blood. This, he murmured, alarmed. Massive rumbling filled him that no outsider would be able to hear. However, to Meng Hao it was ear-splitting. Next, he could sense that his 123 immortal meridians were all of a sudden fusing together to form only one single immortal meridian. That single immortal meridian formed a framework inside of him that was a perfect circle. As the circle formed, Meng Hao's cultivation base experienced unprecedented, maddening growth. In the blink of an eye, he was far, far past the immortal emperor level. His surging energy and terrifying aura exploded to new heights. As the rumbling echoed out, it eventually reached a point where Meng Hao couldn't handle it anymore. He threw his head back and let out a terrifying howl. The howl gave vent to the tempest inside of him, sweeping across everything in the area. The wreckage of his residence was transformed into ash, and the stone chambers simply vanished. The parrot looked on with wide, disbelieving eyes. All-Heaven Immortal. You're actually an All-Heaven Immortal. Damn it. I can't believe you possess that type of bloodline. Meng Hao. Who is your ancestor? Fong Clan. Fong Clan. Damn it. Why didn't I think of this before? The parrot squawked anxiously, flapping its wings and causing a protective shield to form over the shocked, demonic cultivators. The meat jelly was also trembling, and it suddenly had an impulse to bow in worship to Meng Hao, an urge that could not be wiped out within the cycle of reincarnation. Su Yan stared in shock, her mind reeling, and her expression one of extreme astonishment. It was at this point that Meng Hao roared again, which caused an azure color to appear around him. That azure color was the ultimate color, and was the most respected color in the immortal world. That was because azure represented the all-heaven, and the all-heaven represented the infinite. As of this moment, Meng Hao was radiating resplendent, azure light, as well as the imperial will of the immortal emperor. An incomparably domineering air rose up from him. If you liken the imperial will of the immortal emperor to that of an actual emperor of an earthly empire, then currently the explosive energy which radiated out from Meng Hao made him so domineering that he could lord over a planet as if it were a kingdom. In one moment, the imperial will raged. In the next moment, Meng Hao's eyes darkened, and his body suddenly deflated. Based on the explosive energy, if he took just a single more step, he would be in the realm of the all-heaven emperor immortal. However, all of that energy suddenly faded away. The second nirvana fruit emerged from his forehead and smacked down onto the ground. Meng Hao's body shrank back down from a height of roughly 30 meters, back to his normal height. His immortal meridian also split apart and once again formed 123 separate meridians. Everything went back to normal in the blink of an eye. Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he doubled over. His vision began to go black, and he began to slip into a coma. As he faded into unconsciousness, he smiled bitterly. Doing what he had just done was a bit rash. However, when he was able to experience the realm available when he absorbed the second nirvana fruit, that level of power filled him with excitement, madness, and desire. He didn't know how much time passed before he woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the parrot and meat jelly staring at him. They looked almost like they could see all the way through him, and their eyes were glittering brightly. They looked happy, even excited to see him. "What are you looking at?" he asked, gaping. The look in the meat jelly's eyes was the same look it usually got when it saw bullies. As for the parrot, it looked the way it did when it saw luxuriantly furred or feathered creatures. Meng Hao's scalp tingled, and his face flickered. He looked down to see that his clothes were in tatters, but still remained covering him. He didn't feel anything strange anywhere in his body. So finally, he let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't like to speak about the parrot's unique proclivities, inwardly, he was well aware of them and was always on guard. "An all-heaven immortal," the parrot said excitedly. "Yowza! I never thought you would become an all-heaven immortal." "All-heaven immortal?" said Meng Hao, staring in surprise. Then he thought back to what it felt like to absorb that second nirvana fruit, and he smiled. Not a bad name. With that, he stood up. Cracking sounds echoed out in all directions as his eternal stratum went to work, rapidly restoring him to his usual state. "Meng Hao," said the parrot solemnly, "Lord Fifth assumed that you were like all the other masters of the Copper Mirror. All of the masters I've had have never been able to take the mirror beyond the first step and into the second. But now, if you can become an all-heaven Tao immortal, then you can take the copper mirror into its second state. It can become a battle weapon. Battle weapon? Meng Hao asked hesitantly. A weapon used in battle, the parrot replied slowly. A treasure that can seize the heavens without magical techniques. The parrot looked very solemn as it spoke. However, its next sentence revealed its true feelings. Obviously, it's actually Lord Fifth that becomes a battle weapon. Ha ha ha. Keep working hard, Howie. Lord Fifth hasn't had a chance to be a battle weapon for a long time. I really miss that feeling of being able to penetrate all holes that I can lay eyes on. With that, its eyes began to glow, and it shivered with so much excitement that it forgot to flap its wings and promptly fell out of the air. Meng Hao cleared his throat and ignored the arrogant parrot. He looked over at the meat jelly, which was standing there, eyes burning with passion. Considering how uncharacteristically reticent it was being, Meng Hao could help but ask what was going on. Ah, you finally asked, replied the meat jelly. Seeing you as an all-heaven immortal moments ago caused me to recall something from years ago. It happened long ago, so listen carefully as I explain. First, we need to start by clarifying some things that happened last year. Gradually, everything will become clear. Hey, no need to get anxious. We'll go over things very slowly. My estimation is that I can finish explaining within 3 days. It cleared its throat, tilted its jaw up, and began to speak. A strange expression could now be seen on Meng Hao's face. He was well aware that the meat jelly could only count to 3. Furthermore, to it, the number 3 was essentially limitless. Based on Meng Hao's analysis, the 3 days that the meat jelly referred to could be 3 days times 100 or times 10,000 or even millions. He coughed dryly and quickly sidled away. Turning toward the bare rock cliff, he waved his hand, using a magical technique to carve out a new immortal's cave. It wasn't a residence like before, but there were still plenty of stone chambers inside, more than 8. A flash could be seen as he flew inside. The meat jelly's lips twitched slightly. Looking pained, it turned to the demonic cultivators and Su Yan, and its eyes suddenly brightened. It then hopped over innocently and stared at Su Yan. Hey there, fellow Taoist. Would you like to hear my story? Ha! Su Yan was still shaken by everything that had occurred just now with Meng Hao. Her mind was still reeling, so she didn't even think before responding to the meat jelly. The meat jelly was instantly very excited. A pop could be heard as it transformed into a tiny bell-shaped hair clip which flew up and attached itself to Su Yan, where it hung down next to her ear. It sighed, and then began to speak. Let's start with that huge rainstorm from last year. Lord Third happens to remember being very curious about the rain that day. He really wanted to know exactly how many raindrops were falling. So Lord Third started counting. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Gradually, Su Yan began to tremble and her facial expression slowly changed. Soon, blue veins popped out on her forehead as the meat jelly continued to count, saying the words 1, 2, 3 over and over again. Damn it! Get off of me! She growled, grabbing the meat jelly and throwing onto the ground. Unfortunately for her, her cultivation base was sealed, so she was no match whatsoever for the meat jelly. As for the meat jelly, it wasn't afraid of being spoken to, regardless of what was being said. It only feared being ignored. Seeing that Su Yan was suddenly engaging it in conversation, it got very excited. Quickly picked a new position and continued speaking. The parrot rolled its eyes. In its opinion, the meat jelly didn't set its ambitions high enough. The parrot flew up into the air and began circling around the demonic cultivators as it went back to teaching them to sing. A moment later, the sound of music filled the entire valley. I was a bad kid when I was young. I'm a little seafood dish, la 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 la, little seafood dish, doby doby doo, little seafood dish. The parrot and meat jelly were both very happy. 7 days went by. Meng Hao had now been in the Nine Seas God world for more than 2 months. The appointed date to enter the windswept realm was now only about 20 days away. For days earlier, 2 jade slips had arrived in quick succession. They were obviously imbued with incredible power, as they passed directly through the walls of his Immortal's cave to stop in front of him, hovering and flickering with brilliant light. After they floated down onto his palm, he glanced at them and then simply continued to meditate, ignoring the jade slips. He did not duplicate Paragon's blood, but rather spent the time getting accustomed to his new cultivation base, and how it affected his various divine abilities and magical techniques. At the same time, he sent numerous ghost-eye beetles into the surrounding stone chambers and waited for them to transform into the black pod imps. By the time the 7 days were up, he had 8 new black pod imps, putting the total number that he had under his control at 10. If I transform all of the black beetles, I should have about 50 black pods. It's kind of a small number, but it still qualifies as a small army. He put the black pods away, then quickly carved out some more stone chambers, into which he threw more black beetles to begin their transmogrification. Finally, he ended his 7 days of secluded meditation. I'm much more comfortable with the Immortal Emperor realm, he thought. I just need to have a bit of practice with some of my magical techniques and divine abilities, and I'll be good to go. The rise in his cultivation base had been significant. Although it wasn't quite the same as going from the spirit realm into the immortal realm, it was still a massive leap upward. A mere 7 days wasn't enough time to get completely familiar with his new state. He needed experience in battle to fully appreciate all the differences. Finally, his gaze came to fall on the jade slips that had arrived a few days before. He picked them up and scanned them with divine sense, after which his eyes glowed with a cold light, and he started to chuckle. The first jade slip came from the 9 Seas God World's Department of Tasks and Missions. The God World Department of Tasks and Missions was a part of the sect specifically devoted to giving various assignments to disciples. The assignments were arranged into grades, with the highest grade assignments being the type that you couldn't refuse to accept. Of course, most such assignments were essentially given out as trials by fire. Although they were often dangerous, they would never exceed the capabilities of the disciples they were assigned to. Disciples needed to have a chance to go out and participate in real, live battles. On the other hand, safety was also a priority. The first jade slip was exactly that type of assignment, something that could not be refused. A bloodthirsty cultivator has appeared on Sea Jacket Island, Meng Hao murmured as he studied the information. He has murdered other cultivators and slaughtered numerous sea beasts. According to the investigation, his cultivation base is not in the ancient realm, but rather at the peak of the immortal realm. However, his specific whereabouts are unknown, as he is difficult to track. They only know that his general location is Sea Jacket Island. With that, his smile grew cold. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten about his agreement with the 9 Sea Realm demons. Essentially, Meng Hao was in an invincible position in terms of the stakes of the bet. If he lost, it didn't really matter. Even if he wanted to give them his place in the echelon, it was impossible. The only way to get his spot would be to kill him 2 times. If they wanted to do that, then it would have to be done outside of the sect. There, it could feasibly happen. The demonic cultivator horde seemed to regard themselves as having a great understanding of the echelon. However, the truth of the matter was that they didn't know much at all. A place in the echelon was not something that could be given away as the stakes of a bet. It was something that existed as part of a cycle of death. Unfortunately for the demonic cultivator horde, they didn't know about things like that. After all, after countless years, Meng Hao was only the 2nd person in the 9th mountain and sea to join the echelon. He would naturally agree to a bet that he essentially couldn't lose. The only reason he had said he would give his final answer in a month was to make the situation seem more realistic. The appointed time passed, and he never responded. Then all of a sudden, this jade slip arrived. It seemed obvious that it was a tactic being employed by the demonic cultivator horde. The other jade slip was from Ling Yunzi, who informed Meng Hao that the assignment had been pushed by the demonic cultivator horde. Opening the windswept realm required their cooperation, and as such it had been impossible to refuse. As a disciple of the sect, Meng Hao had to carry out assignments for the sect. That was the honorable thing to do, and furthermore, there was no reasonable grounds upon which to refuse. Even though it was obvious the demonic cultivator horde had arranged the assignment, Ling Yunzi was able to ensure that no Dao realm experts would be involved, nor peak ancient realm cultivators. His request of Meng Hao was that he not really leave the sect. Instead, he should take a single step outside and immediately turn back, then report that he had failed in the assignment. If a punishment was involved because of that, Granny Nine and the others would handle it. If Meng Hao wasn't comfortable accepting the assignment, he could refuse, and they would try to find another way to resolve the issue. However, if that happened, it would cause an indeterminate delay in opening the windswept realm. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. After a moment of thought, he decided that he wouldn't actually complete the mission. He would step out of the sect, but then come back almost immediately and try to come up with some excuse to explain the matter. What he really wanted to do was challenge the 9th Golden Gatestone Steel again and see whether his current cultivation base could handle that body cultivator's third fist strike. Although, the demonic cultivator horde has most likely thought up some way to force me to accept the mission. I wonder what they'll do. Well, in any case, if I don't feel like going, they can't control me. With that, he left the Immortal's cave, flying up through the water to appear in midair. He didn't stop for a moment, but instead, shot directly towards the main gate of the Nine Seas God world. As he sped through the air at top speed, numerous cultivators saw him. Strange expressions could be seen on their faces, especially the demonic cultivators, who clearly despised him and wanted to see him dead. News about Meng Hao's bet with the 9 Sea Realm demons had long since spread throughout the sect. Furthermore, the fact that he had said that he would provide an answer within a month, and yet hadn't sent word, caused the 9 Sea Realm demons to be furious. As a result, they had spread all sorts of nasty rumors, which many of the disciples had caught wind of. An hour later, Meng Hao reached the main gate of the 9 Seas God world, beyond which was a pitch-black world of seawater. As soon as he passed through the gate, he would be in the waters of the 9th Sea. He didn't pause for a moment. He shot out of the gate and into the water, which instantly caused his entire person to be covered with icy coldness. The instant he stepped out of the main gate, he prepared to go back into the sect. However, it was in that moment that he stopped in his tracks and looked up ahead of him. There, in the dark seawater, was a familiar figure. It was Chun Fan, Meng Hao's elder brother. Chun Fan. A moment later, his appearance changed, and now it was Fatty. After another moment passed, it was Chu Yuyen. A quick succession of 3 people he knew all appeared in front of him. Then, the figure changed again, and now he was facing the leader of the 9 Sea Realm demons, Long Tianhai. He stood there, smiling at Meng Hao. Then he opened his mouth and spoke. Although no words could be heard, Meng Hao could read his lips quite clearly. I can track down all 3 of them. They were only 8 words, but they formed a mighty threat. Long Tianhai smiled lightly at Meng Hao. He had prepared long and hard to force Meng Hao to finally step out of the sect. He had investigated Meng Hao's personality, and was very curious to see what he would decide to do now. Meng Hao's face darkened. He knew that the demonic cultivator horde was definitely powerful enough to track down Fatty, Chu Yuyen, and Chun Fan. After all, they weren't very important people as far as the demonic cultivator horde was concerned, and all it would take to find them would be a bit of time. However, using them to threaten Meng Hao was a bit childish. Obviously, the easiest way to resolve the situation was to get Granny Nine and the others involved. It wasn't that Meng Hao felt that his friends were unimportant. He knew that even if he went all out and attacked Long Tianhai, it wouldn't do any good. The best course of action would be to immediately notify Granny Nine. That would show his view and would settle the matter just like that. Having reached this decision, he turned to head back into the sect. Could it be that the results of my investigation are in error? Said Long Tianhai. You're so cold-hearted. You don't even care that your old flame from your youth and your best friends are being threatened? Well, I guess I should show you something else. Long Tianhai shook his head and sighed. Then he waved his hand, causing an image to appear. As soon as Meng Hao saw the image, he stopped in place, and his eyes burned with killing intent. The image depicted a single person, Chu Yuyen. Her face was pale, her hair was in disarray, and her lips were purple. Apparently, she had been poisoned. She lay prone inside of a huge black shell. The mouth of the shell was as sharp as a sword, and was slowly lowering. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before it sliced Chu Yuyan's head completely off. Although the image was illusory, Meng Hao was familiar enough with Chu Yuyan to be able to tell that this was no magical illusion. Nor was it some other person transformed to look like her. This was the real Chu Yuyan. "Are you looking to die?" Meng Hao asked, killing intent exploding within his eyes. He extended his right hand and pointed toward the image. No ripples of a magical technique could be seen, almost as if nothing had happened, causing Long Tianhai to narrow his eyes in confusion and suspicion. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he seemed to study the image for a moment longer, and then without any further hesitation, waved his hand, causing a jade slip to fly back toward the sect. Then, he transformed into a prismatic beam of light that shot toward Long Tianhai. Even if the person in that black shell was not Chu Yuyan but Fatty or even Chen Fan, Meng Hao would do the same thing. Earlier, he had chosen to return to the sect because that had seemed to be the best way to resolve the situation. Granny Nine could take care of everything. After all, he had assumed that his 3 friends were safe in their sections. The demonic cultivator horde might be malicious, but they wouldn't have enough time to actually harm his friends, simple as that might be for them to do. But now it was too late. He was the one without enough time. Therefore, he simultaneously sent a jade slip to Granny Nine, and also let his rage burn to towering heights. Considering he had no other options left, he would pick the one option he had in front of him. He attacked, killing intent boiling. Long Tianhai smiled slightly as his body suddenly flickered and began to fade away. "It seems I overestimated you," he said. "Apparently you didn't notice that this is just an illusory projection. Even if I didn't disappear, you still couldn't hurt me. I guess there's no harm in telling you that the demonic cultivator horde didn't originally plan to do anything to your old flame or your other friends. That was my idea, and we 9C realm demons were the ones who actually kidnapped her." Long Tianhai chuckled and shook his head, seemingly deeply moved by his own methods. "Go finish your assignment," he continued. "Chu Yuyan is on Sea Jacket Island. Don't worry, it's not a trick. I can promise you that she's really there. However, if you're not fast enough, if you're even the least bit too slow, she'll die. You only have 2 hours. As he faded away, Long Tianhai laughed at the sheer pleasure of seeing Meng Hao like this, and at the joy of being completely confident in his plan. However, before he faded away completely, Meng Hao snorted coldly. "You think I can't hurt you?" he said, extending his hand and pointing toward Long Tianhai. The wave of his finger unleashed his demon sealer's aura. Hexing magic spread out, transforming into the 7th demon sealing hex. Karmic hexing. As soon as the hex was unleashed, a boundlessly terrifying karmic power exploded out. Now that Meng Hao had absorbed the blood of Paragon 9 seals, his demon sealing magical techniques were exponentially more powerful. Now, he was the true and authentic 9th generation demon sealer, the true successor of the League, approved by Patriarch 9 Seals himself. Therefore, when he unleashed demon sealing hexing magic, it was shockingly powerful. It didn't matter that he was facing an illusory version of Long Tianhai. There was still karma. Of course, the greatest karma was connected to Long Tianhai's true form. The illusory version of Long Tianhai suddenly trembled, and his face filled with shock as he suddenly sensed a feeling of intense crisis. Not only could he sense the crisis on his illusory form, currently, his true form, hidden away in his Immortal's cave in the 9 Seas God world, could also sense the feeling of mortal danger. What's going on? Long Tianhai was in his Immortal's cave, and hadn't personally gone to Sea Jacket Island. He was a sinister and cautious person, and his plan all along had been to personally stay inside the sect. After the plan was carried out smoothly, he would emerge to finish things off. Now, however, his face fell and his heart seized. He immediately and without any hesitation moved to sever his connection with his illusory clone. But he was too late. The power of the hexing magic caused a karma thread to appear on the illusory Long Tianhai's head, a thread that connected his illusory self to his true self. It stretched out back toward the main gate of the 9 Seas God world, where it eventually led to his Immortal's cave. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. Considering the level of his cultivation base, how could he not have noticed that Long Tianhai was only there in illusory form? However, that didn't matter one bit. Even though he had no way of killing him then and there, he would definitely teach him a profound and unforgettable lesson. "I'll show you what it means to get hurt," he said. His fingers twisted into an incantation gesture, and the karma thread distorted. The illusory image of Long Tianhai responded, growing more blurry. However, the karma thread grew more clear. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a tunnel leading directly toward his true form. Shockingly, Meng Hao's karmic hexing had been developed to the pinnacle. In its current state, he could use karma threads to connect the illusory with the corporeal. In the briefest of instants, he could cause the illusory and the corporeal to transpose. Hurt the illusory, damage the true self. Between the illusory and the corporeal exists karma. Meng Hao moved with incredible speed to suddenly appear directly in front of Long Tianhai's illusory form. Popping sounds rang out as his hand smacked onto Long Tianhai's illusory chest. He pushed down, and the illusory body began to tremble. Meng Hao's hands moved so fast they were a blur as he hit Long Tianhai 9 times in a row. In the same moment that Meng Hao appeared in front of his illusory form, back in the Immortal's cave in the sect, Long Tianhai's face fell. He lifted his right hand to try to sever the connection, but even as he did, outside of the main gate of the 9 Seas God world, Meng Hao's hand smashed into him 9 times. 9 heavens destruction. His face was expressionless as he uttered the name of the technique. Booms could be heard as the illusory body was shattered. A miserable shriek rang out, a shriek filled with disbelief and wild astonishment. Simultaneously, back in the Immortal's cave, Long Tianhai sat there cross-legged, blood spewing out of his mouth. His chest was ruptured, collapsed 9 times in a row until his entire person exploded. Bits of blood and flesh spattered about as the power of the attack tore him into pieces. The only thing left was his head, which flew up screaming. Long Tianhai wasn't dead. He was a demonic cultivator, with special inborn powers and an ancient realm cultivation base. All of that gave him powerful regenerative abilities that caused a new body to form almost instantly. Of course, this new body was much weaker than his old body. "Meng Hao, you're dead!" he screamed, enraged. From the moment he had been born until now, he had never experienced such pain. However, even in the moment of his rage, a cold voice whispered in his ear. Outside of the main gate of the 9 Seas God world, Long Tianhai's illusory body shattered. At the same time, his new body was forming back in his Immortal's cave, and the karma thread which had connected the two began to fade away. However, Meng Hao's murderous rage toward Long Tianhai could not be wiped away by a mere 9 heavens destruction attack. He stepped forward and grabbed a hold of the disappearing karma thread, which essentially allowed him to lay his hands on Long Tianhai's soul. "Demon Sealing 5th Hex," he said coldly. A rift appeared in his right hand, which rapidly opened from a size of a few inches to nearly a meter long. Then, the rift and the karma thread both disappeared. When the rift reappeared, it was directly in front of Long Tianhai in his Immortal's cave. It was like a terrifying, gaping maw that instantly caused Long Tianhai to let out a scream of disbelief. Even as he backed up, the mouth chomped down, transposing inside and out. Half of Long Tianhai's body was consumed by the rift, and crunching sounds could be heard as blood sprayed out in all directions. He now had only half of a body left. Screaming miserably, his inborn abilities kicked in again, causing another bizarre regeneration to occur. However, to restore himself twice in a row in such a way caused his chi and blood to be significantly weaker by more than half. Although he had recovered, his face was pale, and he was trembling with astonishment. He had no idea how Meng Hao had been able to injure his true form by hurting his illusory body. In fact, if he had reacted even one bit slower just now, he would have been killed. Long Tianhai was now terrified, for the first time ever. Meng Hao's bizarre technique gave rise to an unprecedented level of fear in his heart. How could he be so powerful? He's far more powerful than my investigation indicated. Damn it. It's only been a month since I saw him last. How could he have gotten so much stronger so quickly? Could it be that he was hiding his true power all along? No, that can't be. It must be that he's just really skilled with that technique. Long Tianhai was trembling. Meng Hao left him completely scared witless. Outside of the sect, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. By means of Long Tianhai's karma thread, he could sense Long Tianhai's position, and knew that he was still in the sect. From that, he could tell how cautious Long Tianhai was. Earlier, he had also employed karmic hexing in the same way on the image of Chu Yuyan to determine her exact location. Long Tianhai, when I return, it won't matter who's protecting you. I'm going to kill you. With that, his body flickered like lightning as he headed toward Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao shot toward Sea Jacket Island with lightning speed. Now that he was eternally within the Immortal Emperor realm, he truly looked like a lightning bolt as he sped forward, dazzlingly fast. It was a speed that even the early ancient realm couldn't achieve, and was more akin to someone with 6 or 7 extinguished soul lamps. And that was while he was still under the pressure of the Ninth Sea. If he left the Ninth Sea, his speed would be even greater. As he shot along beneath the surface of the water, he only continued to move faster and faster, causing raging waves to roll out on the sea's surface. Killing intent raged in his heart. His eyes flickered with coldness. It had been a very long time since he had been this angry, since he had itched with the desire to kill. At the moment, it didn't matter who got in his way, they would fall victim to his rage and his desire to kill. Kidnapping friends to use as hostages was taboo in the cultivation world. Few people would dare to do such a thing. Everyone had friends and relatives, so if people engaged in such practices, it would lead to widespread chaos. Therefore, it was a tactic rarely employed, a bottom line not to be crossed, a principle not often violated. But now, Long Tianhai had done just that very thing, and it caused Meng Hao to be filled with the desire to slaughter the entire demonic cultivator horde. He was not some pious and devout individual. If people left him alone, he would do nothing to them. But now he had been provoked. Any sense of guilt he felt regarding the situation with the demonic cultivator horde was now completely gone. You people deserve to die, and die you shall. His eyes flickered with coldness as he sped forward. However, that coldness could not cover up the concern he felt in his heart. Although he had avoided developing romantic feelings toward Chu Yuyan, it would be impossible for him to deny that she occupied a place deep in his heart. Although she only existed in Su Qing's shadow and was almost invisible, Meng Hao could never forget all of the things that had occurred between the two of them. His choice was Su Qing, but that didn't mean he was willing to let Chu Yuyan get hurt. After less time passed than it takes half an incense stick to burn, a rumbling sound echoed out across the surface of the sea as Meng Hao burst out into the open air. Now that the pressure of the Ninth Sea was gone, his energy rocketed up, and he glowed with the glory of the Immortal Emperor realm. He took a deep breath, and a sound like that of muffled thunder echoed out in all directions. The sea around him and even the air seemed to cave in. It only took one breath for him to absorb all of the energy of heaven and earth in the area. He used this to ignite his cultivation base and, eyes glowing coldly, he shot off, moving even faster than he had when below the surface of the water. Boom! A piercing scream could be heard as he shot through the air with even increasing speed. Sonic booms spread out behind him, leaving circular clouds that shook heaven and earth. As soon as he appeared, his aura spread out, and the sea beasts of the Ninth Sea detected it. It only took a moment for numerous beasts to charge toward him from all directions. The first creature to appear was a mass of tentacles that whipped toward him. The surface of the sea was aboil as huge shapes rose up from underneath the water. It was as if an infinite number of sea beasts were now glaring at Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles were bearing down on him as dozens of sea beasts charged in attack. "Scram!" he said, not even taking the time to pay attention to them or slow down a bit. His words were like thunder, shaking all creation. Because he was in the Immortal Emperor realm, His single word became a tempest that swept out in all directions over the surface of the sea, smashing everything it touched. From a distance, a huge depression appeared in the sea, like a crater. The sea beasts let out blood-curdling screams as they were slammed into the surface of the water and destroyed. Blood spurted out everywhere and countless tentacles were shredded to pieces. Instantly, the dozens of attacking sea beasts' blood stained the water red. Meng Hao continued on, not having reduced his speed in the slightest. However, it was virtually impossible to even count how many sea beasts resided in the ninth sea. To them, Meng Hao's aura was something that instantly caused insane rage and hatred to burst out within them. It only took a moment for the sea to seethe as even more sea beasts raced toward him. Among them were 3 who were comparable to the peak of the immortal realm. They were enormous in size and had surging energy. "Looking to die?" Meng Hao said, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He waved a finger, instantly causing hundreds of thousands of mountains to drop down from above. These mountains were the manifestation of his mountain-consuming incantation. With his immortal emperor cultivation base, the hundreds of thousands of huge mountains linked together into a mountain chain which was far more powerful than any of the sea beasts. "Crush them to death." Meng Hao's eyes flickered with murder as the hundreds of thousands of mountains smashed down toward the surface of the sea. Countless miserable shrieks could be heard as the sea beasts' bones were crushed, and their blood sprayed out in all directions. Meng Hao sped forward at top speed, crushing anything that got in his way. The slaughter was tremendous, and yet, it did nothing to ease the fury in his heart. Instead, it caused his anxiety to grow. The fact remained that there were simply too many sea beasts in the ninth sea. Kill 10 and 100 would take their place. Kill hundreds and thousands would replace them. Kill thousands and tens of thousands would appear. There didn't seem to be any end in sight. Massive rumblings echoed out, along with powerful roars. A huge shell shot up from the seafloor, surrounded by an army of seahorses. All of them slammed into Meng Hao's hundreds of thousands of mountains. A boom rang out as the shell was cracked, and yet did not shatter. It fought back against the mountains, during which time, countless other sea beasts flew past them to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao was so furious he started laughing, and then coldly said, "It's been a long time since I've collected demon hearts." Eyes flickering with killing intent, he performed an incantation gesture, causing the hundreds of thousands of mountains to vanish. What reappeared in their place was, shockingly, a gigantic, indescribably huge blood demon head. It had crimson skin, bright red eyes, and a shocking solitary horn. It was fully 30,000 meters tall, and was not illusory, but rather corporeal. Now that Meng Hao was the immortal emperor, his divine abilities had undergone heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations. The instant the blood demon head appeared, its eyes glowed bright red, and it threw its head back and roared. Suddenly the head split into 2 and then 4 and then 8 and then 16. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 blood demon heads had appeared, each one vicious and fierce. Meng Hao swished his sleeve, and 1,000 blood demon heads shot toward the surrounding sea demons. Miserable shrieks rang out from the mouths of the sea beasts. As soon as a blood demon head touched a sea beast, the sea beast would rapidly wither, and would be killed in body and spirit. Within only a few breaths of time, a massive slaughter was carried out. Thousands of sea beasts were all killed. Numerous sea demon hearts flew out, which Meng Hao collected with the flick of a sleeve. At the same time, he never stopped moving. He continued to speed forward, surrounded by the numerous blood demon heads. Based on what he could sense, he was getting much closer to Chu Yuyan. "She's just up ahead." He shot forward amidst rumblings like that of thunder. All of a sudden, a huge arm shot up from the ocean up ahead. It was blue and covered with seaweed, and as soon as it appeared, it shot toward Meng Hao. At the same time, the sea around him churned as countless enraged sea beasts shot out. This time, there were more than 10,000, causing huge waves to spread out across the water. Meng Hao could see Sea Jacket Island off in the distance. However, the roiling sea between him and the island was filled with tens of thousands of additional sea beasts. In fact, there appeared to be almost 100,000. 100,000 sea beasts would be enough to cause any immortal realm cultivator to be filled with terror. Even someone in the mid-ancient realm would begin to pant. There were even some extraordinarily strong sea giants among them, whose heads broke the surface of the water to stare coldly at Meng Hao. When Meng Hao saw the 100,000 sea beasts, he smiled coldly. It was a smile filled with a brutal desire to kill. If all 100,000 of these sea beasts die here today, then maybe a bit of my rage can be sated. With that, he extended his right hand, within which appeared, shockingly, a globe of flame, the essence of divine flame. The essence of divine flame was fused into one of Meng Hao's immortal meridians, becoming a trump card that he could use in battle. Intense, blistering heat radiated out as soon as it appeared, and the sea giant which had been reaching out toward him suddenly began to tremble. The other sea beasts in the area were also shaking, and an intense sensation of mortal crisis rose up in their minds. They weren't very intelligent, but that didn't make them any less afraid of dying. Just as they began to back up, Meng Hao viciously tossed the essence of divine flame down toward the ninth sea. The essence of divine flame turned into a streak of dazzling flame that slammed into the water. Sea beasts began to scream and back up, but unfortunately for them, it was too late. The essence of divine flame sank into the water, and instantly, roiling heat exploded out. The surface of the water began to steam as intense heat caused the seawater to begin to boil. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the water reached an unbelievable level. This was not ordinary water, and it was not an ordinary temperature. It was so intensely hot that it could snuff out the life forces of mighty beings. This entire part of the sea was now so hot that it was beginning to evaporate. The nearest sea beasts screamed miserably as they were boiled alive, causing their bodies to fall apart into pieces. It didn't matter how tough their armored hides were. They became bright red. The gigantic shell could do nothing to fight back, and a miserable shriek could be heard as it was annihilated. The intensity of the heat set the entire sea in the area into a boil. Blood-curdling screams rang out in all directions. The sea giant screamed and the sea beast struggled. All was in vain. It only took a brief moment for the entire area to turn into a gigantic kettle. The ninth sea was the water, and the essence of divine flame provided the heat. The sea was being used to stew up some seafood. How tragic! As the sea around Sea Jacket Island boiled, and the broken corpses of numerous sea beasts floated up, Meng Hao waved his right hand, causing the sea to part. The essence of divine flame flew up into his palm and disappeared. Meng Hao didn't even glance at the surface of the sea. With a flash, he shot forward toward Sea Jacket Island, which rapidly grew larger and larger in his field of view. As he neared the island, 8 mighty auras suddenly arose. Shockingly, all of them were of the ancient realm. Each one had 3 or 4 extinguished soul lamps, and were obviously 8 of the 9 sea realm demons. They were also chosen of the demonic cultivator horde, people who had long since left the immortal realm and stepped into the ancient realm. Currently, they were bursting with incredible energy, almost as if they were sending a message to Meng Hao that they were waiting for him, even though they had surely been watching the scene which had just played out. They were as arrogant and tyrannical as ever. As for Meng Hao, he could tell without a doubt that Chu Yuyan was there on the island. Furthermore, in addition to her aura, and the auras of the 8 demonic cultivators, there was an additional aura on the island. That aura was deeply hidden in the heart of the island, almost as if it were in command of the whole area. Currently, it was coldly observing as Meng Hao neared, apparently believing that Meng Hao could not detect it. It only took a single glance for Meng Hao to be able to tell that this person's cultivation base was in the ancient realm with 6 extinguished soul lamps. That counted not as the early ancient realm but the mid-ancient realm. As far as the demonic cultivator horde was concerned, Meng Hao might be powerful, but he was still a mere immortal realm cultivator. The only thing they felt they needed to fear was when he absorbed a nirvana fruit, like he had on planet East Victory. At that time, he had temporarily risen into the immortal emperor realm, giving him sufficient battle prowess to slay 2 ancient realm cultivators. However, they viewed that as a mere temporary boost in battle prowess. He wasn't capable of maintaining such power for very long, which meant that they could definitely beat him. Furthermore, as an extra precaution, they had taken even further steps to prepare. They had set up a trap that was as dangerous as a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Meng Hao could see how well they were prepared, and could also sense the presence of a powerful spell formation on the island. Although he frowned, he didn't slow down at all, but instead sped up. There are some things in life that just have to be done. There are some people that must be saved. Even if the road ahead passed through mountains of daggers and seas of flames, that didn't matter. When it came to the practice of cultivation, some people considered everything closely. They evaluated everything based on personal benefit, and for the sake of their own well-being would bury their own hearts. Meng Hao had no use for such ways. He wanted freedom and independence. His freedom was a freedom to do anything he wished. His independence was being independent in his way of thinking. Perhaps, far in the future he would stand at the pinnacle of everything and look out over the heavens and the earth. At that time, he would be able to examine his conscience and be completely free of any guilt. He would have no regrets. His life would be completely free and unfettered by anything. I'm going to save her. And as for you, demonic cultivator horde, as long as I live, any of you who I can kill will die. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. Rumbling echoed out as he shot closer to the island. The instant he entered the island's airspace, a thunderous roar could be heard as the brilliant light of a spell formation shot up along the island's borders. Massive pressure instantly weighed down on Meng Hao from all directions. That pressure was pressure from the ninth sea. The island's spell formation had only one function, and that was to focus such pressure. As a result, the pressure weighing down on Meng Hao was instantly greater than what he felt inside the Nine Seas God world, and was increasing rapidly. The spell formation might seem simplistic, but it was very effective, and was perfectly targeted against Meng Hao. Meng Hao was a newcomer. Although he had been in the Nine Seas God world for 2 months or so, he couldn't possibly compare to these demonic cultivators, who had been born in the Ninth Sea. They were extremely accustomed to the pressure, and he was not, making it his most obvious weakness. To the demonic cultivator horde, the pressure posed no obstacle to them at all, not unless they went down far enough to where the pressure reached incredible levels. However, the effect it had on Meng Hao was significant. A boom could be heard as he suddenly felt as if countless mountains were crushing down onto him, destabilizing his flight momentarily. It was a downward force that seemed like it would shove him to the ground and prevent him from ever standing back up. The pressure continued to mount. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a level multiple times greater than that in the Nine Seas God world. Meng Hao could even sense his cultivation base falling rapidly as a result. And yet, he sped along as quickly as ever, gritting his teeth, as he got closer and closer to Chu Yuyan. Suddenly, snide, mocking laughter rang out. So, Meng Hao, it turns out that you're loyal and affectionate after all. Well, that's good. If you had kept being stubborn, hiding away and refusing to agree to our wager, things would have gotten difficult for us. It seems such a shame to have to kill you. Along with the laughter, 8 demonic cultivators flew toward Meng Hao in prismatic beams of light. Meng Hao suddenly stopped in place. The pressure weighing down on him was making him tremble, but his eyes were as icy cold as ever. "Didn't I say that we didn't even need to use the spell formation?" said one of them. "This brat's cultivation base is so weak we could crush him without it." One by one, the 8 demonic cultivators became visible. All of them were chuckling coldly as they neared Meng Hao. Meng suddenly laughed and said, "Apparently Long Tian Hai didn't tell you yet." "What's that supposed to mean?" replied one of the 8 demonic cultivators, a woman. Her cultivation base was the strongest of the group, her 5th soul lamp being mostly extinguished. From the look of it, she could complete extinguishing it at any moment. Her eyes flickered, as if she was suddenly experiencing an ill premonition. Meng Hao chuckled darkly. The pressure weighing down on him was terrifying, but nonetheless his energy suddenly shot up. A tempest kicked up around him, which spread out in all directions, causing the island to quake and the sea to froth. The will of the immortal emperor was something that the heavens could not eclipse and the earth could not cover up. The pressure on the island was intense, but it was not the pressure of the entire Ninth Sea. It was just pressure from one small area, barely 1/10,000th of the full pressure. It was a pressure that was matched by the will of the immortal emperor. The tempest spread out, rising high into the sky and slamming into the pressure of the Ninth Sea. A huge boom echoed out. The resulting collision shocked the 8 demonic cultivators, whose hearts began to pound. He's trying to fight back against the pressure of the Ninth Sea? He overestimates his abilities. How could he possibly fight the pressure of the Ninth Sea? The 8 demonic cultivators were astonished, and immediately gave voice to their shock. They were just about to advance on Meng Hao when all of a sudden, Meng Hao's voice crackled out like thunder, echoing in all directions. Fight back? I won't be fighting back against it. I'll be overpowering it. His hair whipped around him as he looked up. He was like a giant, staring in the face of the pressure. The will of the immortal emperor surged as he raised both hands into the air and then waved them to either side. The tempest screamed, apparently on the verge of overpowering the pressure of the Ninth Sea. Heaven and earth shook as the pressure converged by the spell formation seemed to roar in rage. Apparently, it felt deeply insulted that a cultivator dared to fight back against it. The surrounding sea raged as huge waves swept across it. You are not the full pressure of the Ninth Sea. You're just a tiny portion. The more he trembled under the pressure weighing down on him, the more he wanted to vanquish it. The pressure increased, and his eyes gleamed with a vicious light. He waved his hand and cried out, "Paragon Bridge!" Instantly, shocking rumbling sounds could be heard as the illusory Paragon Bridge formed. It was only one section of the boundless bridge, and yet, its aura still caused everything to dim, and the surroundings to shake violently. The pressure gathered by the spell formation suddenly wavered. Apparently Meng Hao's actions enraged the will of the pressure. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the pressure redoubled, intent on absolutely pulverizing Meng Hao. The 8 demonic cultivators' faces fell as they watched the island around them begin to crumble. The pressure of the Ninth Sea, which had been completely invisible before, was now causing distortions and ripples to appear. He's just looking to die. Now is the perfect time to strike. What a moron. He's actually fighting back against the pressure of the Ninth Sea. Plus, he even raves about overpowering it? The 8 demonic cultivators' killing intent surged, and they whistled through the air in colorful beams of light as they closed in on Meng Hao. As they neared, Meng Hao looked up. Blue veins bulged on his face, and his eyes were shot with blood. The pressure weighing down on him was intense, but not enough to make him buckle. Instead, he fought back with intense power as he did just as he said, attempting to overpower the pressure of the Ninth Sea. He completely ignored the 8 demonic cultivators. Instead, he lifted his right foot and then slowly stepped forward onto the illusory Paragon Bridge. As soon as his foot touched down, intense rumbling could be heard, and an extraordinary aura erupted. Muffled sounds like thunder rolled out, and huge fissures snaked out over the surface of the island as the pressure from above distorted everything. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from Meng Hao's body because of the pressure. The 8 demonic cultivators coughed up mouthfuls of blood, as if some massive force had just stomped onto their bodies. Now they were contending with not just the pressure of the Ninth Sea, but also the power of Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge. They were being affected by the power Meng Hao was using to fight back against the pressure. Meng Hao grinned viciously as he took a second step. Everything shook as a huge boom rattled out. Meng Hao then took a third step, then a fourth. The 8 demonic cultivators' faces fell as they felt massive, unbearable power trampling them. They fell back, blood spraying from their mouths. They felt like their heads were being crushed. Each step Meng Hao took caused blood to spurt out of their mouths and sent their cultivation bases into instability. The aggressive pressure of both Meng Hao and the Ninth Sea pushed them back so forcefully that they didn't dare to get any closer. He's actually overpowering the pressure of the Ninth Sea. How could this be possible? He's so strong. Their faces fell and their hearts pounded. It was virtually impossible for them to conceive that someone could vanquish the pressure of the ninth sea. Although it was only a small portion, it was still derived from the ninth sea. Then, Meng Hao took a fifth step. The 8 demonic cultivators raged inwardly, and their hearts trembled. Could it be that he was hiding his true power before? Damn it! This Meng Hao is too treacherous. He has a cultivation base like this but didn't reveal it back at the Golden Gate Stone Steel. He did it all to draw us out. Despicable. Shameless. Even though Meng Hao hadn't even made an attack yet, they could see that he was strong enough to overwhelm the pressure of the ninth sea. What caused their scalps to tingle most was the sense that without the spell formation focusing the pressure of the ninth sea, it would be even easier for Meng Hao to fight them. Just what level is his cultivation base at? There's no way someone in the immortal realm could be this strong. The 8 demonic cultivators trembled as he took his fifth step. Not a single cloud could be seen in the sky, and yet peals of thunder shook everything as the Paragon Bridge clashed with the pressure of the ninth sea. The brunt of the force was taken by Meng Hao. However, he was eternally within the immortal Emperor realm, and his strength, both in terms of his fleshly body and his cultivation base, enabled him to endure it. Besides, he also had his eternal stratum working to restore him constantly. However, the 8 demonic cultivators couldn't endure. They might be chosen from the demonic cultivator horde, powerful ancient realm cultivators, but they simply couldn't compare to Meng Hao at all. Therefore, Meng Hao could take his fifth step, whereas the 8 demonic cultivators coughed up more blood and were further injured. Meng Hao's steps had been taken too quickly, and each one was like a massive stomp that severely injured the 8 demonic cultivators 5 times in a row. 3 of them simply couldn't withstand it. They screamed as their bodies withered and began to collapse. You could say that before, Meng Hao had only been able to use a small bit of the Paragon Bridge's power. Now he was able to unleash far more of that power. Because he had entered the immortal Emperor realm, every step he took caused the Paragon Bridge to reveal more and more of its true, supreme power. The 8 demonic cultivators were reeling in shock as Meng Hao threw his head back and roared, then took a 6th step, then a 7th. 2 quick steps in succession caused thunder to rumble. Blood oozed out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth, the price he had to pay to unleash this power. At the same time, the island was beginning to shatter, its edges crumbling and collapsing into the sea, which was also churning, almost as if it were roaring in rage. The pressure of the ninth sea twisted and distorted. It was almost as if the incredible pressure exerted by Meng Hao was going to shatter the ninth sea's pressure. To the 8 demonic cultivators, this was a huge catastrophe. The 3 of their group who had already reached their limit let out blood-curdling screams. No! The rumbling pressure exuded by the collision of the ninth sea and the Paragon Bridge caused their bodies to literally explode. They were killed in body and soul. Of the 8 demonic cultivators, 3 were dead. Of the 5 that remained after that, 3 more coughed up blood and began to shake violently. Apparently they couldn't hold on any longer. Looks of astonishment and terror flickered across their faces. All of a sudden they were filled with regret. They regretted provoking Meng Hao, and could never have possibly imagined that he was this powerful. They were so shocked and terrified that they began to back up and get ready to run for their lives. He's definitely not in the immortal realm. There's no way someone in the immortal realm could be so powerful. He's in the ancient realm. Definitely the ancient realm. He must have extinguished at least 5 soul lamps. Maybe more. The remaining demonic cultivators were all flabbergasted. "Horde Uncle, save us!" they called out, their voices echoing out around the island. Currently, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in the center of the island. He looked very much like a cultivator, except that he had a single horn growing out of his head. The horn was pure white, as was the color of his skin. He glared over at the battle taking place, and at Meng Hao walking on the Paragon Bridge, crushing the pressure of the ninth sea. He watched as only a few steps either injured or killed the 8 other demonic cultivators. What he was seeing caused him to pant and even gasp. Damn it! We misjudged his cultivation base. He can actually overwhelm the pressure of the ninth sea. At this point, me stepping in won't do any good. I have to wait until his power fades. If his final step shatters the pressure of the ninth sea, then I'll have to flee. There's no way I could fight him at that point. However, if the pressure is still there after he takes his final step, then he will have reached his limit. His power will be used up, and it will be the perfect time to attack. The middle-aged demonic cultivator ignored the cries for help and stared anxiously at Meng Hao. Seeing that no senior member of their horde was making an appearance, the remaining demonic cultivators felt despair rising up within them. Even the strongest of their number, the female demonic cultivator, and the next strongest member, the seventh sea realm demon, were barely able to hold on. They watched Meng Hao's energy rising up madly as he walked across the Paragon Bridge. The pressure of the ninth sea was losing its grip on him, and the island was collapsing around them. The female demonic cultivator gritted her teeth and screamed. Her 4 extinguished soul lamps suddenly swirled into motion, and she charged forward toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao heard the cries of the demonic cultivators. Licking the blood off of his lips, he coldly said, "You people just don't understand what it means to be immortal." Continuing to ignore his opponents, including the female demonic cultivator, he took another step. 8 steps. The Paragon Bridge shook. Gradually, it was becoming more corporeal, and was also emanating an air of extreme ancientness. The surrounding waters of the ninth sea seethed, and more portions of the island collapsed. The 3 demonic cultivators who had reached their limit earlier let out miserable shrieks as Meng Hao took his 8th step. Then the pressure ripped them to shreds, and they were killed in body and spirit. Nothing remained behind. At the same time, the female demonic cultivator coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her body began to wither up. She was incapable of advancing any further. The 7th sea realm demon laughed bitterly, and his eyes gleamed with ferocity. Then he slammed his palm down onto his own chest, detonating his entire body. Flesh and blood sprayed out, but then transformed into life force power that shot into the female demonic cultivator. "Run!" That was the final thing he said before he died. Of the 8 demonic cultivators from moments ago, 7 were already dead. Only the woman was left, trembling with fear as she received her companion's life force. As it poured into her, her 5th soul lamp suddenly winked out, and her cultivation base began to rise. And yet, an increase in cultivation base at this moment was too little, too late. She gritted her teeth, using the additional life force and cultivation base power to back up and flee. However, Meng Hao's killing intent had been building up from the moment he left the Nine Seas God world. He would not allow any living enemy to escape. In the same moment that the female demonic cultivator turned to flee, he took his 9th step, his last step. As his foot stepped down, he shuddered and coughed up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body withered rapidly. However, the explosive power unleashed by that final step caused massive quaking on the island, more than 30% of which had now collapsed into the sea. One chunk after another splashed into the water and sank down. The water in the area was shoved away, as if by some massive attack, causing a huge depression to appear on the surface of the sea. The powerful female demonic cultivator couldn't prevent herself from letting out a miserable shriek from her position 300 meters away. Then she exploded in a haze of bone fragments and blood. Meng Hao staggered a bit, as if he were about to fall over. The Paragon Bridge turned illusory again, and the pressure of the ninth sea was still there, shoving down on him explosively. It wanted to bury Meng Hao, whose body emitted cracking sounds. He was clearly in a very sorry state, so tattered that his appearance was appalling. Just when he was about to fall over, just when the pressure of the ninth sea was about to inundate him, a long peal of laughter rang out from the center of the island. A figure shot out as fast as lightning to appear directly in front of Meng Hao. An explosive ancient realm aura of 6 extinguished soul lamps filled the area. Die! It was none other than the middle-aged demonic cultivator, who had been waiting this whole time for this one chance. He could almost visualize himself striking Meng Hao, turning him into a cloud of blood. However, destroying his body would not kill his soul, which he would need to use special magic to extract and condense the mark of the echelon from. However, it was still no different than a fatal blow. The thought of being able to personally fell someone in the echelon caused the middle-aged man to feel extremely excited. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly looked up, and his eyes flickered coldly. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer withered, and in fact, a derisive smile twisted his lips. He had been waiting for this man to show up. Although he could sense his aura before, he couldn't see him, making it impossible to use the lightning cauldron to force him out. The man had remained hidden the entire time, and so Meng Hao had allowed himself to grow weaker and weaker, certain that the man would eventually show his face. The demonic cultivator horde wanted his place in the echelon. If he was killed in body and spirit by the pressure of the ninth sea, that would not fit with the designs of the demonic cultivator horde, despite their lack of understanding regarding the details of the echelon. They surely would not permit that to happen. Therefore, the man had waited until he appeared to be completely weak and on the verge of being overwhelmed by the pressure of the ninth sea. Then he made his move. When he saw the cold light in Meng Hao's eyes and the derisive smile on his face, the middle-aged demonic cultivator's scalp went numb, and his heart began to pound. "You'll be the one dying today," said Meng Hao, lifting his right hand up and shoving it forward. As soon as it made contact with the demonic cultivator's double-palmed attack, flesh and blood cultivation-based power suddenly flowed into Meng Hao, causing his face to flush slightly. "Blood demon grand magic!" The demonic cultivator gasped hoarsely, and his face filled with astonishment as he backed up. Moments ago, he had felt 10% of his life force and cultivation base being sucked away. A moment later, he stabilized himself, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge was beginning to fade away, causing the man to laugh coldly. "Who cares if you have some trick moves?" he said. "You're no match for me under the pressure of the ninth sea." "Pressure of the ninth sea?" asked Meng Hao, looking up into the sky. "The heavens can't eclipse me and the earth can't cover me up. The pressure of the ninth sea might as well stop dreaming about trying to suppress me." As he spoke, his energy spiked. Beneath him, the Paragon Bridge grew clear once again. He took a deep breath and then stepped forward for the 10th time. That 10th step caused the pressure of the ninth sea of shatter. The spell formation was completely destroyed, and the island quaked as it shattered into pieces that began to crumble apart in all directions. At the same time, Meng Hao's energy was now no longer restricted by anything, and rocketed up. Wild colors flashed and the wind screamed around him, violent enough to slash the heavens. He was like a dragon breaking free of its cage. Gone was the pressure of the ninth sea. Gone was the island's spell formation. Gone was the interference caused by the 8 demonic cultivators. The pressure vanished, and the spell formation fell to pieces. The island was collapsing, and the demonic cultivators were slaughtered. The will of the immortal emperor exploded out fully and thoroughly. Colors flashed and the wind howled. Meng Hao hovered in midair, clothes and hair whipping in the wind, radiating pulses of immortal spirit. It was as if he was completely different than any other living thing in this realm, as if he were the emperor of the entire immortal realm. The lands he walked belonged to him by imperial right. If he wished, a single glance could shatter heaven and earth. Every breath he took caused thunder to boom and the sea to seethe as if in fear. The air around him transformed into a huge vortex, spinning around and creating a huge depression in the sea. The sight was overwhelmingly spectacular. The air twisted and distorted as if it were about to be destroyed, and Meng Hao's eyes shone as if with stars, radiant and glittering. An intense imperial will radiated out from him, combining with the immortal spirit to shocking effect. The middle-aged demonic cultivator's face was pale white as he was shoved backward beyond his own control. Trembling, he could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Heavenly bodies dimmed as Meng Hao stood there, radiating boundless, glorious light, exploding with the most powerful energy he had ever possessed since he had begun to practice cultivation. This was his current most powerful state, the peak of his battle prowess. Beneath him, rumbling booms filled the air as what was left of the island was racked with shocking power, as if it were experiencing an apocalypse. Cracks spread out in all directions, filling the remnants of the island and shattering them into smaller pieces. What had once been mountains sunk into the sea. Massive rumbling sounds could be heard, almost like the pained roars of some mortally wounded primordial beast. As the island crumbled to bits, the chain of mountains which occupied the very center of the island teetered precariously until finally, the last remaining mountains were flattened, and the entire area became nothing more than seawater. At the same time, the collapsing mountains revealed an immortal's cave which had remained underneath them the entire time. It was now exposed and open for anyone to see. This immortal's cave was made up of a violet lagoon, within which was a huge black shell. Laying unconscious in that shell was Chu Yuyan. Before, the way the shell had been hanging over her seemed like a death sentence. But then, it ended up saving her life. It wasn't that the shell intended to do that. Things had just happened too quickly. Before the shell could even do anything, the mountains had begun to collapse. Of course, that is exactly how Meng Hao planned it. Because of the image shown to him by Long Tianhai, he had known all along that Chu Yuyan was inside the shell. The shattering mountains and collapsing lands didn't matter. She was mostly shielded by the powerful shell itself. They were all improvised tools he had meticulously manipulated to save Chu Yuyan. Now, as soon as he caught sight of her, he flashed in her direction as fast as a shooting star. Before blinking your eyes, you would have seen him off in the distance. After blinking your eyes, you would have found that he was in the collapsed immortal's cave. The black shell trembled and was about to snap shut and decapitate her. It was in that moment that Meng Hao suddenly shouted, "Hex!" The 8th demon sealing hex was unleashed, causing the black shell to shudder to a stop. It was now incapable of closing. Meng Hao appeared in front of it, reached out and grabbed the bottom half of the shell with one hand, the top half with the other. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he then drew upon the full power of his fleshly body to wrench his hands in opposite directions. A cracking sound rang out, along with a miserable shriek, as the black shell was ripped apart. It was completely torn in two. As the final remnants of the mountains and lands sank into the ocean, Meng Hao held Chu Yuyan in his arms and poured cultivation-based power into her. Instantly, he could sense the deadly poison inside of her. The poison was pernicious, but Chu Yuyan's body was still fighting back against it, despite having clearly been poisoned for quite some time. Apparently, she had some innate resistance to it. However, it was a tricky poison. After pouring some cultivation-based power into her, Meng Hao realized that the poison was somewhat self-aware. It actually avoided him, and in the blink of an eye, it seemed to realize that it was no match for him in a direct fight. Therefore, to resist Meng Hao's immortal power, it was threatening to make Chu Yuyan's body the battleground. Trying to force it out would surely harm her. If things got out of hand, Chu Yuyan would end up even more hurt than she already was, and her situation would be impossible to reverse. Even if Meng Hao didn't do anything drastic, however, her life force would still drain away. It wouldn't be very long before she was completely withered up, the flame of her life force completely extinguished. Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly, and rage began to burn in his heart. Chu Yuyan had not yet reached Immortal Ascension, and was still in the Tao-seeking stage. However, in their attempts to snag a place in the echelon, the demonic cultivator horde had sent ancient realm cultivators to capture and poison her, a mere Tao-seeking cultivator. That was not just accomplishing things by fair means or foul. That was acting with complete wickedness and villainy. The killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes flickered intensely. Suddenly, in the same moment that his immortal power touched the deadly poison, blood oozed out of the corners of Chu Yuyan's mouth, and her eyes flickered open. The only thing she could make out was Meng Hao, standing there in front of her. As soon as she realized it was him, she blinked in surprise. "Am I dreaming again?" she murmured. Then she lapsed again into unconsciousness. Those simple words caused Meng Hao to tremble. As he looked down at her unconscious form, his eyes flickered with complex emotions. Cultivators didn't dream, or at least they rarely did. The higher a cultivator's cultivation base, the less likely they were to experience dreams. Although Tao-seeking cultivators didn't count for much to Meng Hao, To many people, they were the pinnacle. The next step beyond that was the immortal realm. At such a level of cultivation, dreams simply shouldn't occur. If they did, it likely indicated that the cultivator was afflicted by an inner devil. If she didn't have an inner devil and yet still dreamed, then how intense must her thoughts and emotions have been to cause such a thing to happen? And then there was that word again, which seemed to indicate that it had happened more than once. Chu Yuyan's muttered words caused Meng Hao to understand exactly what was going on in her heart now that she had left planet South Heaven. He sighed and looked up. When he did, his eyes flickered with even more intense, murderous intentions. The angrier he got, the more he wanted to kill. He suddenly shot up into the air, turning around coldly to face the shocked, middle-aged demonic cultivator. "Impossible!" the man gasped. His face flickered and his scalp tingled to the point where it felt like it would explode. He still couldn't believe that Meng Hao had actually overwhelmed the pressure of the Ninth Sea. He almost didn't even notice that the island had collapsed and that Meng Hao had saved Chu Yuyan. He suddenly realized that he was standing directly in front of someone who had shattered the pressure of the Ninth Sea. Even though his own cultivation base was clearly much higher compared to Meng Hao's, all of a sudden he realized that he was the one who was afraid. In fact, when Meng Hao's gaze locked onto him, he subconsciously backed up and then prepared to flee. But could Meng Hao really let him go? The intensity of his killing intent was impossible to even describe. As the middle-aged demonic cultivator turned to flee, Meng Hao threw his head back and roared. That roar was packed with the will of the immortal emperor, causing everything to shake violently. The air shattered as a massive wind sprang up in all directions. As the wind screamed into motion, it caused pressure to build up, as if it were replacing the power exerted by the Ninth Sea. Ryua Yuam Blel. The demonic cultivator trembled as the wind swept across him. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face went deathly pale. He currently had no will to fight whatsoever, and in fact, felt a sensation of intense, deadly crisis caused by none other than Meng Hao. He's even stronger than before. Damn it! How could he be so terrifying? In a panic, the demonic cultivator bit the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood to unleash a secret magic. It instantly gave him a burst of speed, and yet, before it could get him very far, electricity danced around Meng Hao as the lightning cauldron appeared. Rumbling echoed out as he then switched places with the man. In that moment of transposition, the middle-aged demonic cultivator let out a hoarse shout of astonishment. Suddenly, he was no longer far off in the distance. Furthermore, the sudden burst of speed was not helping him escape, but was actually helping to hasten him toward death. That was because directly ahead of him was Meng Hao. It was almost as if he had taken the initiative to charge at Meng Hao. Just when he was about to change directions, Meng Hao suddenly waved a finger. Eighth Demon Sealing Hex. The demonic cultivator's body lurched to a halt, and he hung there in midair, coughing up blood as Meng Hao strode toward him through the air, waving his finger a second time. Demon Sealing, Seventh Hex. Massive amounts of karma appeared in response to the wave of his hand. It transformed into a mark which completely sealed the demonic cultivator's karma. Because Meng Hao had absorbed the Paragon's blood, his demon-sealing magical techniques had experienced explosive changes. All of a sudden, his seventh hex was revealing a new transformation. Seal the eyes, remove sight. Seal the nose, remove smell. Seal the throat, remove speech. Seal the ears, remove hearing. Seal the senses, remove reaction. Seal the world, seal everything. Everything, by means of karma. The demonic cultivator screamed as, all of a sudden, his entire world went blank. He could feel nothing and sense nothing, not even heat or cold or auras. It was as if everything had vanished, and he was faced with pitch-black nothingness. He could not see, hear, smell, or sense anything. No! He trembled as he realized that not only had he lost connection with everything, but his cultivation base was also locked in place. He couldn't flee even if he wanted to. Meng Hao appeared in front of him, eyes bloodshot and face cold. He lifted his hand, and that hand suddenly seemed to transform into a blood demon head. Demonic cultivator horde, that which you have taken away from Chu Yuyan will be taken back by me. The words were spoken softly, but they were like an icy wind. Unfortunately for the demonic cultivator, he couldn't hear them at all. Meng Hao's hand touched the man's forehead, and a tremor ran down through the man. His body withered up, but he was incapable of screaming. His life force, his cultivation base, everything that was him, was sucked away by Meng Hao and transferred into Chu Yuyan. This was none other than the blood demon grand magic. It is impossible to even describe the pain of having one's life force absorbed by the blood demon grand magic. Only someone who has experienced it could possibly know the feeling. If you had to liken it to something, it would be like having an acidic liquid injected into your veins. As it filled your body, it would melt your flesh and blood, transforming your innards into a shapeless mass. Then it would be slowly extracted as life force. In this case, Meng Hao acted like a bridge, delivering that life force to Chu Yuyan. If the demonic cultivator could cry out right now, it wouldn't lessen the pain. He could at least vent some of the torment he was experiencing. Instead, the pain simply existed in his heart as an undispellable torment. He couldn't even open his mouth, nor could he see what was happening. However, he could feel everything that was occurring inside of him, and in fact, those feelings were amplified, causing him to experience what was essentially unspeakable torture. If he could do anything, the first thing he would think to do would be to die instantly. If he had a chance to do things over, if he had the power to reverse time, he would definitely refuse to participate in this plan. Unfortunately, there are no such things as second chances. Meng Hao's face was like ice as he stared at the demonic cultivator's body slowly withering up. Soon, he was nothing more than a sack of flesh and bones, his life force drained. Finally, Meng Hao loosened his grip, and the man began to fall down. Then the wind caught him, and he dissolved into dust. His entire person had been absorbed by the blood demon grand magic and sent into Chu Yuyan. Moments ago, the flame of her life force had been dim and barely flickering. Now it was brighter. Her vitality was somewhat restored, and her face was no longer the pale of death, but rather had some color to it. However, Meng Hao knew that all of that was temporary. For every day that the poison remained in Chu Yuyan, she would continue to weaken and would eventually die. As he held her in his arms, his eyes flickered with focus and determination. He took a deep breath, then carefully placed some seals onto Chu Yuyan and the poison inside of her. Doing so would ensure that she would be able to cling to life a bit longer. Finally, he gently placed her into his bag of holding, then looked up and began to speed toward the Nine Seas God world. It was time to do some killing, and the first person on his list to kill was Long Tianhai. It didn't matter where Long Tianhai was, or who was protecting him. Meng Hao was determined to kill him. That determination would not lessen, no matter what heaven-shaking, earth-toppling trouble might occur as a result. He would definitely give vent to the murderous rage in his heart. Long Tianhai, you shall die. Demonic cultivator horde, I hereby VOW, that one day the ninth mountain and sea will have NOC demons. His voice echoed up, piercing into the heavens, which responded with rumbling like claps of thunder. This was no ordinary promise. This was a vow. Meng Hao's killing intent towered into the heavens, and it was in the midst of that rage that he uttered this vow. Almost in the same moment that his thunder-like words echoed out, the entire ninth sea shuddered. Even the ninth mountain, which rested ponderously out in the starry sky, trembled in response. The four planets also shook. It wasn't just the ninth mountain and sea, though. As of that moment, the eighth mountain, the seventh mountain, the sixth mountain, all the way to the first mountain, as well as all of their respective seas, all trembled. That trembling caused numerous cultivators' hearts to thump. In addition, the 9 Xuanwu turtles on the tops of the mountains of the mountain and sea realm all looked up and let out a powerful howl, as if they were bearing witness to something they would fix firmly in mind. The matter pertaining to the Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm was still on the minds of numerous entities in the Mountain and Sea Realm. Therefore, what was happening now caused all of those people to gasp. Simultaneously, the entire ninth sea roared, as if the will of the sea were enraged by what Meng Hao had just said. The members of the demonic cultivator horde were all born in the ninth sea, and were essentially its children. If Meng Hao were some ordinary cultivator, then his words wouldn't have mattered, and would not have caused such a stir. However, he was not some ordinary cultivator. He was the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. He was a member of the League of Demon Sealers. Although few people knew who he was, the mountain and sea realm itself knew. The 9 mountains knew, as did the 9 seas. Of course, though they knew of these matters until Meng Hao formally became the lord of the mountain and sea realm, there would be no direct connection between all of them. The only things in place were rules preventing them from interfering with him. But now that Meng Hao had uttered his vow, the ninth sea seethed. It was completely shaken, and yet, in the end, it chose to maintain silence. Meng Hao sped through the air in a beam of light, splitting the ninth sea apart as he flew. At the same time, his aura caused countless sea beasts to charge in his direction with murderous intent. As they neared, killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. He waved his hand, causing the essence of divine flame to appear. Expression icy, he coldly said, "Detonate!" One word caused the essence of divine flame to erupt. A massive boom could be heard as it transformed into a heavenly fire that rained down in all directions. Any sea beasts which the fire touched let out miserable shrieks as they were burnt to ash. Some managed to dive down into the water, but a moment later, the flames entered the water, causing the temperature to soar. More screams could be heard, and the corpses of various sea beasts began to rise up from the depths. Meng Hao didn't slow down at all. As he sped along, the sea around him boiled, and any sea beasts which came near him were instantly scalded to death. It was an endless slaughter. The sea began to turn as red as blood. However, almost in the same moment that Meng Hao left Sea Jacket Island and began to speed toward the Nine Seas God world, all of a sudden, the surface of the sea up ahead of him rose up to form a massive wall of seawater, blocking his path. Next, 3 more walls of seawater rose up, 2 on either side of him and 1 behind. He was now blocked from 4 directions. The 4 walls of seawater linked together, forming a huge cage with Meng Hao trapped inside. Even his aura was incapable of escaping. Meng Hao stopped in place and looked around, then gave a cold harumph which echoed out in all directions. A moment later, the wall of water in front of him rippled, and a face appeared. Shockingly, it was not the face of a cultivator, but rather an enormous sea dragon. It was pitch black and matchlessly vicious, and its eyes glittered with cold arrogance as it looked at Meng Hao. Standing on top of the dragon's head was an old man with his hands clasped behind his back. He wore the long robes of the Nine Seas God world, and his face was a mass of derision as he gazed down at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He recognized this old man. He was not an ordinary cultivator, but rather a demonic cultivator, the same person Meng Hao had fought when he first arrived in the Nine Seas God world. "Elder Haisheng, come looking to die, you old fart?" Meng Hao said, his voice as cold as a winter wind. "Every dog has its day." "Meng Hao," Elder Haisheng replied, his voice cracking like thunder and filled with intense, venomous hatred. "I have to admit, the demonic cultivator horde underestimated you. The Sea Jacket Island plan failed, and the island itself was destroyed. However, with me here, you'll die all the same. Don't try to escape my little death trap. It will only open up after someone gets killed. Anyone who tries to force it open, even me, will be hit with a shocking backlash. It's special that way. For the same reason, nobody outside can see what happens in here. Oh, and the natural laws have been changed so that you can't use that teleportation cauldron either. And if you're thinking of trying to get Granny 9 and Ling Yunzi to come save you, well, let's put it this way. The demonic cultivator horde has prepared long and hard to kill you. Granny 9 and Ling Yunzi are currently being delayed by the demonic cultivator horde patriarchs. Nobody will be coming here to interfere or to save you. Today, you absolutely, positively will die." Elder Haisheng stared at Meng Hao, intense killing intent flickering in his eyes, as he waited to see how Meng Hao would react to his words. Specifically, he was waiting for a look of despair. He didn't just want to kill Meng Hao, he wanted to see him absolutely hopeless and terrified, whereupon he would torture him to death. That was the only way to ease the hatred in his heart. Today is the day you will receive retribution for slaughtering the members of the demonic cultivator horde from planet South Heaven's Milky Way Sea, growled Elder Hai Shang through gritted teeth. I sent my only descendant to planet South Heaven in the hopes that he would be able to acquire immortal destiny and achieve true immortal ascension. But you killed him, Meng Hao, damn you. Before his mind awoke, you killed him. Not only did you sever his hope of true immortal ascension, you also severed my bloodline. His words echoed out, causing the walls of seawater to vibrate. Look, you big windbag, Meng Hao said coolly. I've killed lots of people. You think I remember which one you're talking about? He casually took out the lightning cauldron and gave it a try, but sure enough, it didn't work. His words sent Elder Hai Shang's rage into the sky. Bellowing, he waved his hand, causing the sea dragon to roar and charge toward Meng Hao, mouth gaping. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black sea dragon was bearing down on Meng Hao, preparing to consume him. Meng Hao's eyes glinted coldly, and he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then waved his finger. Instantly, everything began to tremble as hundreds of thousands of mountains began to descend. They formed together into tens of thousands of mountain chains, which then merged together to form 10 enormous mountains that smashed toward the sea dragon. The sea dragon roared as it slammed into the 10 gigantic mountains, then swept its tail in an attack on Meng Hao. Whistling sounds filled the air. Meng Hao's lips turned up into a cold smile as he extended his right hand and grabbed the sea dragon's tail. Then he jerked his hand violently. The sea dragon roared in surprise and pain as a massive force surged out from Meng Hao's arm. Ryua Yuum Blel. A huge boom could be heard as the power of the 9 heavens' destruction was unleashed. 9 successive attacks were unleashed, the last of which caused the sea dragon to literally explode to pieces in midair. Meng Hao then looked over at Elder Hai Shang and murmured, "If I absorb you, then I can give Chu Yuyan a bit more life force and a bit more time." Then, he turned into a murderous arrow that shot directly toward Elder Hai Shang's heart. Elder Hai Shang's mind trembled. Although he had found out about the failure of the Sea Jacket Island plan, had watched the life force slips of the other cultivators shatter, and knew that Meng Hao was probably stronger than they had anticipated, he hadn't been aware of the particulars. Now that he saw his personally cultivated Dharma dragon shattered by Meng Hao, his eyes glittered and, unexpectedly, he smiled. "Now this is interesting," he said. "I didn't think I would have to use this, but it looks like my extra preparations will pay off." He waved his right hand, causing a jade slip to fly out from his palm. It instantly shattered, causing a black mist to stream out that formed into a black-colored head. The head belonged to an old man that was clearly not Elder Hai Shang. It was a strange-looking head that emanated a shocking aura. It instantly began to speed towards Elder Hai Shang, mouth gaping as if it wanted to consume him. However, as soon as it touched Elder Hai Shang, it fused into him. Elder Hai Shang's expression turned vicious. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, and his facial features began to change. Suddenly, a second face appeared, overlapped with his original face. He laughed cruelly, and looked even more bizarre than before as he strode forward. The instant he began to advance, his ancient realm cultivation base rocketed up, and, astonishingly, 9 extinguished soul lamps appeared. Meng Hao's eyes widened. He remembered that the last time he fought Elder Hai Shang, the man had 5 extinguished soul lamps. Now, after superimposing with that black-colored face, it was like he was a different person. He now had a stage 9 ancient realm cultivation base. It was as if he had survived through extinguishing 9 soul lamps, placing him at the peak of the mid-ancient realm. As his cultivation base rocketed up to stunning effect, everything in the area shook. He took a second step, and he was directly in front of Meng Hao. His hand instantly shot forward toward Meng Hao's neck. The speed was indescribable. He moved so fast that afterimages were left in his previous position. Furthermore, the movement of his hand seemed to contain the power of natural law, as if some of the power of the ninth sea had converged in his hand, becoming a personal Taoist magic. Meng Hao's eyes were wide. After seeing the black-colored face and the incredibly powerful cultivation base, he could tell that Elder Haishang was far stronger than him. Despite being in the Immortal Emperor realm, he still felt a sensation of deadly crisis. If an opponent like this managed to seize the upper hand in the fight, it would be very difficult for Meng Hao to reverse the situation. The only way to win was to seize the initiative and keep it the entire time. That was the lone chance of securing victory. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent and the desire to do battle. From the moment he had begun to practice cultivation until now, this was the most powerful opponent he had ever faced. Fighting someone like this was sure to be a huge challenge for him, and would require absolute focus. Now I really feel like fighting. Eyes flickering, he didn't back up. Instead, even as Elder Haisheng's hand shot out, Meng Hao shoved his own hand forward. As he did, he unleashed his own secret magic, merging his 123 immortal meridians into a divine ability. True immortal fleshly body. His palm closed into a fist, and he flew above Elder Haisheng. Although he couldn't seize control of the battle in terms of cultivation base, at the very least, he could seek to occupy the high ground. If he wasn't able to gain that advantage in this first exchange, it would be difficult to recover from. My true form is a sea dragon. Elder Haisheng laughed coldly. The heads of dragons are magically cultivated to be their strongest points. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He could tell what Meng Hao was trying to do, but considering the level of cultivation base involved, he paid no heed. He raised his right hand, and his momentum did not stop, but grew even more powerful. "Digging your own grave," he said with a cold smile, then reached out with a clutching motion. At the same time, Meng Hao's momentum was also building. As his fist closed in on Elder Haisheng, it gave rise to a massive tempest, the center of which was a powerful vortex. The vortex slammed into Elder Haisheng's hand, causing a deafening boom. The tempest collapsed and the vortex fell to pieces. Cracking sounds echoed out from within Meng Hao, like breaking bones. Blood oozed out of his mouth, and he was sent staggering backward, clearly seriously injured. However, his eternal stratum immediately spun into action. Elder Haisheng stopped in place, and was actually shoved downward by several meters. However, all he did was let out a cold harumph and then shoot back toward Meng Hao. No wonder the Sea Jacket Island plan failed. If I hadn't prepared well, I might not have been able to kill you. But this is the Ninth Sea, my home ground. I can borrow the power of the Ninth Sea. Even if you get stronger than you are now, you're still dead. Face twisted viciously, he closed in on Meng Hao and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, an illusory sea appeared around him, which rumbled toward Meng Hao in attack. As it neared, a gigantic sea turtle appeared in the middle of it, which roared as it smashed toward Meng Hao. As Elder Haisheng neared, Meng Hao was able to finally determine the difference between the Immortal Emperor realm and that of a cultivator with 9 extinguished soul lamps. That difference was considerable, but not so vast that it left him in despair. "You're going to borrow power from the Ninth Sea?" Meng Hao asked coldly. The starstone in his right eye flickered, and as the giant sea turtle bore down on him, he transformed into a planet that shot forward in attack. When Meng Hao slammed into the sea, his planet form collapsed, and he reappeared, coughing up blood. However, in almost the same moment, he transformed into a huge golden rock that pierced through the sea and the sea turtle. He was completely soaked in blood, but his energy was even stronger than before. Radiating madness, he appeared directly in front of Elder Haisheng, slashing at him with his claws. A huge rumble could be heard as the two of them tumbled backward away from each other. "You overestimate yourself." By this point, Elder Haisheng was now only about 30 meters away from the surface of the sea, but he didn't seem to care at all. He waved his hand, instantly causing one of his soul lamps to fly out and speed toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao continued to back up, coughing up blood, body withering. At the same time, his eternal stratum was madly restoring him. Not pausing, he once again went on the offensive. This time he summoned the ninth mountain, along with the sun and the moon, a composite Taoist magic that slammed into the soul lamp. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves in all directions. Meng Hao's body was on the verge of collapse, but thanks to his eternal stratum, it didn't faze him at all as he charged downwards again. Next, his Dharma idol of 33 heavens appeared, focusing all of his power on another attack against Elder Haisheng. Elder Haisheng snorted coldly and waved his hand. Immediately, ripples spread out, transforming into a ghost face, which shrieked as it pounced toward Meng Hao. As it neared, Meng Hao took a deep breath and clenched his hand into a fist. He punched, not with an ordinary punch, but with the might of body cultivation, the life extermination fist. As the fist sailed through the air, all of the life force in the area seemed to vanish, even Meng Hao's. Everything seemed cut off, as if this fist contained a will of death, a fist to exterminate all life. For the first time, Elder Haisheng's expression flickered. However, he didn't hesitate, extending both hands in front of him. Shockingly, a dragon scale appeared, like a shield, which Meng Hao's fist slammed into. A massive boom echoed out, and a huge depression appeared in the surface of the water. Elder Haisheng was shoved backward beyond his control, landing him in the water below. Life extermination fist, he gasped. That was actually the life extermination fist. However, you were probably barely able to use it. His eyes flashed with coldness, and he was just about to fly back up into the air when Meng Hao suddenly smiled. His goal this entire time had been to get Elder Haisheng into the water. Getting Elder Haisheng into that position was the most deadly tactic he could employ. He only did this because of his inability to use the lightning cauldron. Were it not for that, he wouldn't have allowed himself to be so seriously injured in such a short period of time. If he himself had gone into the water to try to lure Elder Haisheng down, or perhaps used some other methods, he might have had some success. However, all other methods contained certain flaws. That was why I had chosen this particular tactic. It was difficult to pull off, but was the best way to push him downward. Without his eternal stratum, Meng Hao would already have collapsed into pieces. Even with it, he was only recovering slowly. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he extended his right hand and waved his finger toward the surface of the water. "Flame," he said softly. When Elder Haisheng saw Meng Hao's expression, his own face fell. At the same time, flames suddenly appeared in the water beneath the enclosed trap of seawater walls. Apparently, flames had been there all along. It was divine flame, the same divine flame Meng Hao had used to kill the sea beasts earlier. Essence of divine flame. The essence of divine flame erupted, shooting through the seawater walls to surround Elder Haisheng. The flames rose up in the blink of an eye, turning the water into a sea of flames, a world of fire, a heaven and earth created from the essence of divine flame, within which Elder Haisheng was completely imprisoned. Divine flame. Impossible. I clearly saw this flame outside in the ninth sea. Even if it possesses essence, it still shouldn't be able to get into my death trap so quickly. Elder Haisheng's face instantly filled with disbelief. The demonic cultivator horde had done extensive investigations into Meng Hao in their preparations to kill him. How could they have missed something as powerful as essence of divine flame? At the same time, Elder Haisheng could sense that this sea of flames could definitely hurt him. Thankfully, the injuries weren't very serious yet, and if he escaped quickly, the effects would be minimal. Piddling divine flame. I'm not sure how you managed to pull off this trick, but your threat is in vain. You can't use this flame to kill me. How juvenile. Elder Haisheng snorted coldly, and was just about to charge out of the sea of flames toward Meng Hao. Once he did so, Meng Hao's gambit to trap and kill him would immediately fail. He had one other option, which was to go downward into the sea, but that would mean he would have to break the seawall seal, and he would suffer the backlash attack. That was something he wouldn't do except as a last resort. "What if you can't get out?" asked Meng Hao, his voice cold. After absorbing the Paragon's blood, all of his magical techniques and divine abilities had become more powerful. The divine flame was essence, and because of the essence power in the Paragon's blood, the divine flame was far more powerful. That was why it had been able to pierce through the sea walls. Unfortunately, it had only been able to pierce through them, not completely destroy them. That would have taken much longer. Almost in the same moment that Meng Hao's voice rang out, Elder Haisheng tried to escape from the sea of flames. In response, Meng Hao waved his finger. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. As soon as the hexing magic was unleashed, Elder Haisheng stopped in mid-movement. His face fell as his attempt to escape failed completely. He was surrounded by flames, causing him to rage inwardly. Meng Hao paid a bit of a price to unleash the 8th Hex, causing blood to ooze out of his mouth. However, he ignored the injury and waved his right hand again to unleash a variety of magical techniques and divine abilities on Elder Haisheng. Risking serious injury to himself, he shoved Elder Haisheng deeper into the sea of flames. Elder Haisheng trembled and was just about to recover from the 8th Hex when Meng Hao waved his finger and unleashed it again. This happened over and over, causing Elder Haisheng to roar inwardly. He was incapable of escaping and was stuck in the sea of flames. His skin began to split and his body began to wither. Gradually, he was beginning to sense a feeling of intense crisis, as well as incredible shock. In the next moment in which he recovered, before Meng Hao could unleash more restrictive hexes, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some blood, which turned into a blood dragon that charged toward Meng Hao. Simultaneously, Elder Haisheng attempted to make another break for freedom. Meng Hao's eyes glittered and he took a deep breath. Once again, he unleashed the life extermination fist. His body trembled, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. The fist strike instantly shattered any hopes Elder Haisheng had of extricating himself. The blood dragon was shattered, and the power of the strike slammed into Elder Haisheng, whereupon Meng Hao once again utilized the 8th Hex. Boom! A ferocious expression could be seen on Meng Hao's face. He once again launched an attack, waving his hand. Even as Elder Haisheng recovered, Meng Hao performed an incantation gesture and summoned the Paragon Bridge. It rumbled down viciously toward Elder Haisheng. "Damn you, Meng Hao!" Elder Haisheng roared. He tried again to free himself but failed. The injuries caused by the sea of flames continued to intensify. All protective magical items that he used were useless. No matter what he did, he failed. Meanwhile, his skin was splitting more dramatically, and he was withering up. What filled him with even more fear was the thought of, after being stuck within the sea of flames for too long, the divine flame boring into his body and burning up his internal organs. Popping sounds echoed out in all directions from within the region of scorching flames as intense pain racked Elder Haisheng. Soon, his internal organs began to burn, intensifying both the pain and the sensation of crisis. The shadow of death loomed over him, and he could sense that if this went on much longer, he would die. He was surrounded by a sea of flames that was rapidly burning him to ash. He had never even considered the possibility that he might lose this battle, or that he might actually die. He hadn't arrogantly assumed that he could win with only 5 extinguished soul lamps. Instead, he had immediately attacked with his trump card, a soul jade given to him by a late ancient realm expert from the demonic cultivator horde. The fact that he was still in a state of critical danger, even after his cultivation base had risen to the level of 9 extinguished soul lamps, caused Elder Haisheng's heart to tremble. Just what good fortune has this guy come across to become so powerful? Most importantly, it's not just a matter of raw power. He's vicious and merciless, plus extremely conniving. As Elder Haisheng looked at Meng Hao, he felt an intense dread and terror rising up in him. Meng Hao was an important person in the sect, so the demonic cultivator horde had gone to great lengths to ensure that no one of the Dao realm would be able to interfere. Furthermore, even peak ancient realm cultivators were obstructed. Because of that, only 2 of the demonic cultivator horde elders had been sent out as part of the plan. That was their limit. That was more than enough power to slaughter an immortal realm cultivator. Furthermore, Elder Haisheng had the Soul Jade as his trump card. To the demonic cultivator horde, the power of 9 extinguished soul lamps that he wielded was more than enough to clinch a victory. They assumed that nothing unexpected would happen that could upset the balance. However, they still underestimated Meng Hao. Booms rang out. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he levied shocking attacks against Elder Haishang over and over again. Elder Haishang couldn't escape and was forced to remain within the sea of flames, growing closer and closer to death. Every time he used the 8th demon sealing hex, Meng Hao had to pay a heavy price, and blood oozed out of his mouth. And yet, he attacked relentlessly and without stop. However viciously he treated others, he treated himself more viciously. That was the trump card he could use to secure victory against a more powerful opponent. Damn it! Elder Haishang's skin was on fire, and he was racked with intense pain. He was almost on the verge of going mad, and the black-colored face superimposed over his own was beginning to flicker. Looking completely bizarre, he quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture. When he looked up, the pitch-black face let out a soundless roar. Elder Haishang breathed in, raised both of his hands up, then shoved them out toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao, die! As his hands rose up, black mist poured out of his body, spreading out to fill the entire area with a sea of black fog. Suddenly, Elder Haishang was replaced by a gigantic heart. The heart was pitch black and radiated wickedness and mystery. Furthermore, an archaic aura erupted out from it. In unison with the aura's eruption, cracking booms as loud as thunder could be heard coming from the heart. Ba-bump, ba-bump, be-bump. The echoing sound caused Meng Hao's face to flicker. Every movement of the bizarre heart caused the sound to echo out, along with a massive power that slammed down onto Meng Hao like a mountain. At the same time, Meng Hao's own heart was stabbed with pain. Every beat of the bizarre pitch-black heart caused strange power to stab against him like invisible blades. Meng Hao's heart felt like it was about to be ripped in two. His cultivation base, his body, everything felt stabbing pain. Blood spurted out as the black heart hung there in midair, battering against the sea of flames. This bizarre magical technique caused Meng Hao to begin to pant anxiously. His face was pale white, and his heart felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand, ignoring the intense pain. When he waved his hand, 11 black pods flew out. "Magical pod soldiers," he cried. Popping sounds could be heard as the 11 black pods immediately transformed into 11 black imps. They were eyeless with vicious, gaping mouths. Piercing screams could be heard as they rushed toward the black heart. Elder Haishang was instantly shocked by what was happening. Not only was Meng Hao using a new divine ability, it was a divine ability that he had never even heard of before, turning tiny black pods into soldiers. The demonic cultivator horde's investigation hadn't mentioned anything about this. Even more shocking to Elder Haishang was that, as the black pod imps charged, their screams merged together into a shocking sound that caused the materialized black heart to begin to tremble. Then, it started fading, and the black fog that covered the sea started to retract. Most unbelievable of all was that the pitch-black face that had appeared after crushing the jade slip earlier let out a cry of alarm. At that point, the black pod imps descended onto the black-colored heart, merging into it as if to possess it. "Impossible!" exclaimed Elder Haishang, astonished. This was the most dangerous thing about the black pod imps. As soon as they appeared, the first thing they did was select a target to possess. It was only because of Meng Hao's life-death hexing that he had been able to subjugate them. Furthermore, he had brought them under control one at a time. If all 11 had come at him simultaneously, he would have a hard time getting away. The black heart was shaking in struggle, and the black mist was roiling backward. In the blink of an eye, massive rumbling could be heard as the heart shattered. Elder Haishang once again appeared in the open, letting out a miserable shriek which echoed out in all directions. No black pod imps were visible on his person. All 11 were inside of him, causing the pitch-black face superimposed over his own to twist as if it were struggling. "What are these things?" he said, voice trembling with fear. Suddenly, his cultivation base changed, slowly reverting from 9 extinguished soul lamps back to its original state of 5. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent as he took advantage of the situation to close in. His right hand waved, materializing a divine ability, shoving Elder Hai Sheng back down into the sea of flames. His unstable cultivation base made it difficult for Elder Hai Sheng to fight back against the power of the sea of flames. Also, because of the huge change to his cultivation base, flames wreathed his body, and his organs burned even more quickly. Screw wow oof! Elder Hai Sheng roared madly. The sensation of imminent death was intense, and as he roared, his body grew larger. The scale on his forehead instantly spread out to cover him, and his two horns grew longer. In only a few breaths' worth of time, he had transformed into a sea dragon. He was now a huge, 300-meter-long sea dragon. This was his true form. He was a pitch-black sea dragon, and as soon as he appeared, he threw his head back and howled, using some unknown technique to cause his whole body to distort. Popping sounds could be heard as the black pod imps were suddenly ejected out of him. However, as his body grew larger, he became more exposed, and flames covered him, burning him. In the blink of an eye, many of his scales were melted, revealing bones underneath. Meng Hao, I'm gonna eat you, he roared. Enraged, his body twisted and his huge head shot madly toward Meng Hao. His eyes were crimson, and a foul wind blasted out as he opened his mouth wide to consume Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. His face was a bit pale, but as the dragon closed in on him, he took a deep breath, then clenched his fist, and punched. One punch. Not the life-exterminating fist, but rather the self-immolation fist. A devilish aura covered over all other auras as the punch shot forward. This was a punch that was willing to pay any price to succeed, as if this fist strike could put one on the path to being a devil. Colors flashed in the sky and the wind screamed. The sea walls of the death trap trembled. The attacking sea dragon shrank back, letting out a defiant roar as the punch landed. Boom! A massive, ear-splitting boom rang out. Sea Dragon Elder Hai Sheng let out a blood-curdling scream. He ceased attacking and attempted to dive back down into the sea of flames. Meng Hao coughed up 8 consecutive mouthfuls of blood, and his vision swam. He then bit down viciously on his tongue, forcing himself to regain clarity. Terror shone in the sea dragon's eyes as he sank down into the sea of flames. He made no further attempts to flee, but instead sped downward toward the death trap seawall located underwater. Shockingly, he was willing to be hit with the backlash that would result from trying to break out. Elder Hai Sheng had to escape, otherwise he would die. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Sea Dragon Elder Hai Sheng went mad. He battered the wall 9 times before a huge hole appeared. His sea dragon body trembled as a massive backlash force slammed into him. He was instantly covered in lacerations. Scales flew off in all directions, and his flesh was mangled. The backlash was intense, even leaving Meng Hao shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sea dragon body was on the verge of shattering into pieces. Elder Hai Sheng let out a huge roar, and massive quantities of black mist began to pour out of him, which bore the brunt of the backlash. That was the power of the Soul Jade. After a moment, the backlash power faded away, and Elder Hai Sheng forced his way out into the 9th sea. His sea dragon form was severely injured, and he was about to lose consciousness. He used all of the power he could muster to swim out into the 9th sea. "Mother 9th Sea, save me!" he implored as he sped along. He had been born in the 9th Sea and grown up there, so to him the 9th Sea was his mother. Almost as soon as his voice rang out, nourishing power from the 9th Sea poured into his body, healing and restoring him. Meng Hao was not too far behind him, eyes flickering with killing intent. When he saw the sea dragon's body recovering, his gaze turned as sharp as daggers, and he let out a vicious cry. "9th Sea, if you dare to save him, then I guarantee, when I achieve the Tao, the 9th mountain will have an oasis." "What a joke!" said Elder Hai Sheng's true form, the huge sea dragon. It began to laugh uproariously as it recovered. "The 9th Sea is the mother of the entire demonic cultivator horde. You couldn't cause even a tiny portion of it to tremble." So incredible that not even Jition would dare to say something as crazy as that. And you, a petty, insignificant cultivator, actually dare to threaten Mother Ninth Sea? When you achieve your Tao, the ninth mountain will have NOSEA. How arrogant! How ignorant! Who gave you the gall to say something like that? Sea Dragon Elder Haisheng laughed scornfully, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. However, almost in the exact same moment that his voice rang out, the ninth sea suddenly began to churn. The sound of crashing waves rose up into the starry sky that instantly caused Elder Haisheng to stare in shock. Meng Hao was not an ordinary cultivator. Although he might seem weak to many people, the truth was, to the 9 mountains and the 9 seas, Meng Hao was the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. From the moment he formally became a member of the League of Demon Sealers and absorbed the drop of Paragon 9 Seal's blood, it ensured that when he achieved the Tao, he would become the mountain and sea lord. A status and position like that meant that whatever he said could cause heaven and earth to shake, the 9 mountains to tremble, and the 9 seas to quaver. The 9th sea was suddenly silent. Suddenly, the massive restorative power pouring into Sea Dragon Elder Haisheng abruptly stopped. He trembled violently, and his eyes went wide with disbelief and profound astonishment. Born and raised in the 9th sea, he had risen from being a sea beast into a demonic cultivator, and could be considered a cherished child of the 9th sea. In fact, any demonic cultivator could be called a child of the 9th sea. When a cherished child of the 9th sea was injured, the 9th sea could send it restorative power. That was something all demonic cultivators knew about, and was also why they considered the 9th sea to be their mother. That was also why the demonic cultivator horde could occupy such a prominent position within the 9 seas god world. They were different from the ordinary cultivators. And right now, Mother 9th Sea heard Meng Hao's threat and ceased healing the sea dragon. The profound meaning of such an action was mind-numbing, even suffocating, and revealed something that was shocking to the extreme. This is impossible. Who is he? Is this happening because he's a member of the Echelon? It must be because of that. That's why Mother 9th Sea is forsaking me. Elder Haisheng shivered as he came to his own conclusion on the matter. However, he was still not sure, and couldn't quite admit that such an answer was correct, or even made sense. Without the restorative powers provided by the 9th sea, Elder Haisheng's sea dragon body ceased to recover. Blood flowed out, and his dilapidated form continued to flee in despair. Meng Hao pursued, drawing closer and closer. Although he was also injured, his eternal stratum was continuing to restore him, and gradually, his body was returning to its normal state. His eyes flickered with killing intent, and he waved a finger to unleash the 8th demon sealing hex. Elder Haisheng's sea dragon body trembled, and he lurched to a stop. In that moment, Meng Hao closed in. To him, the ancient realm power of 5 extinguished soul lamps was definitely something he could contend with, considering he was in the Immortal Emperor realm. He extended his right hand, and his palm turned bright red. Suddenly, it didn't look like a palm, but a blood demon head, whose gaping maw lunged at the sea dragon. "Mother, save me!" cried Elder Haisheng, a sensation of imminent doom sweeping through his mind. He let out a miserable shriek as Meng Hao's blood demon grand magic descended. It was in this moment that, all of a sudden, the 9th sea filled with a gale force wind, and huge waves kicked up. Once again, a gentle power flowed into the sea dragon from all directions. Sea dragon form Haisheng, who had been hovering on the brink of death, suddenly felt his life force flourishing. Filled with joy at the power pouring into him, he shot off toward the horizon. Meng Hao's killing blow struck nothing but air. Looking up slowly, his eyes were shot with blood as he cried, "Ninth!" The sound echoed out in all directions, causing the sea water to seethe violently. Jubilant laughter rang out from the sea dragon's mouth. Not only had he not perished, his body was rapidly recovering. Mother 9th Sea had not abandoned him. "The Echelon is nothing. You can't kill me this time, Meng Hao, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can only watch as I go back to the sect. You just wait, Meng Hao. I swear that not only will I kill you, I'll also kill all of your friends. I know about that elder brother of yours named Chun Fan, and your junior brother Li Fuguei. Don't worry, I'll make sure they die slowly. I guarantee that they will regret ever being born in the ninth mountain and sea. And as for your old flame, well, ha ha ha. I know exactly how to deal with the poison, but I'm not going to tell you. That poison can only be expelled by someone in the Tao realm, and even then, it would be very difficult. Brace yourself, Meng Hao. You're going to have to watch as she withers away and dies. Sea Dragon Hai Shang's roars of joy at having escaped from the grip of death rang out. Apparently, he was so happy that he forgot to even control himself. The assistance provided by the ninth sea caused a sudden increase of speed that caused him to tumble through the air. Meng Hao smiled, a smile of fury and coldness. I want you dead, so you won't be going anywhere. The will of the ninth sea was vast and boundless. However, because of the laws in place, it couldn't actually do anything to Meng Hao himself. However, if it was given a choice between Meng Hao and its own child, it would choose the latter. To the ninth sea, although it was not a situation of being given a choice, it was being directly provoked. Although it was in awe of Meng Hao's identity, it did not believe that Meng Hao himself was a threat. The future was open to far too many possibilities. As the sea dragon attempted to make its escape, Meng Hao understood everything. Then, a cold smile gleamed in his eyes, and the killing intent there seethed, not toward the demonic cultivator, but toward the ninth sea. He waved his hand, causing a blood demon head to materialize. In the blink of an eye, it split into 123 separate blood demon heads, which swirled around into a blood-colored globe. Then, Meng Hao looked at the fleeing sea dragon, and suddenly, the lightning cauldron appeared. The cauldron flickered, and Meng Hao vanished. When he reappeared, he was in the sea dragon's former position. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his hand, within which appeared a long spear with a sharp bone spearhead, and a haft carved from the world tree. As soon as the spear appeared, Meng Hao hurled it out in front of him. He imbued the spear with all of his strength, injuring himself in the process, and spitting up blood. The spear whistled through the air, piercing the water, backed by all of Meng Hao's immortal emperor will, and all of his killing intent. It moved with indescribable speed, instantly slashing through the water and tearing it apart. Almost in the exact moment that the spear flew out, Sea Dragon Elder Haishang appeared where Meng Hao had just been. There he was, right in the middle of the blood demon spell formation that Meng Hao had just set up. Almost as soon as it appeared, the surrounding 123 blood demon heads roared and shot toward the sea dragon. Everything happened so quickly that Elder Haishang was stunned. As the blood demon heads pounced, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Mother! Save me! As soon as the sound rang out, nourishing power flowed out from the ninth sea. However, even as the power fused into the sea dragon's body, the long spear arrived, piercing through the air. The speed was impossible to describe. Elder Haisheng's eyes went wide as the spear slammed into his head and pierced all the way through, causing a fountain of blood to spray out. Too much force backed the blow, and the sea dragon's body was sent spinning. In that same moment, the blood demon heads landed on him and began to absorb him madly. The sea dragon should have been dead already, but the restorative power of the ninth sea was boundless, and had kept the flame of his life force flickering. As of this moment, however, the sea dragon collapsed. In that moment in which he was passing away into death, Meng Hao arrived. He slammed his hand onto the sea dragon's head, using his soul search magic to rifle through about 30% of Haisheng's memories. By the time that 30% was absorbed, Elder Haisheng was completely dead. Simultaneously, a burst of rage rose up from the ninth sea, transforming into a massive power that caused everything in the sea to tremble explosively. The power then surged down toward Meng Hao as if to slaughter him. How dare you? He said, snorting. He knew that the ninth sea could afford to ignore him and save the sea dragon, but it couldn't hurt him. After all, he was the likely future lord of the mountain and sea realm. As his voice echoed out, the The power surging down toward him suddenly stopped in place, blocked by some law. The rage of the ninth sea could only slowly dissipate. The flame of the sea dragon's life force was extinguished. The soul was shattered into pieces. Only its body remained behind, continuing to receive nourishment from the ninth sea. However, even that rapidly faded away. Faced with the onslaught of the 123 blood demon heads, it was transformed into ash that sprinkled down onto the surface of the water. Then, the blood demon heads flew back to circulate around Meng Hao, delivering the sea dragon's life force to him. Although some of it helped Meng Hao recover after circulating his cultivation base, he sent most of it into Chu Yuyan inside his bag of holding. Having done these things, Meng Hao hovered there, looking coldly around at the ninth sea. His expression was icy, and he spoke no threatening words before turning and speeding back toward the nine seas god world. However, the will of the ninth sea didn't know Meng Hao's personality. When he used words to make threats, it actually left leeway for leniency. When he said nothing, it indicated that there was a difference as incompatible as fire and water. The matter was set. The day that Meng Hao achieved his Tao, the mountain and sea realm would have him. And no ninth sea. For all eternity. Guiding Tri-Rain, I still have a promise to fulfill. The day that I achieve my Tao, I'll help you to become a sea. As of today, I've already picked a good location for you. You might be a bit small at the moment, but I'll help you grow bigger. Now, just wait for me to achieve my Tao. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with determination as he transformed into a beam of light that sped through the water. He had one goal in mind, and that was to reach the Nine Seas God world and find Long Tianhai. Of the people who had attacked Meng Hao, the two demonic cultivator elders had already been killed. Of the 9 sea realm demons, only their highest-ranking member was left alive. He was the one who had personally kidnapped Chu Yuyan, which further intensified Meng Hao's desire to kill him. Chu Yuyan has been afflicted with underworld dragon poison, so getting some sea dragon heartblood is vital to treating her. That was something Meng Hao had gleaned from Elder Haisheng's memories. It was a poison that required heartblood from at least 10 sea dragons to be able to dispel. The higher the cultivation base of said dragons, the more effective the antidote would be. Furthermore, Meng Hao had chosen not to seek out sea dragons that had not yet achieved the ability to take human form. His goal was to get demonic cultivators from the demonic cultivator horde. Another thing that Meng Hao had learned from Elder Haisheng's memories was that Long Tianhai's true form was that of a sea dragon. He shot back toward the 9 seas god world at top speed, during which time his cultivation base continued to restore itself, and his wounds were healed. His eternal stratum worked hard, and after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he was back at his peak. Soon, a huge landmass appeared up ahead in the water. It contained mountain ranges and even its own sky. It was the 9 seas god world. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent as he pushed harder for more speed. He sped forward, nearing the main gate of the sect, and then stepping down onto the land of the 9 seas god world. As soon as he entered the sect, he saw 3 demonic cultivators, who appeared to be waiting for him. As soon as they saw him, their faces involuntarily fell, revealing shock. The fact that catching sight of Meng Hao didn't cause them to radiate killing intent, but rather shock, indicated only one thing. They knew that Meng Hao had been set up to die on the outside. The 3 demonic cultivators' faces fell, and they started to back up. However, even in the moment that their faces flickered with surprise, Meng Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. Considering that they only had Immortal realm cultivation bases, to Meng Hao they were already dead. Meng Hao had already killed plenty of people on this day, and had experienced plenty of potentially deadly situations. His killing intent was now beyond abundant. He had no intentions of calming the situation down. He wanted people dead, and he wanted a big scene. He wanted a slaughter of epic proportions, and a scene that caused heaven and earth to crumble. He barreled forward, waving his hand violently, causing the pressure of the immortal emperor to sweep out, along with a tempestuous wind. The 3 demonic cultivators' faces flickered, and they tried to flee with all their power. Unfortunately for them, however, They were pinned down by the sweeping pressure. Miserable shrieks rang out as the wind shredded them to pieces, causing the windstorm to rain blood. In the moment that the three died, there were 8 ordinary cultivators off in the distance who saw what happened. Their faces filled with shock as they saw that the killer was actually Meng Hao. They gasped and exchanged glances. That's Meng Hao. Why is he killing people? Didn't he and the demonic cultivator horde agree to a ceasefire already? Something big must have happened. He just killed 3 demonic cultivators. There's no way the demonic cultivator horde will let this stand. Although they were shocked, they didn't make any attempt to interfere with Meng Hao. Were he anyone else, they would have done so, and would also have notified their superiors in the sect. But considering it was Meng Hao, they instantly hesitated. The tempest swirled, and blood rained out of the sky. As for Meng Hao, he walked out of the bloody storm and headed straight forward, following the tug of the karma thread directly toward Long Tianhai's Immortal's cave. It only took a moment for his divine sense to spread out and lock down the position of the Immortal's cave. Also, he was able to sense Long Tianhai's aura. He transformed into a prismatic streak of light that shot forward like lightning. Any demonic cultivators that crossed his path were instantly cut down. It only took a short time for the entire Nine Seas God world to be thrown into an uproar. Numerous cultivators witnessed Meng Hao slaughtering demonic cultivators, leading to widespread shock. His feud had escalated to the point where he figured he might as well resolve the issue with killing. Since they looked at him with hatred, he would just kill them without any further considerations. Booms echoed out, and Meng Hao's killing intent soared. Strangely, however, the strongest demonic cultivators he met were merely in the ancient realm, with 2 or 3 extinguished soul lamps at that. No one stronger appeared, and in fact it was mostly immortal realm demonic cultivators who showed their faces. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and he didn't hesitate at all. The demonic cultivators he came across looked at him with resentment and hostility, and he killed them all. He knew that if he didn't kill them, they would try to kill him as soon as they had a chance. If it becomes impossible to resolve things with reason, then might makes right. Meng Hao's path of slaughter was soaked in blood and filled with blood-curdling screams. He was like a deity of death as he drew ever closer to Long Tianhai in his Immortal's cave. From the moment Meng Hao had first caught sight of Long Tianhai outside of the main gate, to the slaughter of Sea Jacket Island, to the deadly duel with Elder Haisheng, to the massacre going on now within the Nine Seas God world, only about 6 hours had passed. 6 hours earlier. Deep within the central mountains of the Nine Seas God world was a mighty mountain peak, atop which sat an ancient temple. 2 statues could be seen at the front of the temple, both of which held huge swords in their hands. From afar, they looked like protectors of the entire God world. Granny Nine, Godmaster, and Ling Yunzi sat cross-legged inside the temple, staring coldly at the 4 other Dao realm experts who sat across from them. 2 were old men who were radiating their essence auras, and had scales on their foreheads. They were the Dao realm patriarchs from the demonic cultivator horde. As for the other 2, one was a man, the other a woman. Both had wry, apologetic smiles on their faces. "We're all members of the same sect," the woman said softly. "We shouldn't involve ourselves in the matters of the junior generation. I hope the 3 of you can understand that. Why don't we all discuss the Tao to pass the time? We don't often get opportunities to get together like this." Smiling, her eyes flickered as she waved her hand, causing a screen to appear in front of them. Depicted on that screen was an image of Meng Hao emerging from his Immortal's cave. Ling Yunzi snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. He understood that right now it was not only impossible for the 3 of them to do anything, all of the ancient realm experts in the entire sect had also been prevented from interfering. That seemed to include not just their side, but also the cultivators from the other factions. Unfortunately, the combined power of the other 3 factions exceeded that of Ling Yunzi, Granny Nine, and Godmaster. The other factions also controlled slightly more ancient realm cultivators than they did. However, Ling Yunzi wasn't very worried. He had already secretly warned Meng Hao to return to the sect as soon as he set foot outside, and told him that he would handle any fallout. However, it was at that point that the screen flickered with an image of Long Tianhai facing off with Meng Hao. Everyone in the temple hall could see as the two of them started talking. Then they saw Chu Yuyan, and Ling Yunzi's face flickered. Granny Nine and Godmaster had similar reactions. Granny Nine's face actually darkened with anger, and she shot to her feet. Immediately, the energy of the other 4 Dao realm experts surged. "Granny Nine, we have an agreement, don't we?" said one of the Dao realm demonic cultivators. An old man with bright red hair. "Could it be that you're actually going to break your word? We Dao realm experts already promised not to interfere in the vast enmity that exists between Meng Hao and the demonic cultivator horde. Most of the ancient realm cultivators have also been locked down. Granny Nine, if you want to start a war, then so be it. Sit tight," Godmaster said. Granny Nine paused, and then slowly sat back down. The images continued to play out on the screen. Soon, Meng Hao and Long Tianhai had their scuffle. When Meng Hao's energy rose up shockingly, various expressions of surprise could be seen on the faces of the Dao realm experts. Next was the slaughter of the sea beasts and the boiling of the 9th sea, which caused frowns to appear on the faces of the demonic cultivators. Then Meng Hao arrived at the island, where he crushed his opponents and cast off the pressure of the 9th sea. With 9 steps, he slaughtered 8 sea realm demons and drained the other ancient realm demonic cultivator dry. The island was destroyed in shocking fashion, a scene which caused the demonic Dao realm experts' faces to become even more unsightly. Conversely, Ling Yunzi and Granny Nine breathed sighs of relief. It was at that point that Elder Haisheng's death trap appeared, and all of a sudden, none of them could see what was happening. Granny Nine's heart began to pound, and her face flickered. Ling Yunzi couldn't hold back any longer, and he stood up. It was at this point that one of the human Dao realm experts, the man, laughed and moved to intercept him. "Fellow Taoist Ling Yunzi," he said, "I've experienced some enlightenment recently regarding time magic. Come, let's meditate and appreciate it together." With that, he raised his hand, causing a resplendent beam of light to fly out that flickered with an aura of time. "Get the hell out of my way," said Ling Yunzi, his eyes shining with killing intent. The man's face darkened, and he said, "Fellow Taoist Ling Yunzi, have you forgotten our agreement? Besides, are you really going to be so insulting as to refuse to discuss the Tao with me?" "Sit," Godmaster said, his eyes shining with profundity. Ling Yunzi gritted his teeth and slowly sat back down, glaring at the screen. Not much more time passed before the death trap was broken. A sea dragon emerged, wailing miserably, followed by a murderous Meng Hao. Instantly, the faces of the 2 demonic Dao realm cultivators fell. Then they saw Elder Haisheng die, and Meng Hao threaten the 9th sea. Finally, Meng Hao sped back, entered the 9 seas god world, and began to slaughter the demonic cultivator horde. Instantly, the 2 demonic Dao realm cultivators rose to their feet. But then, Ling Yunzi stood, laughing as he blocked their path. "We're all members of the same sect," he said with smile. "We shouldn't involve ourselves in the matters of the junior generation. I hope the 3 of you can understand that. Why don't we all discuss the Tao to pass the time? We don't get opportunities to get together like this very often." "Get the hell out of my way," said the red-haired demonic cultivator, his voice echoing like thunder. He was just about to charge past, when Ling Yunzi snorted coldly. "We have an agreement, don't we?" he said. "Could it be that you're actually going to break your word?" The faces of the 2 demonic Dao realm experts flickered. It was at this point that Godmaster suddenly moved noiselessly to appear next to Ling Yunzi. He looked darkly at the 2 demonic Dao realm experts and coldly said, "Meng Hao is connected by destiny to the 9 seas god world. You can't blame me for killing you if you step out of that door." Off to the side, the 2 human Dao realm experts were just about to walk out when Granny Nine appeared in front of them, smiling. "Fellow Taoists, I've experienced some enlightenment recently regarding water magic. Come, let's meditate and appreciate it together." Granny Nine waved her hand, causing a drop of water to fly out. It did not glitter resplendently, and was clearly just ordinary water. Obviously, Granny Nine wasn't interested in even bothering with pretenses. The two human Dao realm experts looked extremely irritated, and were about to say something in response when Granny Nine's eyes suddenly flashed dangerously. Have you two forgotten our agreement? Besides, are you really going to be so insulting as to refuse to discuss the Tao with me? Meng Hao sped through the Nine Seas God world. He didn't lift a finger against the human cultivators, but he massacred the demonic cultivators. Although he didn't necessarily recognize each and every one of them, overall he knew who they were. After all, in the short time he had been in the Nine Seas God world, every time he saw demonic cultivators, they looked back at him with roiling killing intent. To him, it seemed as if the demonic cultivators would instantly try to kill him if given the chance. That was actually true. If it wasn't for Ling Yunzi and the rest of his faction exerting pressure on the demonic cultivator horde, any of its members would try to kill Meng Hao the instant they saw him. It was a type of enmity that, in truth, could not be deemed as being in the wrong. And as for Meng Hao's massacre of them in return, that was also impossible to judge as either correct or incorrect. The crux of the matter was that they had different perspectives. Meng Hao knew that, and as such, he had originally chosen to avoid open conflict, even if they momentarily bared their fangs at him. That was all before they violated the biggest taboo in the world of cultivation. Furthermore, he had spent most of his time in his Immortal's cave, and any time he had emerged, he had simply ignored the murderous glares of the demonic cultivators. He had done nothing to provoke them, and had actually felt a bit sorry about what had caused the whole situation. He even felt a bit irritated that the whole situation was beyond his control. After all, what had happened back in the Milky Way Sea was fundamentally caused by the Resurrection Lily. However, holding back had resulted in placing Chu Yuyan at death's door, and had also put Chun Fan and Fatty in a position to be similarly harmed. That was something Meng Hao could not ignore. Since he couldn't ignore it, then decided that he might as well attack with deadly force. Since he decided to kill, then he would make a shocking display. He would turn the matter into a bloody lesson that would be firmly imprinted on the hearts of the demonic cultivator horde. Before, he had used words to send a clear message to them. Don't provoke me. Now he would use actions to tell them. Don't provoke me. Die. He waved his hand, and the long bone-tipped spear appeared. With a sweeping motion, he caused a handful of incoming demonic cultivators to explode into bits. They were killed in body and spirit, transformed into a cloud of blood. The reek of blood began to spread about as Meng Hao slaughtered his way forward like a deity of death. Numerous human cultivators kept their distance, watching in shock, but doing nothing to interfere or to try to stop Meng Hao. Currently, no ancient realm cultivators with 5 or more extinguished soul lamps were showing their faces in the Nine Seas God world. Virtually all of the demonic cultivators Meng Hao ran into were in the Immortal realm. Only a few ancient realm opponents appeared, all of whom had only 2 or 3 extinguished soul lamps. To Meng Hao, these people were nothing more than dry weeds to be crushed underfoot. He waved his hand, causing the blood demon grand magic to appear. Rumbling could be heard as 123 blood demon heads formed. They transformed into a blood-red tempest that spread out in all directions. Miserable shrieks and cries of astonishment echoed out into the air. As he proceeded forward, 9 beams of golden light suddenly closed in on him. They were all ancient realm demonic cultivators with 2 or 3 extinguished soul lamps, arranged in a spell formation. Meng Hao's eyes glittered when he noticed that one of the 9 attacking demonic cultivators was a sea dragon. With a cold snort, he waved his finger, causing hundreds of thousands of mountains to rumble down. Everything shook, and a huge wind kicked up as the 9 demonic cultivators were crushed, sending blood spurting out in all directions. Their faces filled with astonishment as Meng Hao suddenly utilized the star-plucking magic. The sea dragon demonic cultivator suddenly flew through the air to be snatched by Meng Hao, who then clenched his hand viciously, causing the demonic cultivator to revert to its true form, a roaring 300-meter sea dragon. Then, all of the onlookers looked on as Meng Hao efficiently slashed his hand into the sea dragon's chest. A miserable scream could be heard from the sea dragon. Meng Hao's expression was placid as he shoved his hand deeper in and grabbed onto the sea dragon's heart. Then he clenched his hand down viciously, causing the heart to explode. Heartblood fused with the sea dragon's soul and life force, transforming into a drop of white blood. Then Meng Hao pulled his hand back out and put the drop of blood into his bag of holding. One down. When the crowd saw this happening, and the intense murderous aura that surged up from Meng Hao, the viciousness and coldness caused their minds to spin. It was at this point that Meng Hao extended his hand to reveal the lightning cauldron. Electricity danced as he vanished. Almost in the same moment, a pillar of light slammed down toward the position he had just occupied. A demonic cultivator then appeared in that same spot. Before it could even react, it was completely vaporized by the beam of light. Meng Hao reappeared off in the distance, eyes flickering as he looked around at several hundred demonic cultivators who had flown together to form a huge spell formation. Shockingly, their combined forms created a 3,000-meter-long sea beast, a gigantic sea crab. The sea crab spell formation looked extremely strange. In addition to its two huge pincers, there were 8 sea dragons growing out of its illusory carapace. All of them were roaring at Meng Hao, causing beams of magical light to fly out toward him. Meng Hao blinked 9 times in a row, causing his view of the world to change. He could now clearly see that of the more than 1,000 demonic cultivators that made up the sea crab spell formation, there were 8 that made up the nucleus. Those 8 were all sea dragon cultivators. If I add those in, I'll only be short 1 long Tian high. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. The sea crab roared, and 2 beams of light flew out of its pincers, piercing down into the ground and then erupting out from below his feet. Meng Hao gave a cold harumph. He was now fairly close to Long Tianhai's Immortal's cave. Eyeing the sea crab for a moment, he suddenly began to switch locations with random demonic cultivators, causing him to get closer and closer. As he closed in, his cultivation base surged higher. His goal was to reach the giant sea crab and then strike like lightning, destroying it in one shot. He picked up speed, and his momentum built up, but just when he was about to reach the sea crab, a bellowing roar could be heard in front of him, and a black beam of light suddenly appeared. It was like a tornado spinning toward him, which then transformed into a burly man. He looked exactly like a cultivator, except that he had a huge turtle shell on his back. The turtle shell looked crystalline and glittered resplendently, making the burly man look impressively powerful. "Die!" he roared. Surprisingly, the man did not emanate any cultivation-based fluctuations. However, when he struck out with his fist, it contained heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. The life extermination fist, thought Meng Hao, his eyes widening as he recognized the fist strike. A body cultivator. As it turned out, the burly man was a body cultivator. He was a demonic cultivator, and yet, he did not cultivate the path to immortal ascension. Instead, he pursued fleshly body immortal seeking. His name was also on the 9th Golden Gate Stone Steel, and although he wasn't ranked as high as Meng Hao, he was still in the top 10. At the same time that he attacked with astonishing power, all of a sudden, a huge wave appeared off in the distance, surging toward Meng Hao along with a cold snort which emanated from within. The voice belonged to a woman, and was filled with power that could split metal and shatter stone. Even more shocking was that the snort itself was filled with an unbelievably powerful divine sense that sent intense pain stabbing into Meng Hao's brain. His entire body was shaken and he stopped in place. The burly demonic cultivator took advantage of that moment to slam his fist into Meng Hao, who let out a muffled grunt as he fell back 7 or 8 paces. However, the burly demonic cultivator's face fell, and blood sprayed out of his mouth as he staggered backward a few dozen steps. He was completely astonished to find that his blow had actually ended up injuring himself. The backlash power that came from Meng Hao caused the burly man's scalp to go numb. Meng Hao slowly looked up, eyes cold as he sized up the incoming wave. His eyes were immediately drawn to a woman sitting cross-legged inside of it. She wore a blue dress and was incredibly beautiful, although cold, with a murderous aura. Meng Hao was unfamiliar with this woman. All of a sudden, Another cold voice rang out. Fan Donger appeared, inky hair swirling around her as she planted herself directly in the path of the wave. See, daughter Beiyu, I shall be your opponent this day. The woman within the wave was none other than the holy daughter of the demonic cultivator horde, the equally famous See daughter Beiyu. Beiyu frowned as Fan Donger appeared in front of her. The two women faced off in midair for a moment and then began to fight. Meng Hao looked away from them, and as he did, the burly body cultivator up ahead bellowed. The burly man clenched his fists and declared, "You're also a body cultivator. Do you have the guts to fight me with no magical techniques? Let's have a fleshly body duel." In response to the burly body cultivator's challenge, Meng Hao snorted coldly and began to stride forward, his chi and blood power rocketing up. At the same time, the burly man roared and began to run forward, his own chi and blood surging. As they closed in on each other, a crafty gleam suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's eyes, just when they were about to slam into each other. His fist suddenly transformed into an incantation gesture, and the Paragon Bridge appeared to meet the burly man's life extermination fist. At the same time, the burly man's left hand began to glow with a flickering light, which transformed into a ghost face. However, because of Meng Hao's quick switch to summon the Paragon Bridge and its intense pressure, the ghost face gave a shriek and vanished. That ghost face was an attack that could be used to limit the chi and blood of a body cultivator, and was the body cultivator's trump card. He had never imagined that Meng Hao would actually rely on a magical technique and not his fleshly body. The life extermination fist of the old man in the 9th Golden Gate stone steel could easily rock the Paragon Bridge. However, this demonic body cultivator was not nearly as qualified. Rumbling could be heard, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. His fist exploded, and he tumbled backward shrieking. At the same time, Meng Hao didn't slow down for a moment, but rather shot after him. "Despicable!" raged the burly man. "You're a body cultivator, but you don't have the guts to fight me with body cultivation? You think that I won't use magical techniques just because you say so, smartass? Besides, you try to pull a fast one too." Meng Hao's eyes flickered icily as his right hand shot out and performed an incantation gesture, then transformed into a fist. The fist struck out like lightning toward the man's chest. In the moment before it struck, it transformed again, this time into a palm, which smashed into the man's chest and grabbed him. Blood sprayed out of the man's mouth as Meng Hao then lifted him directly up in front of him. Shockingly, he was using the burly man as a shield with which to charge the giant sea crab. The burly demonic cultivator was virtually scared witless. After having been captured by Meng Hao, he was somehow rendered completely powerless, and then placed firmly in front of Meng Hao as he charged the gigantic sea crab. Without even thinking about it, the man began to curse. "Have you no face at all? You're the disgrace of the body cultivation world. You're shameless." Meng Hao ignored him completely, and in fact began to charge forward even faster. The 8 sea dragons growing out of the sea crab's back roared as they unleashed countless magical techniques. However, all he had to do in response was wave the burly demonic cultivator, using him as a shield to block all of the magical techniques. Miserable shrieks could be heard. The burly man trembled, and his back was already lacerated and bleeding. He stared at Meng Hao, terrified, and continued to curse. "You're gonna die a horrible death. Damn it. There's nobody more shameless than you. Fudge. What did I ever do to you, huh? I declared a fair and open duel with you, and then you tried to pull a fast one on me. That wasn't a magical technique that I used. It was a reminder to you that it's improper for us body cultivators to use magic." It was at that point that Meng Hao shifted the burly demonic cultivator's position to intercept a beam of light that then slammed into the man's back. He let out a miserable shriek, and a tremor ran through him as blood spurted out from wounds all over his body. "I beg of you, release me. I really can't handle this," the burly man wailed. The fact that this was the first demonic cultivator he had come across that immediately resorted to begging caused Meng Hao to stare in shock. "Request denied," Meng Hao replied, shaking his head. He simply wasn't willing to part with such an excellent living shield. Tightening his grip on the burly man, he charged forward. As he closed in on the sea crab, divine abilities and magical techniques glittered in the form of numerous pillars of light that then merged together in a vicious attack. Instantly, the entire battlefield was filled with the miserable cries of the burly demonic cultivator. He had never experienced such intolerable pain. The sense of grave crisis that filled him left him convinced that if things kept going on this way, he would be killed. "Please, I beg you, don't be like this. Look, we're both body cultivators, obviously we're connected by destiny. Let me go, okay? I guarantee that I'll leave immediately. I promise." As the body cultivator spoke, his voice grew weaker and weaker. The flame of his life force was clearly growing dim, as if he were about to die. Meng Hao stared in shock yet again. He was sure that the man couldn't possibly be this weak. Although he might be heading toward death, he was still quite a bit away. In fact, he was far enough away from dying that Meng Hao was fairly certain he would hold out until he could reach the sea crab. His body flickered as he dodged a magical technique, resulting in him getting slightly closer to the burly demonic cultivator. Suddenly, the burly man lifted his head up, opened his mouth wide, and chomped out viciously toward Meng Hao's neck. Meng Hao twisted his hand, and the burly man screamed as Meng Hao twisted his neck to the point of breaking. A loud snapping sound could be heard as the man's teeth chomped down onto thin air. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed coldly as he swung the man around to absorb another round of magical techniques, before finally appearing in front of the sea crab. Then, he brandished the burly man like a weapon, using him to physically strike the sea crab. A boom could be heard, and the sea crab shuddered. The burly demonic cultivator screamed. In his mind, his body was on the verge of collapsing, and his soul was about to be shattered. "I can't handle it," the man blurted out. "I implore you, I can even help you fight. Just give me some medicinal pills to recover, and then I can use my powerful frame to block even more magical techniques for you." Even as the words left his mouth, Meng Hao swung him again, slamming him into the sea crab. Boundless light shone off of the crab as countless divine abilities were unleashed. Meng Hao immediately lifted the burly man overhead to block them. Simultaneously, one of the sea crab's pincers whistled down in attack. Meng Hao just managed to avoid it when the other pincer shot toward him. Before Meng Hao could do anything, the burly body cultivator screamed miserably. He seemed to be more nervous than Meng Hao about everything that was happening. "No!" He quickly bit his tongue and spit out some blood, which transformed into a blood shield that looked very much like the crystalline shell on his back. At the same time, the shell on his back expanded, covering his entire body. Just as he finished doing these things, Meng Hao finished swinging him around to defend against the second pincer attack, which snapped down onto the burly man. A boom could be heard, and blood sprayed out of the burly man's mouth. He screamed, but it was weaker than before, almost as if he didn't have the breath to cry out. "Save me," he wept. "Is there anyone who can save me? I'm still worth something." As soon as he heard the words, Meng Hao realized that they made sense. The burly man hadn't outlived his usefulness. He quickly waved his hand, causing several medicinal pills to fly out and enter the burly man's mouth. As soon as they melted, the man's body quivered. In that moment in which hope shone in his heart, Meng Hao took a deep breath and then summoned all of the boundless qi and blood power he could summon. A huge wind kicked up as massive power rose up inside of him. The burly demonic cultivator started in shock, and then started screaming as Meng Hao lifted him high into the air. Then, Meng Hao used all the power he could muster to fling the burly man viciously toward the sea crab. "Meng Hao, you heaven-damned bastard! You're shameless. You're the disgrace of the body cultivation world. You deserve a horrible death." The burly man screamed as he turned into a shooting star. The power of his own body combined with Meng Hao's power made him look like a long spear as he shot through the air and slammed into the sea crab. If that were all there were to it, it probably wouldn't have counted as Meng Hao being very shameless. But next, Meng Hao shot along behind the burly man, hiding behind him as they headed toward the sea crab. In the blink of an eye, the man was directly in front of the crab's head. Glittering light shone, as if there were a shield in place, and yet it shattered, and the burly man pierced into the sea crab's body. The spell formation that made up the sea crab shook as if it were destabilizing. Furthermore, Meng Hao followed the man as he stabbed into the sea crab. Electricity crackled around Meng Hao as he began switching places with and slaughtering the demonic cultivators around him. Cries of panic rang out from inside the sea crab. In the space of only about 10 breaths, booms rang out, and the gigantic sea crab was more than half destroyed. Then it exploded. Hundreds of demonic cultivators flew out, killing intent raging. They didn't retreat but instead charged Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered coldly, and he gave a cold snort as he waved his hand, causing blood demon heads to materialize and start slaughtering the demonic cultivators. Booms rang out, and blood rained down out of the sky. Every time Meng Hao switched positions with the lightning cauldron, more demonic cultivators would die. Their miserable shrieks of death gradually blended together into a cacophony that caused each and every one of the demonic cultivators to begin trembling, no matter how enraged they were. The 8 sea dragon demonic cultivators were the main targets in this assault. He managed to get his hands on 1, then 2, then 3. He was like a deity of slaughter, and anyone who faced him was smashed as easily as rotting wood. Finally, his right hand snaked out to latch onto the 7th sea dragon. He ripped its chest open and crushed its heart, then turned and looked over at the burly demonic cultivator. The man was severely injured, but he looked as maddened as ever. His eyes seemed to lack any fear of death, as if it didn't matter how powerful the opponent he faced was, he would still want to fight. Even if his body was crushed into a pulp, he would still fight. Kill him. We demonic cultivators can be beheaded, and we can give up our lives, but we must kill him. Kill him. Brothers, rise up. Kill this man. His enraged roaring rose up above the other shouts echoing out from among the crowds of demonic cultivators as he ran along. He seemed to be on the verge of attacking Meng Hao, who snorted coldly and prepared to counterattack, but then suddenly gaped. It was not very often that Meng Hao was shocked into motionlessness on the battlefield. However, as of this moment, he really was dumbfounded, and almost couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the burly body cultivator. The man continued to scream threats about being unafraid of death, and yet, he was actually not charging into battle. Instead, he was backing up. Although he looked like he was running forward and he cried out loudly to attack, he actually started retreating at top speed. It was something that, if you didn't look for closely, you wouldn't even notice. A strange expression appeared on Meng Hao's face. This shameless fellow was a character that, based on Meng Hao's experiences, was on the same level as the parrot and meat jelly. He gave a meaningful look to the burly man, then looked away and waved his hand to summon hundreds of thousands of mountains. The sun and moon also appeared, exploding out with massive attacking power, killing anything they touched. At long last, the demonic cultivators started to show fear. It was hard to say which among their trembling number was the first to flee. However, in almost a single moment, all of the demonic cultivators dispersed in chaotic flight. The burly demonic cultivator was among them. Although he continued to cry out furiously, he was actually running away faster than anyone else. The expressions on the faces of the demonic cultivators were no longer that of hatred, but rather terror and despair. Patriarch, save me. Where are you, Patriarch? Where are the ancient realm elders? The demonic cultivator horde is facing catastrophe. Why? Why are we being slaughtered inside of our own sect? Oh, Patriarch, where are you? The voices rang out, filled with grief and sorrow. The demonic cultivators off in the distance were trembling, and didn't dare to get any closer. The ground was awash with blood and gore. It was the blood of demonic cultivators, representing their souls and their hopelessness. Almost as soon as the cries began to ring out, the final sea dragon could be seen speeding along among the hundreds of other demonic cultivators. Damn it! This Meng Hao has something against us sea dragons. The fate of all the other sea dragons left him terrified and trembling as he fled. However, Meng Hao quickly teleported to his side, and then reached out. A bloody glow could be seen, and the sea dragon cultivator screamed as his body was ripped open. His heart flew out and was crushed by Meng Hao. When the white blood appeared, he packed it away, then turned and looked down toward 3 mountains which could be seen down below. Long Tianhai, are you going to come out? Or am I going to have to tear that mountain open to get you? When he spoke, his voice echoed like thunder. The center mountain down below had an immortal's cave, within which Long Tianhai sat trembling, terrified out of his mind. As Meng Hao's words rang out, he advanced toward the middle mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, he was upon it, and yet, the glittering light of a shield suddenly sprang up to block his way. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he clenched his hand into a fist and punched the shield, causing it to ripple. In that exact moment, Long Tianhai sat in his immortal's cave, a jade slip clutched in his hand. From the moment Meng Hao had begun to slaughter his way through the sect, he had been transmitting messages into the jade slip. Patriarch, where are you? Unfortunately, there was no response at all from the jade slip. Meng Hao was killing demonic cultivators left and right. He destroyed the sea crab spell formation, causing blood to rain out of the sky, and terrifying the surrounding demonic cultivators to the point where they wouldn't even get close to him. As for Long Tianhai, he had fallen into a state of despair. He looked up at Meng Hao outside of his immortal's cave, and his bloodshot eyes gleamed with madness. Finally, he gritted his teeth and crushed the jade slip. "Wanna kill me? It's not gonna be that easy." A flame of madness flickered in Long Tianhai's eyes. He was a cautious person by nature, and was by no means unprepared. During his fight with Meng Hao outside of the sect's gate, he had sensed how terrifying Meng Hao was, and had instantly begun to make last-minute preparations, just in case. However, Meng Hao had shown up too soon. Everything happened in a matter of hours, which was too short of a time to complete all of his preparations. As of now, he would just have to risk using what he had on hand. Meng Hao, even if I, Long Tianhai, end up dying, well, I'll take you out with me. With that, he extended both hands and pushed them down onto the ground. Immediately, the entire Immortal's cave shone with brilliant light, which swirled around and covered the entire mountain. The light spread out from the central mountain to cover the other 2 mountain peaks as well. Next, the other 2 mountains began to tremble violently, and then suddenly collapsed. Countless rocks and dirt fell down, and a cloud of dust spread out as 2 huge stone golems emerged. They roared loudly as they charged toward Meng Hao to block his way. Astonishing ripples spread out from the enormous stone golems. Shockingly, they were similar to ancient realm cultivators with 3 extinguished soul lamps. In the blink of an eye, the 2 gigantic stone golems had clenched their hands into fists and punched out toward Meng Hao, causing a huge wind to spring up. Up in midair, Meng Hao let out a cold snort, then performed an incantation gesture, causing a tempest to spring forth from his hand. He waved a finger, and the tempest rapidly grew to a size of 300 meters, and then shot toward the stone golems. When they slammed together, a boom rang out. The windstorm vanished, and the 2 stone golems shuddered and then collapsed, sending countless chunks of rock tumbling to the ground. However, almost as soon as the stone golems collapsed, the rocks flew back up and reshaped into their original form. This time, however, their cultivation bases were not that of 3 extinguished soul lamps, but rather 5. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. Then he pinched his fingers together in front of him. All of the light in the area surged together in the palm of his hand, where it formed into the shocking image of a sun. The sun floated above his hand, sucking in all the other light within the 9 seas god world, causing the air around Meng Hao to twist and distort. His cultivation base rocketed up, and his 123 immortal meridians merged together. 33 heavens appeared, and at the same time, a violet moon materialized next to the sun. The sun and moon began to orbit each other as the 9th mountain appeared. The scene was completely dazzling as Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the sun and the moon to slam into each other and explode in a massive attack that swept out in all directions. Rumbling could be heard, along with cracking sounds from the stone golems. Meng Hao strode forward, and the bone-tipped spear appeared in his hands. He flung it out violently, causing it to fly through the air in a beam of light. It stabbed through both stone golems, causing them to tremble violently and then explode. At the same time, the spear stabbed into the shield surrounding the central mountain. The shield distorted as if were about to fall apart. Inside the Immortal's cave, Long Tianhai coughed up blood, and his body withered slightly. He then let out a miserable shriek as his body transformed into a 300-meter sea dragon, pitch black like a black dragon. Especially noteworthy was the shocking white scale that could be seen on his forehead. Apparently, that scale indicated that he had a very high position, even among the sea dragon horde. He had to pay a heavy price of life force to materialize his true form. God World Grand Spell Formation. All plants and vegetation, all mountains and stones, become the spirit of the spell formation. I sacrifice my dragon's blood to the spell formation. Activate. Long Tianhai roared as massive amounts of life force drained out of him, and he visibly withered up. However, the collapsed stone golems outside of his Immortal's cave suddenly formed back together and rose to their feet. Now the aura of 7 or 8 extinguished soul lamps erupted out of them. Meng Hao's eyes widened. He was aware that Long Tianhai was cautious by nature, but he had never imagined that he would be this well prepared. Obviously, he had set up this spell formation in advance, just in case Meng Hao ended up coming here. So, he's borrowing the power of the 9 Seas God World's protective grand spell formation? He looked down thoughtfully at the 2 stone golems, and could tell that they were somehow linked to the 9 Seas God World. However, he can't sustain them for very long. At the most, the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. He backed up, and was about to make his way off into the distance, when all of a sudden, his mind trembled. Ling Yunzi's voice suddenly spoke into his ear. If you want to kill him, you'd better hurry up. We can't delay them any longer. At the same time that the voice spoke into his ear, an enraged roar could be heard that caused everything to shake. The sound of it caused everyone to tremble. This was clearly the voice of a Dao realm expert. The crowd instantly responded. The Patriarch! The Patriarch is coming! Back in the Immortal's cave, Long Tianhai's eyes shone with wild joy as he sensed that the voice behind the roar was none other than the Dao realm Patriarch of the demonic cultivator horde. It was a critical moment. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with determination, and he took a deep breath. He could also tell that the roar came from none other than the demonic Dao realm Patriarch, who was currently speeding toward this very location. Although Ling Yunzi and the others had been able to delay him, unfortunately, Meng Hao wouldn't even have the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn to finish the fight. He thought for a moment, then extended his hand, within which appeared a nirvana fruit. If that's how it is, then I have only one option, he said softly. He hadn't even resorted to using the nirvana fruit in his battle with Elder Haishang. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it. Rather, the power drain he would experience because of it would render him incapable of fighting after a relatively short period of time. However, if the demonic cultivator horde's Dao realm expert was coming, then that meant that Ling Yunzi and the others would be too. That meant that right now was a good opportunity to use the nirvana fruit. Exactly how powerful is an all-heaven immortal? He suddenly very much anticipated what was about to happen. Without another moment's hesitation, he quickly pushed the nirvana fruit down onto his forehead. The first thing he experienced was intense pain. It exploded out into his body, and even though he was tough, he still couldn't help but throw his head back and howl. It was a hoarse howl that was accompanied by an explosive rise in cultivation base. Rumbling filled the air, and everything shook. The wind screamed around Meng Hao, sweeping across everything, crushing everything down as a huge pressure began to weigh down on the 9 Seas God world. Meng Hao trembled, and blood spurted out all over his body. His energy began to shoot upward, past the immortal Emperor realm and into another terrifying level. It didn't stop, it just kept going higher and higher. He began to grow taller and bigger as both his fleshly body and his cultivation base rapidly grew more powerful. Considering he didn't know how long he could maintain this state, he didn't wait for the growth to complete. He advanced, taking a single step that placed him in front of one of the stone golems. The stone golem roared and punched toward him, but all Meng Hao did was raise his hand and tap it. That single finger motion caused a huge boom to echo out as the fist suddenly exploded. A moment later, the stone golem shattered into pieces and exploded as well. There was more to it than that, though. Meng Hao's simple finger attack seemed to erupt with a unique power that covered over the rubble of the stone golem and severed its connection to natural law. The stone golem was forcibly scraped out from within the power of the Nine Seas God World spell formation. It was a domineering act that caused the entire protective grand spell formation to tremble, and not even dare to resist. This was only the first step and a single wave of a finger, but it left everyone flabbergasted. Even the incoming Dao realm experts were shaken. Then, Meng Hao took a second step and tapped a second time. The second stone golem collapsed in exactly the same fashion as the first. It didn't even qualify to transform into rubble. It was shattered into dust. Meng Hao had no need to sever it from natural law. Instead, he completely wiped it away from the Nine Seas God World. Meng Hao hovered there, energy surging, screaming wind causing his hair and robes to whip wildly. It was as if he could stare down the entire world. The domineering air that he exuded only continued to rise. Next, he stepped forward a third time, which caused the central mountain's shield to shatter, as if it feared him and didn't even dare to try to block his way. Next, even before he completed his third step, the mountain collapsed. Rock fragments flew out in all directions, revealing Long Tianhai there in the Immortal's cave, coughing up blood, body withered, expression that of despair. "Patriarch, save me!" He howled with the last dregs of strength that he could scrape from his life force. Long Tianhai's true form was that of a 300-meter sea dragon, but he was now so weak that he looked like a bag of bones. Meng Hao completed his third step and appeared directly in front of Long Tianhai. Meng Hao was currently about 30 meters tall. He looked like an immortal divinity as he stretched out his hand and clasped Long Tianhai's neck. It didn't matter how Long Tianhai struggled. Meng Hao's vice-like grip was something that could ignore all divine abilities, magical techniques, and even natural laws. When he wanted to grab a hold of something, it would be grabbed a hold of. "How dare you, Junior!" An enraged roar threatened to shatter the world. It exploded in Meng Hao's ears, causing him to stagger backward. At the same time, the nirvana fruit appeared on his forehead, and his cultivation base began to sink back down. Without the slightest hesitation, he sealed Long Tianhai and threw him into his bag of holding. Then, face pale, he reached his hand out to grab the nirvana fruit. He did not pass out like last time. He still had a bit of energy left, allowing him to prop himself up on a nearby rock. He quickly took out some medicinal pills which he began to consume. Then, a bashful expression appeared on his face, and he looked up into the sky. "Oh, I don't dare, Senior. How dare you, Junior? Oh, I don't dare, Senior." This strange interchange of words echoed about in all directions. Up in midair was an old man wearing a crimson robe, whose hair was just as red as his clothing. There was no scale on his forehead, nor a horn. However, based on his aura, it was clear that among the powerful experts, he was one who could supersede the will of heaven and earth, and virtually burst with the aura of a demonic cultivator. This was the demonic cultivator Horde's Dao realm patriarch. His arrival caused all of the nearby demonic cultivators to tremble inwardly. It was as if they finally had someone to depend on, as if they were children who, after being bullied, saw their parents suddenly show up on the scene. Actually, in terms of seniority, the Dao realm patriarch really was like their parent. However, neither they, nor the Dao realm patriarch who swept down furiously and was prepared to snatch up Meng Hao in a single swipe, could ever have imagined that he would respond in such a way. From the perspective of the demonic cultivators, it would make the most sense for Meng Hao to respond in an even more unyielding fashion. How could they have ever predicted that he would say what he did just now? Meng Hao's voice was soft, even weak, causing strange expressions to appear on the onlookers' faces. Even the ordinary cultivators of the Nine Seas God world were the same. The only person who had a different reaction was Fandonger, who suddenly stopped fighting with Sea Daughter Beiyu and quickly backed up. As soon as she saw the expression on Meng Hao's face, her heart began to prickle, and she remembered how he had the exact same look on his face when they had made their bet earlier. Meng Hao, you rogue, she thought. You definitely have some evil plan up your sleeve. Fandonger was absolutely certain of this. The descending Dao Realm Patriarch stared in shock for a moment, then continued to wave his hand, which seemed to interfere with natural law, and materialize a gigantic, illusory hand, which snatched toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao did nothing to dodge, and simply allowed the hand to grab toward him. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out from Meng Hao's side. Granny Nine appeared, stepped forward, and tapped the gigantic hand. No noise could be heard, but two natural laws seemed to have collided, and massive roaring sounds echoed out in the minds of all present. The huge hand collapsed, and the demonic Dao Realm expert gave a muffled grunt. Granny Nine's face drained of blood, and she looked up with a cold gleam in her eyes. Enough, she said. Your demonic cultivator horde has raised enough of a racket already. Aren't you finished yet? Suddenly, she made a grasping motion, causing a dragon-head cane to appear in her hand. She tapped it down onto the ground, and rumbling sounds could be heard as essence power erupted out, with Granny Nine at the center. Simultaneously, Ling Yunzi materialized, and Godmaster stepped out of thin air. Another demonic Dao Realm expert appeared, as did the other two Dao Realm experts, the man and the woman. The appearance of all these mighty patriarchs instantly caused the rest of the disciples of the Nine Seas God world to prostrate themselves on hands and knees, hearts pounding. Meng Hao was the only one who remained standing, leaning up against the stone cliff face. We had an agreement, growled the red-haired Dao Realm Patriarch. Therefore, regarding the things that happened outside of the sect, my demonic cultivator horde was in the wrong. I'll provide an explanation about that later. We will also do everything in our power to assist in the opening of the windswept realm. We will even accept the burden of all the resources necessary. The red-haired demonic Dao Realm expert then turned to look at Meng Hao. However, this boy slaughtered disciples of the demonic cultivator horde, and inside the sect at that. There will be an accounting for this. Granny Nine frowned and sighed inwardly. The inner workings of the Nine Seas God world were very complex, with the different factions struggling for supremacy. Sometimes, the only thing that could be done was to sigh. Currently, her eyes flashed coldly, and she was just about to respond, when Meng Hao popped a handful of medicinal pills into his mouth and then cut her off. Hey now, senior, did you just say that the person who killed the demonic cultivators outside the sect was me? Hey, why the false accusations? I didn't kill them. Really, I didn't. Who saw me do it? Meng Hao looked very offended as he continued to munch on the medicinal pills, causing his cultivation base to gradually recover. Inwardly, he was smiling coldly. When going all in, sometimes flexibility was necessary. To blindly refuse to be flexible was simply stupid. Meng Hao had his principles, but those principles didn't apply to his enemies. His words instantly enraged the prostrated demonic cultivators. I saw it with my own eyes. You killed lots of my fellow sect members. Damn it. Everyone here could see that it was you. The demonic cultivators appeared to be on the verge of going mad, as if they had never seen someone act this shamefully. Meng Hao cleared his throat and spread his hands innocently. Sighing, he said, even if you saw with your own eyes, that doesn't mean much. In any case, it wasn't me who killed them. Maybe the person you saw was simply disguised to look like me? That's most likely what happened. In any case, you need to stop it with these false accusations. Meng Hao seemed to be getting angry as he explained matters. Even as he spoke, he continued to pop medicinal pills into his mouth. Off to the side, Granny Nine looked at him with a strange expression, then cleared her throat and prepared to speak. All of the Dao Realm experts up in midair, including Ling Yunzi and Godmaster, were watching the scene with odd expressions on their faces. As for the red-haired demonic Dao Realm expert, he was incensed, and before Granny Nine could speak, smiled an icy smile. Never before has anyone dared to speak with such insolence to me, he said slowly. You say that you didn't kill my demonic cultivators? Well then, let me ask you, whose Immortal's cave are you in right now? How did you get inside? I personally witnessed you abduct Long Tianhai just now. Could it be that I was hallucinating? His eyes flickered with killing intent, as he very much wanted to see how Meng Hao would possibly respond to this accusation. If Meng Hao tried to insinuate that he was having hallucinations, then he would quickly discover the consequences of trifling with a Dao realm expert. Oh, that, replied Meng Hao, smiling. He quickly clasped hands and bowed to the Patriarch with a look of extreme sincerity on his face. Patriarch, I think we have a bit of a misunderstanding here. Actually, fellow Taoist Long and I became good friends the instant we met. However, we recently made a bet that had a specific time limit. I just came here today to tell him that I decided to accept the bet. Unfortunately, he was in secluded meditation, and I happened to be an impatient person, so I let myself in. I kind of damaged his Immortal's cave in the process. That's my fault, Senior. He turned to Granny Nine with an apologetic look and bowed deeply. Patriarch Granny Nine, I'm willing to pay for all the damages. Granny Nine cleared her throat but didn't say anything in response. The red-haired old man stared at Meng Hao, and his smile grew even icier. If that's really what happened, then why did you take him captive? Patriarch, I was worried that he would back out of the bet, but now that you're here, I can rest easy. He might try to back out, but the entire demonic cultivator horde won't back out, right? Inwardly, Meng Hao was chuckling coldly. Just now, the demonic patriarch had arrived too quickly, leaving him no time to extract the dragon's heart, leaving him no other choice than to take Long Tianhai captive. Clearing his throat again, he took out a medicinal pill bottle and poured the contents into his mouth. Everyone looked on with strange expressions. Patriarch, if you don't believe me, he continued, you can ask anyone here about the wager between me and Long Tianhai. The bet was about whether or not I could get into the top 100 of the 9 Golden Gate stone steals. If I did, he would represent the demonic cultivator horde to pay me 1,300,000,000 immortal jades and 3 Dao weapons. Almost immediately, some of the demonic cultivators in the area who were slow on the uptake began to shout in rage. That's a load of crap. The bet between you and Elder Brother Long was to get into the top 10 of the Golden Gate stone steals. Also, the stakes were 300,000,000 immortal jades, not 1,300,000,000, and there weren't any Dao weapons involved. Also, if you lost, you had to give up your place in the echelon. In response to this, the red-haired old man's face darkened. He was well aware of the matter of the bet, but he had never imagined that Meng Hao would bring it up. Because Meng Hao had been in secluded meditation for a month and not given the 9 Sea Realm demons his response, they had spread word about the matter throughout the entire sect. The red-haired old man stared coldly at Meng Hao. He was irritated at Meng Hao's glib use of the tongue, but he had to admit that in terms of taking advantage of the circumstances, he had never seen anybody do so quite so well as Meng Hao. He was capable of reducing Meng Hao to a bloody paste at any time, and yet couldn't do so. Meng Hao seemed to be incredibly gifted at using all of the complicated circumstances to tie other people up into knots, even people vastly more powerful than him. Through various means, he checked them in place, ensuring that they couldn't attack. The old man felt as though he had infinite power that he simply couldn't unleash. He was unaware, of course, that when Meng Hao entered the cultivation world, he had joined a sect called the Reliance Sect. The theory of that sect was something that Meng Hao had long since imprinted onto his heart. People should do everything in their power to find someone or something to rely on. Although that wasn't an absolute truth, still, when you were in a situation in which you weren't powerful enough, it made a lot of sense. That bet is a personal matter between you and Long Tianhai. If you lose, you have to hand over your echelon qualifications. Set Long Tianhai free at once. The red-haired old man seemed to be losing his patience. At this point, Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he stared back at the old man. Let's forget Long Tianhai for the moment. Patriarch, Senior, I would like to ask a question of the entire demonic cultivator horde. Are you people even cultivators? Do you know what the biggest taboo among cultivators is? What exactly is your relationship with us cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea? Do you think that as long as someone isn't a member of the demonic cultivator horde, you can kill them with impunity? You hate me? Fine, no problem. You can make a move on me, and if I die while fighting back, then nobody will think twice. But let me ask you, Patriarch and the rest of the demonic cultivator horde, what is the meaning of this? He slapped his bag of holding, causing Chu Yuyen to appear in his arms. Her face was pale white, and she was clearly unconscious and incredibly weak. It was truly a pitiful sight. This is a dear friend from my hometown. She joined the Kunlun Society and is still a disciple there. However, in order to deal with me, your demonic cultivator horde kidnapped her and brought her here. You put her at death's door and even poisoned her. Fellow Taoists of the Nine Seas God world, if your friends or family were tortured in front of your very eyes, used as a threat against you, would you stand for it? What is the biggest taboo for cultivators, the most forbidden thing in the cultivation world? It's this. If everyone did things like this, then the world of cultivation would be thrown into chaos. I provoked the demonic cultivators, and they kidnapped and tried to kill my dear friend. What happens if one of you provokes them? They'll likely do the same thing, won't they? It's a vicious cycle. Fellow cultivators, which of us could ever stand for such a thing? Meng Hao's words echoed out into the ears of all the surrounding cultivators, who seemed to be profoundly moved. This was their first time learning about Meng Hao's personal affairs. They all looked at Chu Yuyen and were shaken. Just as Meng Hao had said, if something similar happened to them. It took only a moment for numerous Nine Seas God World disciples to look coldly at the members of the demonic cultivator horde. There were even quite a few demonic cultivators whose faces flickered. Clearly this was their first time learning of the matter as well. Although things like this happened in the cultivation world, it was something that virtually all cultivators detested. Everyone had family and close friends as well as enemies. If something like this was overlooked once, then it could very well occur again in the future, to them. Demonic cultivator horde, you owe me an accounting. Long Tianhai shall die. The echelon will not be taken away from me. And even if I lose the bet, you will still have to give me half of the original stakes in Immortal Jade. That is MY accounting. With that, Meng Hao stepped backward a few paces, placing him behind Granny Nine. Enough time had passed that his eternal stratum had now restored his cultivation base almost to its peak. The red-haired patriarch had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He had actually approved of the tactic of using Chu Yuyen. However, according to the original plan, Meng Hao would have died, and then Chu Yuyen's usefulness would have ended, and the entire matter would have been easily resolved. Who could ever have imagined that despite the deadly trap they had laid for Meng Hao, he would be able to reverse the situation? Everything was dead silent. The cultivators of the Nine Seas God world looked around suspiciously at the demonic cultivator horde, having made their own judgment of the situation based on Meng Hao's words. Most of the demonic cultivator horde maintained silence, although there were some of them who derisively refused to admit fault. It was at this point that Godmaster's cool voice rang out in all directions. Let us focus on the most important matters. There is still half a month left to go before the opening of the windswept realm. Avarice regarding the echelon was the sowing of karma. The reaping was everything that happened just now. Fellow Taoists Qilong and Wu Ling, you may send one additional person into the windswept realm upon its opening. The matter shall now be dropped. Meng Hao will be allowed to go through with the bet in exactly the way he mentioned. What do the two of you think? Godmaster looked over at the red-haired old man and the other demonic patriarch. After a moment of silence, the red-haired old man stared hard at Meng Hao. Meng Hao had already left a deep impression on him, but now he stared at him as if to affix him permanently in his memory. Finally, he snorted coldly and slowly said, "We'll do things as you say, Godmaster. However, since the echelon won't be part of the stakes, then if the boy gets into the top 10 of all 9 Golden Gate Stone steals, then the demonic cultivator horde will give him 300 million immortal jades. But if he fails, then he won't get a single one." He understood that with Granny Nine, Godmaster and Ling Yunzi present, the demonic cultivator horde couldn't afford to cause any major problems. In this skirmish, the demonic cultivator horde had been clearly and utterly defeated. Furthermore, the defeat had caused the Dao realm experts from the other two factions, the man and the woman, to have a change in their thinking. The red-haired old man could now only sigh inwardly. As for the demonic patriarch surnamed Wu, he slowly nodded his head. Godmaster looked over at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, but he was aware that for the matter to have escalated to this level meant that things couldn't be pushed any further. To do so would be counterproductive. Although the rage he felt in his heart would not be so easily dispelled, he still nodded in agreement. However, while everyone was still watching, he pulled Long Tianhai out of his bag of holding. He gripped him by the neck and squeezed down viciously. Then his left hand shot out and stabbed into Long Tianhai's chest. Long Tianhai struggled, and as everyone watched, Meng Hao ripped his sea dragon heart out of his body. The heart was still beating as Meng Hao crushed it, producing a white drop of fluid. The onlookers, both ordinary cultivators and demonic cultivators alike, stared with trembling hearts. All of a sudden, they were deeply struck by Meng Hao's level of ferocity and brutality. All of them were musing that, unless absolutely no other options remained, they should never provoke Meng Hao. The cultivators felt that way, and so did the demonic cultivators, who hated Meng Hao more than ever and yet maintained their silence. As the red-haired old man watched, his face twitched, and a murderous aura swirled around him. However, there was no way for him to vent his fury. He flicked his sleeve, turned, and left. He knew that if he remained behind, he would eventually lose control of himself. Meng Hao's face was extremely calm as he retrieved the other 9 drops of sea dragon heartblood from his bag of holding. He fused them all together into one larger drop, which he placed into Chu Yuyan's mouth. Then he returned her to his bag of holding. Having completed these tasks, he turned and headed toward the Golden Gate stone steels, eyes flickering coldly. Although he had killed some demonic cultivators, that was not sufficient to give vent to the rage he felt in his heart. Perhaps his actions had been sufficient to cow the ordinary demonic cultivators. But when it came to the Dao realm experts, if they didn't taste a bit of pain as well, then they might cause him trouble down the line. As of this moment, his wager with the demonic cultivator horde was like a knife that he could twist into their side. Their Dao realm experts would definitely feel the pain of losing their wealth. 300 million immortal jades was a vast sum that would cause anyone to pant with eagerness, even Dao realm experts. If the demonic cultivator horde lost such a quantity of immortal jade, it would definitely be a bloody blow to them. The mere thought of 300 million immortal jades caused Meng Hao's heart to pound. Panting, his eyes shone with a bright light. I'm gonna go all out. I'll definitely get into the top 10 of all the Golden Gate stone steels. He took a deep breath and pushed faster. Whistling through the air, he quickly neared the location of the closest Golden Gate stone steel. It was the 5th steel, and when Meng Hao looked over at the golden light which shone up from it, he could just barely make out a battlefield of epic proportions, filled with endless, eternal slaughter. 5th Golden Gate stone steel, Trial by Fire of Slaughter. Also known as the Trial by Fire of the Dao Heart. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, vanished into the stone steel. In that same moment, vast numbers of 9 Seas God World cultivators converged in the area. Although it wouldn't be accurate to say that literally every person in the 9 Seas God World knew about the wager, it wouldn't be too far from the truth. Besides, Meng Hao's massacre, and the way he had stood up to the demonic cultivator horde's Dao realm patriarch, had shocked everyone. When you threw in the astronomical wager, it ensured that it didn't take long before the 5th Golden Gate stone steel was surrounded by a crowd of people. Even Granny 9 and her group, as well as the demonic patriarch surnamed Wu, were all hovering in midair, watching. To get in the top 10 in all of the Golden Gate stone steels, that would be incredibly difficult. Meng Hao might have gotten to 2nd place in the 9th Golden Gate stone steel, but the other stone steels are all different. That's especially true of the 1st Golden Gate, which emphasizes pressure. Everyone was already discussing the matter. Granny Nine and Ling Yunzi looked at each other, and their eyes glittered for a moment before they focused solely on the fifth stone stele. The patriarch from the demonic cultivator horde looked on with a strange gleam in his eyes. The fifth Golden Gate stone stele is unique, a very unusual trial by fire. Meanwhile, Meng Hao appeared within the world of the fifth Golden Gate stone stele. When he looked around, he saw a bright, beautiful world filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Spiritual energy swirled about, as if the place were a world for immortals. Meng Hao stared for a moment, then looked down at himself. He was wearing an unfamiliar Taoist robe. Furthermore, he was standing amongst a group of people atop a mountain, in a huge public square. He was surrounded by tens of thousands of cultivators, packed together both on the ground and hovering in midair. A stern and somber air slowly filled the area, causing clouds to obscure the sun. Up ahead, 3 figures floated in the air. They were surrounded by radiant golden light, making their features difficult to make out. An ancient voice echoed out across the square. Outside clans are invading who wish to destroy our world. Their evil knows no bounds, and they burst with devilish will. They are fiendish devils from out among the stars. And in the coming war, you disciples must slay them. The killing will never stop. And yet, there is nowhere for you to retreat to. Today they shall arrive. At the same time, we have discovered that the fiendish devils have already infiltrated our sect in disguise. As the voice faded away, the 3 glowing figures up ahead waved their hands simultaneously. Immediately, roughly a third of the group of tens of thousands of cultivators suddenly found themselves bathed in bright light. They looked shocked, astonished, as the other cultivators around them began to back up slowly. Meng Hao noticed that there were 2 cultivators standing near him who were now bathed in light. Patriarch, I'm not a fiendish devil. What's going on? Patriarch, I'm a disciple of the sect. They were so scared they were trembling, but at the same time they were angry, as if they were being unjustly accused. There was only a single response to their pleas. Kill them. Many among the crowd stood there silently. Although Meng Hao didn't know any of these people, he did feel a sense of familiarity toward them. Other cultivators in the area were hesitating, and only a few of them chose to actually attack. I'm not a fiendish devil. I'm a sect disciple. Miserable shrieks rang out, as many of the disciples fled, and even more began to weep. Elder brother Zhang, I'm not a fiendish devil. Elder sister, I'm Fan Sheng. I'm your junior brother. As the slaughter began to unfold, Meng Hao frowned. He still wasn't sure to make of this trial by fire. All of a sudden, one of the disciples who was bathed in light, a middle-aged man, threw his head back and laughed loudly. I, Chun, am no fiendish devil. I'm a sect disciple. I don't mind dying this day to prove that. However, I don't need anyone to spill my blood for me. If I'm going to die, I'll die with honor. With that, he smashed his hand down onto the top of his head. A popping sound could be heard, blood sprayed out, and he was dead. Everyone looked on silently. Soon more anguished laughter rang out as shockingly. More than half of the accused disciples began to end their own lives. If I have to die, I won't die at the hands of my fellow disciples. I might die today, but before I die I just have to say that I am no devil. Booms rang out constantly, and corpses toppled to the ground. Soon, things began to grow quiet as all of the disciples who had been accused of being fiendish devils were dead. All of the remaining disciples, regardless of whether or not they had attacked moments ago, looked on with complicated expressions. Then, they turned toward the 3 figures up front, and couldn't prevent the suspicion from showing on their faces. Meng Hao felt shaken. For some reason, this trial by fire seemed very strange. This isn't a trial by fire about slaughter, nor is it about Dao Heart. There is some other purpose to it. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he realized that the realism of the things he was seeing had caused him to almost forget who he was, and to completely immerse himself in the feeling of being a disciple of this sect. He realized this because he was also starting to feel suspicious regarding the 3 figures up in the front. Everything was completely and utterly silent. The reek of blood spread out, and the ground was covered in pools of blood. Dead bodies could be seen everywhere, the corpses of those who had refused to be slain by fellow sect disciples, and had instead ended their own lives. They demonstrated their sincerity by sacrificing their own lives. Some had fled but were cut down in the process. Finally, a sigh could be heard from the mouths of one of the three figures up ahead. "Elder Brother Li, you are also a fiendish devil." Suddenly, two of the three figures joined forces to attack the third. Immediately essence aura erupted out from all of them. Shockingly, all three of them were Tao realm experts. The third of the group now wore a bitter and complex expression. He offered no explanation, but instead, merely sighed and began to fight. Booms echoed out as he fell back, slowly approaching the crowd of people within which Meng Hao stood. He looked up at the other two who were attacking him and sighed again. "You really think the devils infiltrated us? Well, there's no need for pointless loss. I don't even have 100 years of life left anyway, so it doesn't matter. Regardless of what you people think, if the members of the junior generation can kill themselves to prove their sincerity, then how could I possibly fear death?" With that, he glanced back at the crowd of disciples, including Meng Hao, and gave them a meaningful look. It was an expression that said he couldn't bear to part with them, and at the same time wished them well. Then he smashed his hand down onto the top of his head. That strike caused a tremor to run through his body. Boundless essence aura then erupted out of him. "I'm willing to die in body and spirit," he said in his archaic voice. "Let my cultivation base bolster all of the disciples of the sect. Allow them to fight against the invading enemies. Give them strength." As he faded away, his aura spread out and merged into the bodies of the disciples. That included Meng Hao. He felt something warm flowing through him, causing his cultivation base to rise up. In addition, a glowing light rose up around him, almost like some sort of protective shield. Within that shield, he could feel an archaic will that filled him with regret and kindness. Everyone stood there, reticent, hearts pounding, their suspicions growing stronger. Are there really enemies coming to invade? That was the question running through all of their minds. Meng Hao couldn't stop himself from thinking the exact same thing. The two Tao realm experts looked at the shields surrounding all of the disciples, and their faces flickered. They exchanged a look, and were about to say something, when all of a sudden rumbling sounds filled the heavens. The clouds collapsed as a huge rift appeared, as if some giant hand were ripping it open. Next, a bloody glow spread out in all directions. Within the rift, it was possible to see another shocking world. That world was completely red, as if it had experienced countless ages of bloodshed, staining the whole world the same color. More shocking was that there was a sea visible that was made up entirely of blood. Even the sky was red. That world instantly left a deep impression on everyone who saw it. Next, countless figures in long robes whistled through the air out of the rift. Their faces were pale, and their expressions were that of joy. There were even many who were laughing happily as they looked around. Almost as soon as these people appeared, a voice shouted out in Meng Hao's ears, and in the ears of all the other cultivators, "Kill them!" Everyone hesitated for a moment, then flew up into the air toward the cultivators coming out of the rift, and began to slaughter them. The cultivators from the rift stared in shock, and immediately began to shout out various explanations. However, they could not avoid being cut down. Meng Hao frowned. For some reason, he got the feeling that these people weren't invading. In fact, many of them seemed to be smiling amiably. After a moment of hesitation, he attacked, tapping one of the enemy cultivators on the forehead. The man's body collapsed. He seemed to be as weak as Immortal. In the moment before he died, he looked at Meng Hao, shocked. "We have no evil intentions. We're escaping to this place. Please, let us go." Meng Hao frowned and sent his divine sense sweeping out. Instantly, he saw that the people were mostly dodging out of the way and offering explanations. Meng Hao quickly realized that there were even Foundation establishment cultivators who were only able to make it safely here by means of a teleportation portal. Furthermore, the strongest among them weren't even attacking. They were just offering anxious explanations and falling back in retreat. It seemed most of them were actually retreating into the rift, as if to leave this world. The disciples in the sect army to which Meng Hao belonged began to hesitate. Everyone seemed confused, and even those who were attacking seemed to be forcing themselves. There were only a handful who were resolutely attacking with full viscousness, carrying out mass slaughter. "Trial by fire of slaughter?" he murmured to himself. Meng Hao hesitated, falling behind the crowd of attacking cultivators. At that point, a stern, dark voice was transmitted into his ear. "They're fiendish devils from out in the starry sky. Why aren't you killing them?" The voice echoed like claps of thunder. One of the two Dao realm patriarchs appeared next to Meng Hao and stared at him solemnly. "When you look at them, they seem kind and good. That's what you think. But if you trust in the sect, you'll kill them. If you don't have faith in the sect, then what is the purpose of coming to this trial by fire? If you won't slaughter for the sect, then get the hell out of here." The man waved his sleeve, causing a massive power of expulsion to rise up around Meng Hao. It was as if the entire world was about to reject him and eject him out forcibly. Just in the moment in which Meng Hao was about to be expelled out of the world, the cultivators in the rift suddenly stopped evading. Their kind smiles twisted viciously, and their multicolored Taoist robes turned as red as blood. Terrifying auras exploded out from them, and their smiles grew even more ferocious. They now looked completely and utterly different from before. Rumbling could be heard as leathery, blood-colored wings sprouted out of their backs. Now they truly looked like evil devils. Someone in this world actually knew about our plan. What a bore. These must be surviving cultivators from one of the other worlds we destroyed. Who cares? Although things might not be as fun, at least we can still eat them all. That feeling of contentment can make up for some of the lost fun. What a pity. They saw through our plan. Sinister howls could be heard coming from the mouths of the devilish cultivators. The ones who had died just now rose back to life and began to attack, causing a brutally evil air to erupt out. The blood-colored world inside the rift suddenly erupted with blood-red light. Shockingly, countless souls appeared, screaming miserable screams. They seemed endless, and were apparently the souls of the people butchered by the blood-red cultivators. What caused Meng Hao's eyes to widen even more, and what filled the hearts of the hesitating disciples with complete shock, was that the blood on the battlefield began to congeal together and transform into more vicious figures. Shockingly, they were the disciples the sect had identified earlier as being fiendish devils. Even the ones who had ended their own lives began to rise to their feet, vicious smiles plastered on their faces. What a bunch of morons. How boring. We just started having fun and it's already over. How sad. I never thought that they would realize we were traitors. As they rose to their feet, the countless droplets of blood that constituted the remains of the Tao realm cultivator formed back together. His mouth twisted into a taunting smile, and an intensely powerful aura rose up from him. "Erupt," he said. Instantly, Meng Hao and all the other people who had absorbed some of his cultivation base felt their bodies rumbling. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and the warm current that had spread through his body turned malignantly poisonous. Immediately, his organs began to rot and decay. In that moment, the same words rang out in the minds of everyone present. The sect was right. The sect said that these people were fiendish devils, and they were. The sect said that the Tao realm patriarch was a fiendish devil, and he truly was. The sect said that enemies were invading, and they really were. The sect said that the intruders were not kind and good, but rather fiendish devils. They absolutely were fiendish devils. Wrong. All of the disciples who hesitated were wrong. All of this proved without a doubt that the sect had been right in everything. Now the slaughter truly began, and booms filled the air. Meng Hao's mind reeled. Even as he was being expelled from the world, he suddenly raised his hand and waved a finger through the air. Instantly, one of the blood-colored devilish cultivators coming through the rift exploded. All of a sudden, the power of expulsion faded away. The patriarch surrounded by the glowing light gave Meng Hao a look, then turned away and waded into the fighting. Meng Hao didn't say anything, but his eyes began to glow brightly. After they flickered a few times, he sighed. "Have faith in the sect," he murmured softly. "Well done, 9C's God World. In a mere trial by fire, you still managed to plant a seed like this in the hearts of your disciples. The last time I tried out the 5th Golden Gate trial by fire, it wasn't like this. In the 5th Golden Gate stone steel, nothing else was really as important as the key to the entire trial by fire. The message was, don't trust in your own judgment, put your faith in what the sect tells you." Were it not for the fact that Meng Hao had corroborated the Tao on his own to achieve immortal ascension, had a very strong Tao heart, and had experienced many things, then even his faith in himself would have been affected. If it had, then that seed would also have been planted in him as well. To pass this trial in the top 10, I have to slaughter my way to the top. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his cultivation base erupted with power. Now that he understood what was going on, he attacked without the slightest hesitation. He slashed his way into the battle like a dragon surrounded by a wake of blood. Outside, Meng Hao's name suddenly appeared on the 5th Golden Gate stone steel, somewhere in the thousands, flashing with light. 1,000, 700, 500, 300, all the way past 100, continued to climb. 80, 70, 40. People outside gasped at how quickly his name climbed up. Only Granny 9 and Ling Yunzi, plus the demonic cultivator horde patriarch and the other Tao realm experts, watched the stone steel with glittering eyes, lost in thought. The main purpose of the 5th Golden Gate stone steel was to develop the disciples' faith in the sect. When it came to matters of what was right and wrong, sometimes it was important to accept the decisions and explanations of the sect over one's personal judgment. If a disciple couldn't show faith in the sect, then the trial by fire wouldn't begin, and the disciple would be ejected from the 5th stone steel, just like Meng Hao had almost been. If a disciple could show faith, well, at that point the trial by fire would begin. Then, the level of their cultivation base, as well as their depth of faith in the sect, would determine their ranking. Moments ago, within the world of the trial by fire, the blood-colored fiendish devils had continued to appear. Eventually, Meng Hao's name entered the top 1,000, and finally the slaughter ended. However, the trial by fire did not end. The world around him shattered to pieces, and when it reformed, he was facing a different scene. He was still in a sect and was being given orders just like he had been before. This time, they were the invaders. A voice from the sect told them that this land was actually their native homeland. They had to slaughter any resistance they met, and kill any opposing cultivators. Things were complicated, leaving many people confused. However, in the end, what the sect said was true. This place really was their former homeland. The fighting went on, and Meng Hao's name rose up into the 500s. Then, everything changed again. A new world appeared, and new instructions were given by the sect. Similar things happened when he reached the top 400, 300, 200, and even 100. Apparently, the changes occurred with every move of 100 positions. It then continued to happen with more and more frequency. By the time he reached the top 20, he had experienced many, many worlds. The one thing that remained eternally unchanging was the sect. The orders from the sect were eternal. The judgment of the sect was eternal. This was almost like a form of brainwashing. All of these experiences told Meng Hao that, in any matter, the sect was always correct. If he had faith in the sect, the trial by fire would continue. If hesitation regarding the sect rose up in his mind, then he would be expelled. Eventually, Meng Hao's name reached the top 10. The world fell apart in front of him, and when it formed back together, it turned into a very familiar place. It was Planet South Heaven. This was the home that existed in his memories, a place where many, many things had occurred. He had numerous memories of this place, but right now, when he saw Planet South Heaven, his heart trembled. His ability to put on a show of faith in the sect began to wane. The power of expulsion seemed to rise up faintly. This place is an outsider planet. The true planet South Heaven of the ninth mountain and sea was destroyed and transformed into a door. Within that door appeared a new planet. Destroy this place. Use its power to collapse the Stargate. As the voice from the sect faded away, Meng Hao looked around to see countless cultivators surrounding him. Some were familiar to him, although he couldn't recall their names. However, he recognized that these people were fellow sect members from this phase of the trial by fire, people with whom he had charged into battle many times before. Roars rang out as they charged toward planet South Heaven. Meng Hao's heart trembled as he saw the familiar mountains, rivers, and lands, as well as old friends. Kill everything that lives on this planet. When the outsiders come, their bloodlines will awaken, and they will become our enemies. Destroy this planet. Wipe it out from the starry sky. As the voice echoed out, everyone charged forward into the slaughter. Only Meng Hao remained hovering there, silent. The expulsion force began to gather, as if countless voices were beginning to call out to him, urging him forward. After a moment, Meng Hao took a deep breath and then advanced. He vanished, then reappeared up ahead, between the army of cultivators and the crowds from planet South Heaven. He raised both hands up into the air to stop the advancing army. However, in the moment he tried to do so, the expulsion force gripped him, and the voice of the sect roared in his ear. After all those experiences, you still don't have faith in the sect? It said, sounding pained. Since that's the case, then you shall be allowed to personally witness the truth. The voice of the sect turned into a power that Meng Hao was powerless to resist, and forced him to remain motionless out in the starry sky. At the same time, the army of fellow sect cultivators vanished. In an instant, planet South Heaven seemed to pass through countless years. Suddenly, it began to tremble as an incredible force exploded out. Next, Meng Hao watched as the planet slowly began to move. As it moved, shockingly, the former position of the planet revealed a black hole. It looked like a door. After the door appeared, a beam of light could be seen. As it spread out, shocking roars could be heard coming from planet South Heaven. At the same time as the light spread out, all of a sudden, a butterfly flew out from inside the door. The butterfly was enormous, seemingly without end. Astonishingly, numerous outsider cultivators flew off of the butterfly, radiating murderous auras. Wherever they passed, stars crumbled and planets shattered. Countless cultivators died screaming. The ninth mountain collapsed and the ninth sea boiled. Before long, the entire ninth mountain and sea was in ruins. Countless people died. Many that Meng Hao knew, many that he didn't. They all died. Planet East Victory, Planet North Reed, Planet West Felicity, all crumbled. In the final scene, a huge Xuanwu turtle let out an agonized howl, seemingly filled with infinite grief. Then it collapsed into a mass of blood and gore. The vision ended, leaving Meng Hao gaping. He forgot about struggling and resisting. As the vision faded away, he was gripped by the power of expulsion and ejected from the world. In the moment before he left, the ancient, grieving voice of the sect echoed in his ears. Now do you believe? A tremor ran through him, and when everything became clear, he was back in the Nine Seas God world, standing outside of the fifth Golden Gate stone steel. He looked up to see that his name was listed in 10th place. Cries of astonishment rang out in all directions, but Meng Hao still seemed to be in another world. He could barely hear what anyone was saying as he stood there in front of the stone steel for a long moment. It was at this point that Godmaster's voice spoke into his ear. Every person's trial by fire in the fifth Golden Gate begins exactly the same. However, those who reach the top 10 all experience different things. What you saw could be visions of the future, or could be mere fantasies. Meng Hao looked up at Godmaster. After a long moment of silence, he took a deep breath and dispelled his disquieting thoughts. Whether or not he wanted to admit it, this trial by fire had left a deep impression on him. In the end, power is everything, he thought. Even if that final scene was real, if I can get strong enough, then when that butterfly shows up, I'll kill it. Then everything will turn out different. Trusting the sect isn't important. The important thing is to make yourself strong enough. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a bright light as he clasped hands and bowed to Godmaster. Then he turned, his expression one of determination as he flew toward another of the Golden Gate stone steels. The 3-month period was almost up, and before he left, Meng Hao wanted to get those 300 million immortal jades. He also wanted to leave an eternal mark on the 9 Seas God world. Other than the 5th stone steel, I want my name to be in first place on all of the Golden Gate stone steels. If I can't do it this time around, then I'll definitely do it before I leave. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he sped toward the 7th Golden Gate stone steel. The 7th Golden Gate was the trial by fire of divine sense. Divine sense wasn't necessarily Meng Hao's strong point. However, he had the first manual of the Tao Divinity Scripture which he had cultivated in the past. According to the legends, the Tao Divinity Scripture was the supreme scripture for strengthening divine sense. However, after cultivating it, Meng Hao hadn't felt anything particularly impressive. At the very most, it had helped his divine sense a bit when he was in the mortal realm. That was why the Sea Daughter had been able to stop him in place with her divine sense. It was also a weakness that he needed to eliminate. Could it be that I cultivated it incorrectly? Or perhaps it's not the real Tao Divinity Scripture. The Tao Divinity Scripture appeared in his mind as he flew forward. Not too much time passed before he appeared outside the 7th Golden Gate stone steel. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped into the Golden Gate. Surprisingly, as soon as he entered, his name appeared on the stone steel. All of the disciples who were gathering stared closely at Meng Hao's name and began to speculate what rank he would achieve. Inside the world of the 7th Golden Gate, Meng Hao threw his head back and roared, and his hair whipped around. The entire world was a path consisting of 10,000 stone steps. Each step represented one rank. The first 9,000 were far too simple for Meng Hao, but the last 1,000 got increasingly difficult. Every time he took a step, he would find himself surrounded by more divine sense power, which tried to bore into and collapse his mind. Countless thoughts poured into him, confusing him, making it more and more difficult to endure. At the same time, the longer he endured, the faster his divine sense grew. Furthermore, the Tao Divinity Scripture swirled inside his mind, and as he proceeded forward, he gained continuous enlightenment regarding the various mnemonics. Time passed. Outside the 7th Golden Gate, the disciples watched as Meng Hao's name continued to rise. This time, his progress was much slower than with the previous stone steels. Divine sense is his weak spot. He didn't advance this slowly in either the 9th stone steel or the 5th. The only way to smoothly get through the 7th Golden Gate is to have strong divine sense. And yet, he's going so slow. From the look of it, it will be just too hard for him to get into the top 10. Even as the crowd whispered their speculations, Meng Hao was in the world of the 7th stone steel, trembling violently. His eyes were bright red, and yet he was smiling. So, that's how you cultivate the Tao Divinity Scripture. I understand. Eyes flickering, he extended both hands, performing incantation gestures which caused his body to turn into something like a black hole. Rumbling could be heard as he began to absorb all of the attacking divine sense. Meng Hao hadn't cultivated the Tao Divinity Scripture incorrectly. However, this was not a scripture that was meant to be cultivated while sitting cross-legged in meditation. This scripture was unique in that it was meant to be cultivated during battle when actually utilizing divine sense. With every clash of divine sense, the Tao Divinity Scripture would grow stronger. This was a scripture born for the purpose of battle. Meng Hao didn't understand that before, so no matter how he cultivated it, the result wasn't optimal. The last time he challenged the 7th Golden Gate, he hadn't used the Tao Divinity Scripture, but had relied solely on his divine sense and had gotten all the way to the 91st position, but could proceed no further. This time, under the bombardment of so much divine sense, he finally understood the Tao Divinity Scripture much more clearly. It was like an epiphany. So that's how it is. Even as his voice echoed out, he transformed into a black hole. as the boundless divine sense power rumbled toward him. Just as it seemed on the verge of harming him, it was actually rapidly devoured by his own divine sense. This was clearly a terrifying way of absorbing the divine sense of others to bolster one's own. Meng Hao was trembling, and yet his eyes were shining brightly. He sped forward, trembling with every step as his divine sense rocketed up madly. "More!" he cried, proceeding forward without stop. As the divine sense power smashing down onto him grew more intense, his own divine sense grew stronger. Outside on the Golden Gate, his name rose higher on the list, passing the 91st position and quickly reaching the 40th. An uproar of shocked cries instantly could be heard from the mouths of the audience. Even more shocking to everyone was that the Golden Gate stone steel's eternally resplendent golden glow almost seemed to be fading, as if the innate power of the trial by fire were weakening. "The golden glow is fading. What's happening?" Everyone was shouting. Even Granny 9 and her group, plus the demonic patriarch, were staring, clearly moved. It didn't take long for the Tao realm patriarchs to guess the truth. "He's absorbing the divine sense power inside of the steel. The 9 Seas God world has been collecting divine sense in the 7th Golden Gate stone steel for all these years to ensure that it remains eternally in place. But now, he's actually absorbing it. A normal Taoist magic couldn't do that. What technique has he cultivated?" As everyone in the outside world was making various speculations, inside the steel, Meng Hao, who moments ago hadn't been glowing at all, was now covered with a thin veneer of golden light. That golden light appeared when he only had 20 more steps to go. A tremor ran through him, and he coughed up blood. And yet, his laughter grew even more maniacal. He had never imagined that this 7th Golden Gate stone steel would be so beneficial to him. It could definitely be considered good fortune. Not only did it give him a deep understanding of the Tao divinity scripture, but his previously weak divine sense was now rapidly becoming more powerful. By now, it was already close to 10 times more powerful than it had been before beginning the trial. Plus, it was continuing to get stronger. Meng Hao took a deep breath and proceeded forward again. With each step, the divine sense around him grew more intense. Booms continued to ring out like muffled thunder. Soon, there were only 9 steps ahead of him, and his name was already in 10th place on the 7th Golden Gate stone steel. Meng Hao started to stagger a bit, and he could sense that he was reaching his limit. He was already saturated with the divine sense that he had absorbed. However, he also had the intense premonition that if he gave himself enough time to fully assimilate all the divine sense, he would become even stronger, and would be qualified to vie for first place on the 7th Golden Gate. In that case, he would also be qualified to vie for first place in the 9th Golden Gate. Meng Hao's body rumbled as he vanished from the world of the 7th Golden Gate trial by fire. He appeared outside, the middle of an uproar as everyone looked at him in shock. That was especially true of a certain beautiful young woman not too far off in the distance. It was none other than Sea Daughter Beiyu. Her name was currently listed in 3rd place on the stone steel. She excelled in divine sense, but now, the sensation she got when looking at Meng Hao was completely different than before. His divine sense was far more powerful, and even just looking at him sent stabbing pains into her eyes. Of the 9 Seas God World's 9 Golden Gate stone steels, he had already completed 3. Now he sped toward the 8th. It wasn't long before his name was climbing up the list on that steel too. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao's name reached the top 10, then climbed to the 5th position before stopping. Then he appeared again, bursting with a domineering air that seemed incapable of being halted or blocked as he sped toward the 6th Golden Gate stone steel. You could say that Meng Hao's path embodied all of the various aspects of cultivation. Earlier, only his divine sense had been somewhat weak. As for his fleshly body and his cultivation base, both of them were incredibly powerful. Now that he had acquired good fortune regarding his divine sense, he was finally able to push himself to his peak. That was also the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. The 9 Seas God world was shaken, and increasing numbers of cultivators approached to bear witness to Meng Hao's madness. It had been years since anything like this had occurred, as Meng Hao repeatedly challenged one Golden Gate stone steal after another, and got into the top 10 of each one. He got into the top 10 in the 5th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. From ancient times until now, there have only been 4 people who made it into the top 10 of all 9 Golden Gate stone steals. Now there's going to be a 5th. In the beginning, the audience watching the scene hadn't been small. However, there were many people who believed that he would never be able to make it into the top 10 of all the stone steals. Now, however, as he continued to make steady progress, more and more people arrived to watch with keen anticipation. An unsightly look could be seen on the face of the demonic patriarch. In fact, all of the demonic cultivators had dark looks on their faces. They didn't want to admit that there was more than just hatred for Meng Hao in their hearts, and yet they had no other choice. Meng Hao shot through the air in a streak of colorful light as he headed to the 6th Golden Gate stone steal. The 9 Seas God world was abuzz, and countless cultivators flew from all directions to watch. Meng Hao vanished into the 6th steal, and almost immediately, his name appeared on the rankings. It rose up rapidly, almost exactly the same as in the others. Soon, cries of shock could be heard, and the members of the demonic cultivator horde looked grimmer than ever. As with all the others, Meng Hao's name eventually reached the top 10. When that happened, the entire 9 Seas God world, including both ancient and immortal realm cultivators, were all abuzz and focused on nothing other than Meng Hao. The next steal was the 4th, which Meng Hao rocketed toward and disappeared into. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, his name appeared in the top 10. The clamor among the crowd grew more intense, and Meng Hao's image was even more deeply ingrained in the hearts and minds of all the disciples. The combination of his razor-sharp tongue, his towering killing intent, and the intense valiance on display at the moment ensured that Meng Hao had a unique air. It was a completely and utterly domineering air. In the 3rd Golden Gate stone steal, boundless golden light rose up when he reached 7th place. In the 2nd Golden Gate stone steal, massive rumbling could be heard as his name appeared in the 4th position. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being struck by thunder. When Meng Hao appeared from within the 2nd Golden Gate stone steal and headed toward the 1st, there were tens of thousands of disciples gathered to watch. They crowded around, all watching and bearing witness to what was happening. The 9th Golden Gate. He's already completed 8, and gotten into the top 10 in all of them. The last one is the 1st Golden Gate stone steal. If he can get into the top 10 in that one, then those 300 million immortal jades will be his. For years, only 4 people in the 9 Seas God world have ever done this. Maybe there will now be 5. Not necessarily. The 1st Golden Gate is the hardest. The sound of countless discussions could be heard as Meng Hao arrived in front of the 1st Golden Gate stone steal, looking as firm and persistent as ever. He eyed the gate for a moment, and then took a deep breath. Trial by fire of the pressure of the 9th sea. Without any further hesitation, he headed in. When his vision became clear, shockingly, he found himself beneath the 9 Seas God world, surrounded by boundless sea water. In this position, the pressure weighing down from the 9th sea was even more intense than before. A tremor ran through him as he sensed what felt like innumerable iron fetters weighing him down. Eyes glittering, he began to sink down. 300 meters, 1,500 meters, 3,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 15,000 meters. The farther he sank, the more intense the pressure became. Gradually, it came to feel as if enormous mountains were crushing down on him. It didn't take very long before he had to exert incredible force even to blink his eyes. Everything was pitch black, and it almost seemed as if the 9th sea had no sea floor, as if it just stretched down and down infinitely. Soon, Meng Hao had reached a depth of 24,000 meters. According to the list outside, this was the same position Fandonger had reached. The biggest difference was that she had remained in this position for more than 40 hours. Meng Hao's name had long since appeared on the 1st Golden Gate stone steal. It flickered as its position continued to change, getting higher and higher. The faces of the members of the demonic cultivator horde grew darker and darker. I can still go deeper. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he realized that he hadn't reached his limit yet. He was different from the other disciples of the Nine Seas God world. They practiced cultivation at these depths, and gradually allowed themselves to endure more and more pressure. In contrast, Meng Hao wanted to feel the most intense stimulation possible, and then see how long he could stay in that position. It might be dangerous, but that would be the fastest way to acclimate himself to the pressure, and would also ensure that he was ready to enter the windswept realm. Meng Hao's eyes shone with determination. 27,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 36,000 meters. And he kept going. The pressure increased, getting more intense. However, it continued to meet with resisting power from within Meng Hao. It was as if Meng Hao, despite his fleshly body and cultivation base being at their peak, was still growing. By now, he could see nothing but blackness, and even his newly empowered divine sense could only spread out a short distance. He was now 60,000 meters down. At this point, he began to shake, and he knew that this was his limit. He could tell that he was on the verge of collapsing. Trembling, he settled down cross-legged and waited to see how long he could hold on. Currently, all the disciples outside were staring fixedly at the first golden gate stone stele, and that glittering name on its surface. Meng Hao had made it into the top 10 in all of the other golden gate stone steles, from the 2nd to the 9th. Now, if he reached the top 10 in the first stele as well, that meant that he would have already done enough to win the bet and get 300 million immortal jades. When people thought of that vast amount of wealth, they trembled, even Fan Donger. It was an enormous sum that would move anyone. Despite being in the Dao realm, the demonic patriarch's throat instantly went bone dry. It wasn't that the demonic cultivator horde couldn't afford to pay out 300 million immortal jades. However, it was still an immense sum to them. With Granny Nine and the others there wasn't a single trick they could pull to get out of the situation. Nor was there anything they could do to Meng Hao in the trial by fire. They could only look on with wide eyes. Everyone watched as Meng Hao's name continued to rise until finally it came to rest. In 15th place. Hushed whispers could be heard, and many people began to pant. 15th place. Depending on how long Meng Hao can hold out at that depth, he might be able to make it into the top 10. Everyone from the 15th to the 5th place remained at 60,000 meters, which is a major boundary. The difference between them is how long they can hold out. If he can endure for 40 hours, then he can squeeze past the current 10th place name, who endured for 38 hours. Then Meng Hao will occupy 10th place. Only by enduring for 70 hours can he reach 5th place. Time passed. 2 hours. For hours, soon 10 hours had gone by. Meng Hao remained in the sea beneath the sect, body shivering, eyes bloodshot. The terrifying pressure was like an intense attack that continued for every second that passed. It wasn't that Meng Hao wasn't powerful, nor that he lacked a profound cultivation base. Instead, he simply hadn't been in the Nine Seas God world for long enough, and was far removed from the cultivators who had actually been born here. Although people like that didn't have fleshly bodies that matched up to Meng Hao's, and even if their cultivation bases were different than his, they had naturally adapted. To them, sinking down and enduring the pressure was a much simpler thing. As for Meng Hao, he had to pay a much heavier price to catch up to the others in such a short period of time. He continued to hold on, and soon, another 6 hours had passed. Meng Hao had already been sitting there cross-legged for 16 hours. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and his skin was splitting all over. From the look of it, he was on the verge of completely collapsing. His eternal stratum was hard at work, and his eyes were fully bloodshot. He could sense that this pressure was the limit his body could take. Because of the intensity of it, his cultivation base was also fighting back madly, causing rumbling sounds to fill his mind. The rumbling grew more intense, as if every beat of his heart and every surge of his cultivation base caused his whole body to shake. Although blood oozed out all over him, he could sense that he was becoming stronger. When it reaches the point where I can unleash the full extent of my battle prowess at this depth, that will indicate that I've completely acclimated to a depth of 60,000 meters. His eyes glittered, and he clenched his teeth. Soon the 20th hour had passed. 20 hours. 30 hours. Outside of the first Golden Gate stone stele, the crowd was in an uproar. Because he had endured for 30 hours, Meng Hao's name continued to rise, all the way from the 15th position to the 14th. Then the 13th and finally to the 11th. Only 8 more hours, and he'll reach the top 10. From ancient times until now there have only been 4 people in the 9 Seas God world who have ever been able to make it into all the top 10s. If Meng Hao can last for another 8 hours, then there will be a 5th. As the crowd discussed the matter heatedly, Meng Hao sat with his eyes closed to cover the veins of blood. He continued to endure despite what sounded like thunder pounding inside of his body. He was trembling as his cultivation base fought a desperate battle with the pressure from the outside, pressure that was trying to crush him to death. Just a little bit longer. I can hold out just a bit longer. He wasn't sure where his name was on the list, but he did know that for every hour he could endure, he would be that much more likely to make it into the top 10. For empowerment, and for the 300 million immortal jades, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a gleam of madness. He might be trembling and gritting his teeth to the point where they were about to shatter, but he knew that he could still hang on. Soon the 32nd hour had passed. Then it was 34 hours. 36 hours. All the way to 40 hours. The atmosphere outside of the Golden Gate stone stele was explosive. Everyone was completely shaken, and all eyes were fixed on the name that could now be seen in the 10th position. Meng Hao. He had succeeded. He had surpassed the person who had previously held 10th place, and was now in the top 10. The top 10. Meng Hao is now in the top 10. From ancient times until now, he is the 5th person to do this. The crowd was in an uproar, and their clamor echoed out in all directions. Fan Donger had a complex expression on her face. She couldn't help but admit that Meng Hao had surpassed all the other current chosen of their generation. It was as if his overwhelming superiority enabled him to place himself far, far ahead of everyone else. He was like a vast mountain sitting in front of all the other chosen of the 9th mountain and sea, a mountain that was preeminently difficult to pass over. The demonic patriarch stood there silently. After a moment he sighed inwardly, then turned and left. He knew that there was nothing he could do now. Meng Hao had won. He had a mind to renege on the wager, but he knew that it was actually impossible to do so. Nursing his hatred deep in his heart, the demonic patriarch snorted coldly, and his eyes glinted as he shot off into the distance, a streak of prismatic light. In the moment that Meng Hao endured past 40 hours, blood spurted out all over his body. He was on the verge of collapse, and could not continue on any further. He could sense that, under the vast pressure, his cultivation base was getting weaker and weaker. The more he fought back, the weaker he would get. Even the light in his eyes was growing dimmer. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, his body trembled, and a strange expression appeared in his eyes. He had suddenly noticed that although he was like a candle on the verge of sputtering out, unexpectedly, a regenerative force had suddenly sprung up inside of him. That power had apparently been forced out of him because of the intense pressure bearing down on him, and also because he was now in the realm of the Immortal Emperor. At this point, all of the remaining power within his cultivation base was being forced out explosively. Rumbling could be heard, and his eyes began to shine even brighter. The regenerative force rapidly restored him, causing his heart to tremble and his fleshly body to suddenly grow rapidly, even more so than his cultivation base. The pounding of his heart sounded like thunder in his ears. With each beat, the tears in his skin were healed, and gradually, an enormous door opened up in front of him. That door was even more majestic than the door of immortality, and even more ancient. In fact, it was so archaic that it caused everything to tremble violently. The feeling emanating out of that door was not one of immortality, but rather a boundlessly ancient feeling. The instant Meng Hao saw the door, his heart began to pound wildly. He knew exactly what it was. It was the door that led to the ancient realm. When a cultivator entered the ancient realm, the door of the ancient realm would appear, in much the same way that a door appeared when entering the immortal realm. Once the door was pushed open, an enormous bell would appear. That bell was the ancient bell, and once struck, it would ignite soul lamps. The flame of his life force would materialize the realm wind, and in the following days and years, that wind would be used to extinguish the soul lamps. Then he would enter a realm in which the lamps were extinguished but the cultivator was not. When all of the soul lamps were extinguished, he would be at the peak of the ancient realm, and would have forged his foundation for the Tao realm. What he was seeing right now was an omen of the ancient realm. Anyone else other than Meng Hao would have long since been able to step into the ancient realm. However, because of the path he walked, he was different. He was not willing to try to step into the ancient realm until he had fully absorbed all 4 of his nirvana fruits. And yet, here was an omen of the ancient realm, not because of his cultivation base, but rather, my fleshly body, he thought. His eyes gleamed brightly. He had never imagined that he would be able to force out the omen of the ancient realm while facing the pressure of the ninth sea. I understand now. His eyes shone with the light of understanding. Actually, his fleshly body had long since passed what could be categorized as an immortal realm fleshly body. However, the door to the ancient realm had never appeared. This was something he could not inquire of others about. There were even some ancient records of various sects and clans that wouldn't contain the tiniest scrap of a clue about the matter. After all, in countless years, it was extremely rare for any body cultivator to reach a true immortal fleshly body. As for an ancient realm fleshly body, that was even rarer. Even if such people did exist, everyone had different circumstances, and as such would use different methods to make their breakthroughs. But right now, he understood how to find his own path. The more my fleshly body is damaged, the stronger it gets. That is my path. In that case, if I can go down further, then perhaps I can enter the ancient realm, and my fleshly body will be even more powerful. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He was just about to take action when he realized that the regenerative power within him was fading away. Furthermore, the boundless pressure of the ninth sea at this depth of 60,000 meters was actually forcing him up from his current position. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, and when he reappeared, he was outside the first Golden Gate stone steel. As soon as he appeared, he coughed up a vast quantity of blood. At the same time, the pressure suddenly changed completely. Cracking sounds could be heard from inside of him. Without the pressure against him, his cultivation base suddenly exploded upward. The sound of the roaring crowd washed over him. All of the Nine Seas God World disciples who had come to observe were completely shaken. They had personally witnessed Meng Hao's name rise to the top. They had seen something that hadn't happened for years. A 5th person successfully entered the top 10 of all of the Golden Gates. Surrounded by the shouts of the crowd, Meng Hao turned around to look at the stone steel, and found that his name was in the 10th position. 10th, he murmured, and his eyes filled with the gleam of ambition. Senior Granny 9, please give me some restorative medicinal pills. He suddenly spun, clasped hands and bowed deeply to Granny 9. Granny 9 looked closely at Meng Hao, and was about to say something, when suddenly she looked up, as if she had just noticed something. It wasn't just her. All of the Tao realm experts, including the 2 demonic patriarchs that had already left, suddenly turned with flickering faces. The aura of the great door of the ancient realm. This? Granny 9 gasped and looked back at Meng Hao. Deep in her eyes, a strange light gleamed. Without any further hesitation, she tossed a shining, 9-colored medicinal pill bottle down to Meng Hao. It was at this point that 2 aura streams exploded out from the Nine Seas God World. They belonged to the demonic patriarchs, and they immediately shot up and then out of the ninth sea. It wasn't just them. The 2 Tao realm experts from the other 2 factions were shaken, and also sent divine sense out to examine the situation for themselves. Ling Yunzi looked shocked, then glanced back at Meng Hao with a profound look of anticipation. Godmaster smiled faintly, then closed his eyes. No one but the Tao realm cultivators could sense the aura up above the ninth sea. All they saw was Granny 9 throwing the medicinal pills to Meng Hao. The medicinal pills and the medicinal pill bottle seemed completely beyond the ordinary. Meng Hao grabbed the bottle, opened it, and took a whiff. Based on his skill in the Tao of alchemy, he was immediately able to determine the effect of the pills. They were pills of restoration that would be considered extravagant even for cultivators of the ancient realm. They were something Tao realm experts might possess, but not in number. Even one could be considered extremely precious. Meng Hao was moved, and once again clasped hands to Granny Nine, then unhesitatingly popped a pill into his mouth. The instant the medicinal pill entered his mouth, Meng Hao felt like he was shaking violently. His cultivation base was rapidly restored, and in the space of only a few breaths, his eyes began to shine brightly, and he was fully back at his peak state. Furthermore, because of the way he had fought back against the pressure of the Ninth Sea, he was even more powerful than he had been before. "I've won the bet, and now those 300 million immortal jades belong to me," he murmured, taking a deep breath. Then he turned to look at the first golden gate stone steel, and a wild ambition could be seen burning in his eyes. "And now, my fleshly body has reached a critical juncture. In that case, I might as well go for broke. With the exception of the fifth stone steel, I want to be first in all of them." Under the shocked eyes of the disciples of the Nine Seas God world, and the cold, venomous stares of the demonic cultivators, he once again entered the first golden gate stone steel. The moment he vanished, the crowds of disciples went wild. He's actually going back into the first golden gate? He already got into the top 10. Could it be that he wants to get an even better ranking? This trial by fire isn't something that you can complete in just one shot. It requires repeated cultivation and improvement. Meng Hao is a bit impatient. Even if he challenges it again now, he won't get higher than 5th place. He definitely won't get into the top 4. Fan Donger hesitated for a moment. She just couldn't believe that Meng Hao would be doing something like this rashly. In her judgment, he was a cunning person who never did things unless he knew they would benefit him. For him to make a choice like this meant that he had good reason to do so. As the discussions went on outside, Meng Hao once again appeared in the deep sea beneath the Nine Seas God world. This time, he sank down rapidly and without the slightest pause. Soon, he had reached his previous limit of 60,000 meters. There, he paused for a moment, allowing his cultivation base to erupt out and fight back against the pressure. Gritting his teeth, he continued to drop down. He wanted to advance his fleshly body into the ancient realm, to be more powerful. The only way to do that was to continue to sink downward. There, the pressure was more terrifying, and his body would be refined even further. By forcing himself past that final line of demarcation, and then exploding out, he was convinced that his fleshly body would become incredibly terrifying. Ryua Yuam Blel. Blood oozed out of his mouth, and cracking sounds could be heard inside of him. As he sank down, the pressure became terrifying to an astonishing degree. His body rippled and distorted as the pressure battered against him. However, he continued to sink down. 75,000 meters. 84,000 meters. His mind filled with rumbling sounds, and his flesh was covered with splits and tears. The flame of his life force was fading, and his cultivation base was under such enormous pressure that it almost couldn't budge. He felt like all of heaven and earth were weighing down on him, and his vision began to swim. However, he continued to go all out, to spare nothing to continue on downward. As he continued to sink to lower and lower levels, certain late ancient realm experts of the Nine Seas God world, who were currently in secluded meditation, suddenly opened their eyes and looked up into the sky, their expressions flickering slightly. Soon, the mid-ancient realm experts also noticed something happening in the outside world, and their eyes widened. Meanwhile, Meng Hao in his madness sank down into the Ninth Sea. He had already reached a depth of 90,000 meters, and the pressure was indescribably terrifying, dozens of times greater than the pressure at 60,000 meters. Everything was pitch black, and by now, it almost felt like he wasn't surrounded by water, but wind. Perhaps that feeling was just an illusion. Meng Hao couldn't sense things very clearly. By now, the flame of his life force was swaying weakly, as if it was about to be extinguished. His body was twisted and warped, as if it might be broken at any moment. Just as he seemed to be on the verge of losing consciousness, he suddenly let out a shout in his heart. "This is my final limit. Let the great door of the ancient realm come." Almost in that same moment, even the immortal realm cultivators in the Nine Seas God world were able to detect that something was happening. Their faces flickered as they began to look up, whereupon everyone gasped. "That's the great door of the ancient realm. That's the great door of the ancient realm which appears when someone breaks through from the immortal realm to the ancient realm. Someone is breaking out of the immortal realm and stepping into the ancient realm. No, that can't be right. How come that door is crimson? It should be gray." The Nine Seas God world was in chaos as voices echoed out everywhere. The entire Ninth Sea was roaring, and countless sea beasts trembled in hiding, too frightened even to peek out to see what was happening. In the starry sky up above, countless motes of starlight had formed together into the shape of a matchlessly shocking door. That door was completely crimson, but it radiated an ancient, primordial aura which caused the seawater to roil. It seemed to represent heaven and earth, the will of the mountain and sea realm. A crimson door of the ancient realm. That represents the ancient realm fleshly body. That's definitely ancient realm fleshly body. Hoarse exclamations like this could be heard coming from the mouths of the wise and knowledgeable late ancient realm experts in the Nine Seas God world. Soon, more and more people began to realize what the crimson door of the ancient realm meant, and soon the whole Nine Seas God world was abuzz. Almost everyone forgot about Meng Hao. After all, witnessing the appearance of an ancient realm expert was much more interesting than binge-watching Meng Hao challenge the Golden Gates. Fan Donger was the only one who, after sensing the fluctuations of the great door of the ancient realm, suddenly looked at Meng Hao's name on the first Golden Gate stone stele. In that same moment, the door of the ancient realm above the Ninth Sea began to emit a crimson glow, which pierced down through the water into the Nine Seas God world, and then landed on the first Golden Gate stone stele. Everyone's minds reeled. It's Meng Hao! The only person in the first Golden Gate stone stele trial by fire is Meng Hao. How is this possible? Meng Hao is entering the ancient realm? An ancient realm fleshly body? People cried out in disbelief and shock. Fan Donger staggered backward and bit her lip. Meng Hao was truly an enormous mountain blocking the way of an entire generation of chosen. A mountain that was now growing even higher. Rumbling echoed out as the crimson glow pierced into the Golden Gate stone stele, and then appeared under the sect in the sea. In the blink of an eye, it was at the 90,000-meter mark, and was on Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body was twisted and distorted. His divine sense was blurry, and he was on the verge of passing out. However, when the crimson glow enveloped him, his eyes began to shine brightly, and he quivered. The intense roaring that filled him knocked him to his senses. In that moment of clarity, he raised his head and shot upward from the 90,000-meter mark all the way until he left the Golden Gate and appeared once again in the middle of the Nine Seas God world. Everyone, even the Tao realm experts, were looking at him. Countless eyes could see him, bathed in crimson light, rising up into the air. He passed out of the Nine Seas God world's spell formation, through the seawater, and up into the sky above the sea. Numerous cultivators flew out of the Nine Seas God world to observe. The Ninth Sea itself was roaring, and countless people were looking up into the sky. They saw a gigantic crimson door of the ancient realm, and they could sense a will that caused them to tremble. It was a will that seemed to represent heaven and earth, a will that left even the Tao realm experts in awe. As he hovered within the red light, Meng Hao's body rapidly recovered. He rose up, higher and higher, until he was directly in front of the door of the ancient realm. By the time the glow vanished, Meng Hao was back at his peak. He could also sense his fleshly body growing incredibly powerful. Cracking sounds rang out as he rapidly grew to a height of 9 meters. He almost looked like a giant, and although he was tiny in comparison to the door of the ancient realm, his explosive, surging energy could shake heaven and earth. He was the subject of countless gazes who had seen immortal realm cultivators step into the ancient realm. However, no one had ever witnessed such a feat when it came to the fleshly body. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He could sense that his cultivation base was sealed, which meant that he could only rely on the power of his fleshly body. Although the shocking transformations of heaven and earth that were about to occur weren't nearly as strong as when one's cultivation base entered the ancient realm, it was still considered ancient tribulation. He suddenly flew toward the door of the ancient realm, roaring as his hands formed, not fists, but palms, that slammed into the door. He did not rotate his cultivation base, but rather relied only on his fleshly body to push forward. Boom! The great door of the ancient realm shook and opened a sliver, causing a wind to blow out that instantly weakened the flame of his life force. No magical techniques. This is my fleshly body ancient realm tribulation. However, my secret techniques can still be utilized. As his voice echoed out, his immortal meridians, despite being sealed, did not prevent him from using that personal secret technique. His 123 immortal meridians could still be transformed into a single fleshly body meridian. Suddenly, his fleshly body grew even larger, and an intense power erupted out of him. At the same time, both hands slammed down onto the door of the ancient realm. With a huge roar, he shoved with all his might. Ryuayuum Blel. Everyone watched as the gigantic door of the ancient realm opened,